Welcome to a world of beast taming, where these creatures are forces of nature that can summon storms or wipe out entire civilizations in the blink of an eye. Standing at the absolute peak of this world is a young man named To Luong. He is famous because the soul-bound beast within him is known as the lunar goddess Glimmer Butterfly. It is a creature that supposedly only exists in legends. Not only can it manipulate time and space or rewrite causality, but it is also said to be immortal. People are mesmerized just by looking at To Luong because his eyes glow with a brilliant light, just like the moon itself. It is as if all the grace and blessings of the lunar goddess are reflected in those eyes. In this world, To Luong is the only one honored as the king of Moonlight, a figure worshipped and sought after by millions. But as legendary as the king of Moonlight's life seemed, and as invincible as he appeared to be, he actually died in the most pathetic way possible. While he was sleeping, he rolled off his bed, hit his head on the floor, and just kicked the bucket. At that exact moment, a teenager with the same name from 21st century Earth transmigrated into this body, inheriting a flood of fragmented memories from the original owner. To Luong version 2.0 was absolutely shell-shocked. Normally, waking up as the strongest person in the world would be a total stroke of luck. However, it is only lucky if the rumors are actually true. But when To Luong checked his own status, he discovered that his beast was not the legendary lunar goddess Glimmer Butterfly at all. It was just a Glimmer Butterfly, a low-tier Moonlight-type beast. Talk about one hell of a bait-and-switch. All of To Luong's expectations of a glamorous life in this new world instantly shattered. No more being the prodigy who awakened a soul-bound beast at 14. No more being the king of Moonlight and the top student at the Moonlight Beast Academy at 15. And forget about founding the Moon Sect at 16. He was supposed to be the sect leader worshipped by millions of followers. He even remembered that right before starting school at 17, he had received a challenge from the great Emperor Blue Moon for a duel 3 years from now. It was all a complete delusion. To be fair, the original owner wasn't trying to scam anyone. He genuinely believed he was overpowered and that his Glimmer Butterfly was a divine beast. He thought it only revealed its true form as the lunar goddess when he was in a trance or a dream state. Even when faced with a challenge from the 8-star Beastmaster, Great Emperor Blue Moon, the original To Luong didn't show a hint of fear. He was pure, unadulterated confidence. If our 21st century To Luong hadn't relied on the cheat system he gained after transmigrating, and saw his actual stats for himself, he probably would have believed the original owner's delusions too. Anyway, putting that nonsense aside, To Luong decided to summon the Glimmer Butterfly just to see what his soul-bound partner actually looked like. When it appeared, he stared at it for a good few seconds because it was, honestly, incredibly adorable. But the bad news is that, besides being cute, this thing is completely useless. To Luong felt a wave of despair. What was he supposed to do now? Never mind the duel with Great Emperor Blue Moon in 3 years. He couldn't even take on an elite student at the academy right now. He wouldn't stand a chance. Without some kind of overpowered golden touch that other isekai protagonists have, the idea of him defeating Great Emperor Blue Moon in 3 years was pure fantasy. Just as he was thinking that, he remembered something. It turned out the original owner actually did have something like a cheat code. Deep in his memories, there was something mysterious and strange that had appeared out of nowhere. The original owner had completely rejected it. After trying hard to remember, To Luong finally recalled its name, the Book of the Moon. The moment he thought of it, the Book of the Moon manifested right in front of him. It was essentially a picture book filled with illustrations of various beasts. To Luong quickly figured out how it worked. Every time he touched a new beast in the real world, its image would be recorded in this book. Once the Book of the Moon collected enough data and a certain number of beast entries, it would unlock a gacha draw. That would give To Luong a chance to pull a random beast of an unknown rank. When he flipped to the Sovereign Tier section, he understood why the original owner hated the Book of the Moon so much. The slot for the lunar goddess Glimmer Butterfly was completely blank. This meant the book didn't even recognize that creature's existence. It completely contradicted the original owner's belief that he possessed a legendary being. But for the new To Luong, this book was a literal lifesaver. He was currently at the Moonlight Beast Academy, a place crawling with Moonlight-type beasts. Touching them would be a piece of cake. If he could save up 10 draws, who knows? He might actually pull the real lunar goddess. The war in 3 years is still a ways off, and honestly, it is anyone's game at this point. Right now, the most urgent thing is to power up as fast as possible to truly live up to the title of the King of the Moon that I am carrying. With that in mind, To Luong threw on his jacket and rushed out immediately. Down in the courtyard of the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy's elite dorms, a student named Bach Duyet Ni was feeding an adorable moonlight rabbit. This totally annoyed her best friend, Takan. Bach Duyet Ni, seriously? You are always feeding these low-level creatures. What if one of them actually tries to bond with you? What then? Relax, Takan. Of course, I wouldn't form a contract with a low-rank moonlight rabbit. I am just playing with it. It is no big deal. How is it not a big deal? Takan yelled back, you are an elite student of this academy. If you are covered in the scent of these common beasts, you will never attract a powerful spirit pet again. To emphasize her point, Takan used the King of the Moon as an example, saying he never associates with ordinary pets. Forget high-level beasts, even if a supreme rank spirit pet walked right past him, he wouldn't even give it a second glance. She guessed the reason for this was his primary spirit pet. The Moonlight Goddess Butterfly absolutely hates the smell of anything weaker than itself. As they were talking, the Moonlight Rabbit suddenly perked up its ears, sensing something, and they both looked in that direction and saw To Luong walking by. Those eyes of his, shimmering with the power of a silver moon, just one look from him made people feel an uncontrollable urge to surrender completely at his feet. Takan and Bak Duyet Ni were mesmerized by him, and To Luong noticed them too well, specifically Bak Duyet Ni, because she had 2 cat ears. Wait, cat ears? Is she some kind of human pet hybrid? 2. Luong thought to himself before immediately brushing the idea aside. The original King of the Moon never interacted with spirit pets, and he definitely was not the friendly type. To avoid raising any suspicion, he figured he should probably stick to the original owner's cold personality. Thinking this, To Luong gave them a cold shoulder and headed toward the Moonlight Pavilion, a place filled with countless low-level spirit pets. If he could just touch every single one of them, he might finally be able to trigger his very first gacha draw. Inside the Moonlight Pavilion, To Luong could find all sorts of low-rank beasts to unlock more entries in his Book of the Moon. What was even more incredible was that the Book of the Moon could reveal their specific stats and combat skills. It was a real shame the original owner hated this book so much. As he ventured deeper into the pavilion, the number of spirit pets began to thin out. To be more precise, it seemed like these low-level creatures were terrified of getting anywhere near a certain closed room. To Luong guessed this must be the territory of a mid-rank spirit pet, which would explain why the lower-level ones were keeping their distance. Without a second thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was massive, and right in the center, resting on a cushion, was an actual spirit pet. Checking the information board by the door, To Luong realized it was a white flower deer. It was a mid-rank moonlight-type beast. Its beauty was unparalleled among mid-rank creatures, honestly. You would be hard-pressed to find anything like it in the entire spirit pet world. They are known for being gentle, they eat grass, and they absolutely love soaking up the moonlight. Because of this, white flower deer are extremely picky when choosing a mate, making them incredibly rare these days. Only the Moon Goddess Palace has a successful breeding program for them. To Luong looked at the text-heavy board and thought the description was a bit overkill. After all, it was just a mid-rank beast. A few other students followed him into the room. When they saw the white flower deer, they couldn't hide their amazement. Whoa, isn't the Moonlight Pavilion free to enter? Where did they get the money to keep a mid-rank pet like this? I've never seen any other pet get this kind of VIP treatment. Do you think it is just because of its looks? I mean, look at it. That deer is so gorgeous, it is almost hypnotic. Maybe some rich person has a thing for it. To Luong overheard the 2 students whispering, but he didn't expect the white flower deer to hear them too. While the student was running his mouth and saying trashy things about the deer, he was suddenly blasted in the face by a freezing jet of water. And the one responsible for this was none other than the white flower deer itself. Seeing the beast's aggressive look, the 2 guys did not waste a second and bolted out of there. No way. Can that thing actually understand what we are saying? Who knows? I've heard some high-intelligence mid-rank beasts can even sense your thoughts. Anyway, let's get out of here. To Luong was not in any rush to leave. After all, he was not the one who insulted the deer. The beast had stopped acting lazy, getting up from its cushion to pace around the room. When its eyes met To Luong's, it froze for a few seconds. Drawn by the moonlight glowing in his eyes, the white flower deer moved toward him and leaned right against him. As soon as they make contact, the moon book immediately activates, unlocking the profile of a brand new battle pet. But here is the crazy part. This newly unlocked beast is called the Cloud-Stepping Moon Deer. It belongs to the Moonlight attribute, but its rank is actually supreme. This is definitely not some ordinary, mid-tier white flower deer. To Luong cannot hide his shock. Is he really standing in front of a supreme-tier battle pet with enough power to level an entire city? You have to understand. A supreme-tier beast is a godlike existence in any region. A true ruler over 10,000 beasts. If it ever went on a rampage, everything within several hundred meters would be flattened with just one kick. But why on earth is a terrifying creature like this just hanging out at the academy? I mean, if it wanted to, it could blow this entire school off the map at any second. To Luong tries his best to calm down. Wait a minute. If a supreme-tier beast can live here so peacefully, maybe it just has a chill personality. Surely the school knows it won't just go around hurting people, right? Those two students from earlier were just being idiots, which is why they got splashed with water. But he still couldn't rule out the possibility that this thing was just playing the pig to eat the tiger. It is just like those main characters in web novels clearly possessing god-tier strength but hiding it all just to play dumb. It is the exact opposite of To Luong. He is the one who is truly pathetic. He has zero strength and has to rely entirely on his looks to intimidate people. After spacing out for a while, To Luong notices the deer is staring straight at him, and a wave of unease washes over him. Oh no. Wait. This deer isn't planning to attack him, is it? Maybe he stood there for too long and it realized its secret identity was compromised? If it attacks now, he is absolutely toast. So, To Luong starts playing dumb and acts like a fanboy, saying, "Wow, this mid-tier white flower deer is so beautiful. I accidentally stared at it for way too long. Ha ha, look, he doesn't care why this monster is here. He just really doesn't want to get murdered today." He pretends to admire the scenery nearby, slowly inching toward the door before making a run for it. Even though he was terrified, from the deer's perspective, it was only staring at To Luong because it was mesmerized by the unique patterns in his eyes. Once To Luong disappears, the white flower deer lazily heads back to its cushion. But here is the shocker: this beast actually pulls a smartphone out from under its bed. It starts browsing the web, searching for the keywords. Humans with eyes like the moon. After seeing the search results, the deer looks toward the direction To Luong ran, unable to hide its surprise. Meanwhile, after escaping the moon pavilion, even now, To Luong feels like that situation was way too close for comfort. He wonders who was reckless enough to do that. It is basically like putting a T-Rex in a petting zoo. Actually, that deer is way stronger than a T-Rex. One kick from that thing would probably send a dozen dinosaurs to the afterlife. If it had used its moon-chasing cloud attack out there, To Luong would have been history. After all, it is a supreme-tier beast, and his own pet is currently at the lowest rank possible. If it weren't for the moon book, To Luong would be the ultimate loser of this world. Speaking of which, back at the moon pavilion, the moon book didn't just give him a clear picture of the beast, it also displayed every single skill and trait it possessed. This allows To Luong to fully understand any battle pet he encounters. This is an incredible advantage in combat. I mean, you basically have the cheat sheet for your opponent's pet. Thinking about this makes To Luong super excited. Since it is dark out, he decides to find a small battle pet in the academy to test out the moon book's features. That is when he spots the Moonlight rabbit from earlier this afternoon. Now, according to the rules of battle pets in this world, usually, Moonlight-type beasts undergo a personality shift when touched by moonlight. They are supposed to become wild, aggressive, and get a massive power boost. However, this Moonlight rabbit doesn't seem to have any reaction to the moon at all. This thought sends a shiver down To Luong's spine. Don't tell me this rabbit is another hidden boss pretending to be a useless fluffball. Just look at its calm, regal posture. For all he knows, this thing might be even more dangerous than the supreme beast he just saw. To Luong gets incredibly tense just thinking about it. But he really wants to use the moon book to see who this divine being actually is, so he cautiously approaches. He slowly reaches his hand out toward it. However, the moment he touches the Moonlight rabbit, To Luong is hit with a wave of disappointment. It turns out this rabbit isn't hiding its power at all, it really is just useless. Not only is it a low-level beast, but it was born with a natural defect. It can't increase its strength by absorbing moonlight on regular nights like others of its kind. Only on the night of a full moon, the one day when the moon is at its peak, can it actually use any combat power. In other words, compared to a normal low-rank battle pet, this rabbit is even worse than a bottom-tier weakling. To Luong couldn't hide his disappointment. It seemed like those chance encounters with legendary high-level beasts just weren't meant for a guy like him. But little did he know, he'd been spotted holding that Moonlight rabbit. The witness? None other than Bai Yue, that cat-eared girl with those beast-like eyes he'd run into. Before heading to bed, she'd planned to give the little bunny an extra snack. Instead, she stumbled upon the Moon King, a man who supposedly never touched such weak, pathetic creatures. Yet there he was, cradling that Moonlight rabbit like it was the most natural thing in the world. Bai Yue retreated to her room, absolutely shell-shocked. She found Toucan lazily relaxing with a face mask on and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Toucan, do you think there's any chance? I mean, it's just a crazy thought, but could the Moon King actually have a soft spot for tiny animals?" Toucan froze for a good few seconds before snapping back. "Huh? Did all those lectures finally fry your brain? Do you want me to call in sick for you tomorrow?" "Haha, I'm just joking around." Bai Yue quickly changed the subject and headed to her own bedroom. But deep down, she knew that what she just saw wasn't a hallucination. It turns out that the invincible, overbearing Moon King actually had such a gentle side to him. Just thinking about it made Bai Yue's heart race. She felt a rush of excitement, knowing she was the only one who had seen this hidden side of To Luong. As for To Luong, he knew he'd been caught red-handed by Bai Yue, but he didn't really care all that much. If anything, he figured girls might actually dig that kind of thing. After a long, exhausting day, all he wanted was to crash and get some sleep. But the moment he stepped into his bedroom, he nearly jumped out of his skin. There was a complete stranger standing right there. Looking closely, it wasn't exactly human. It looked more like a humanoid beast. The most terrifying part? The sheer pressure coming off this thing was even more overwhelming than that cloud-stepping deer from before. The figure started walking toward him, one step at a time. To Luong was paralyzed with fear, unable to even twitch a finger. Somehow, though, his outer appearance still looked incredibly imposing, even more intimidating than the person approaching him. The stranger kept coming, but when they were about 2 meters away, they suddenly dropped to their knees. "My humble greetings to the Moon King. I bow before the great moon god." This definitely wasn't what To Luong expected, but hey, at least they weren't there to kill him. Now that the figure was closer, To Luong realized they looked familiar. A faint memory fragment from the body's original owner flickered in his mind. This was one of the legendary pets belonging to the 4 moon generals of the Double Moon sect. The problem was, To Luong couldn't remember exactly which one it was. As he stood there thinking, a heavy, bone-chilling silence filled the room. Since To Luong didn't say a word, the stranger didn't dare move. They were barely even brave enough to breathe. In their head, they were in total awe. As expected of the Moon King, the strongest Beastmaster in the world. A living legend. Even his silence is so majestic and divine. After a minute of intense tension, To Luong gave up on trying to remember who this person was. He cleared his throat a few times and finally asked, "Who are you?" The moment he spoke, the stranger let out a massive sigh of relief. They immediately began reporting the latest intel from the Double Moon sect. According to their followers in the central region, the remnants of the Black Moon sect have recently become active again in the heart of the continent. Word is, they've been in close contact with the Beastmasters from the Moon God Palace. Hearing this, To Luong's head started spinning again. The Black Moon sect? What the hell is that? Why doesn't he have any memory of them? When the girl looked up, she saw To Luong had turned his back to her. "Leader!" she called out, sounding panicked. "All right, stop right there. Don't say another word." To Luong barked the order, making her shut up instantly. In reality, he was frantically searching the internet to figure out what the hell this Black Moon sect was. Turns out, they were an organization that used to be based in the northern region. They worship deities like the Palace of the Death God. Legend says the Black Moon possessed a strange miracle that once dyed the entire moon into pure darkness. 3 years ago, they had a direct clash with the Double Moon sect, and on the night of the full moon, they were completely wiped out. To Luong finally caught up. It wasn't that he had a bad memory, it was just that this sect was way too weak. Even the original owner didn't give a damn about them, which is why he had zero impression of them. The leader of the Black Moon sect was a nobody, but since the Moon God Palace was now involved, the whole situation had changed. The girl added more details. The moment he heard the name Moon God Palace, To Luong's expression completely shifted. This wasn't just some random group. The Moon God Palace was the absolute ruler of the central continent, having unified the world for 1,000 years using legendary grade beasts. Even though their dominance had faded over the last millennium, in just 3 short years, their position was being threatened by the Double Moon sect. The 4 moon generals have already prepared several battle plans. Even if the Moon God Palace declares all-out war, we'll be able to make a clean getaway. However, that means you'll have one less close guardian by your side. Regarding our next move, your humble servant is here to ask for your orders. Great leader. The girl spoke again. It is fine, you can go, as long as we still stand on the side of the moonlight. To Luong spoke cryptically before sitting down, his back to the full moon. The faint glow of the moon made his unique eyes shine even brighter. Combined with his tone just now, To Luong looked more reliable than ever. Yes, my Lord Pope, the girl said excitedly. She never thought she would live to hear those words from the King of the Moon. She thought to herself, as long as the King of the Moon still has the moon god Flash Butterfly, then no one in this world would dare touch him. He wouldn't even need anyone to protect him. He is the most dazzling moonlight of all. Then the girl hurried away. Once To Luong was sure she had disappeared, he finally dropped the act. He honestly could not stand his own theatrical voice just now. It was all just to mimic the original host as closely as possible. Basically, the original host always said weird things, cryptic half-sentences that made no sense. Yet, every time he spoke, his followers would mistake those words for divine wisdom or the will of the gods, even if they were actually total gibberish. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since he had transmigrated into this body, To Luong had to act the part. Then there was the moon god palace, which was a real headache. He had only been here for one day, and things were already this complicated. Although for the original King of the Moon, the current moon god palace was nothing to worry about, that was only if he actually had the moon god Flash Butterfly. Right now, he was just To Luong, and his only beast was a super trashy Flash Butterfly. He was just trying his best to look like the King of the Moon. After Hodu said those things earlier, To Luong regretted it like crazy. Now he had no guards left. If he ran into danger, he would be absolute toast for sure. While moping over this, To Luong suddenly remembered something. Right, he still had the Book of the Moon. He had encountered so many beasts at the Moon Pavilion today. He probably had enough points for a gotcha pull. To Luong opened the Book of the Moon, and sure enough, he could exchange for a card flip. This gacha system could pull any moonlight beast, with qualities ranging from low to high. After pulling, a contract would be signed automatically. But if he was not happy, he could break the contract for some experience points. That was not a bad deal. Before pulling, To Luong prayed 49 times. His current situation was tense, but if he pulled a supreme rank beast, he could turn the tables and have nothing to fear. Once To Luong activated the pull, the Book of the Moon emitted a blinding golden light. After a series of flashy effects, it announced that To Luong had pulled a transparent moon shadow, a high-level moonlight beast with 2 combat skills, Moonscale and Stealth. Even though it was not a supreme rank beast, a high-level one was not bad at all. If To Luong were just an ordinary student, pulling a rare high-level beast like the transparent moon shadow would have made him jump for joy. But for the supreme leader of the Twin Moon cult, the King of the Moon, this transparent moon shadow was basically chump change, because the urgent problem at hand could not be solved by the power of a high-level beast alone. So, after thinking it over, To Luong decided to break the contract. The system was actually pretty generous, as the experience points from breaking the contract made his power skyrocket, nearly reaching 2-star Beastmaster level. But even then, To Luong could not bring himself to be happy. Looking back, the original host in the Twin Moon cult had so many chances to contract with supreme rank beasts. But apparently, because he thought he already had the moon god Flash Butterfly, he did not care about anything else. And now, To Luong was the one suffering the consequences. He could not stop sighing. Later, as he was getting into bed, To Luong realized a major problem. Even if a high-level beast like the transparent moon shadow could not solve the core issue of fighting the Black Moon cult, it was still way stronger than his low-level Flash Butterfly that had 0 combat power. It could have helped in an emergency, yet he had broken the contract without even thinking. Was he still being influenced by the original host's personality? No, it is not quite the same. At least I do not believe the moon god Flash Butterfly is real. To Luong thought to himself, then flopped onto the bed, still feeling salty about that transparent moon shadow. He swore that if he pulled another high-level beast next time, he would sign that contract immediately. Tomorrow, he planned to go back to the Moon Pavilion to collect the rest of the low-level beasts. There was also that cloud-walking moon-calling deer. To Luong planned to give it some tasty treats and trick it into coming with him. The next morning, when the cloud-walking moon-calling deer woke up, it found its big home had been broken into. "Oh my, hey sweetie, are you awake?" Cloud-hopping moonchaser was startled, only to realize the caretaker was brushing its fur. My little baby, just wait. Once we get to the Moon Goddess Palace, there will be way better in just a bit. The emissary from the Moon Goddess Palace will be here to pick you up. From now on, you can't be a picky eater. You've got to listen to your new caretaker, okay? Cloud-hopping moonchaser flinched again. What did she mean? Was it really being sold off to the Moon Goddess Palace? As it turned out, its suspicions were spot on. Outside, 2 Beastmasters from the Moon Goddess Palace had already arrived. The ones responsible for taking cloud-hopping moonchaser away were already standing at the entrance of the Moon Pavilion. Their arrival sparked curiosity among the students. The Academy's students crowded around, whispering, "Oomph," and they say the Moon King himself comes here to train. I thought this place would be something special, but it's just a bunch of little brats. How pathetic, one of the emissaries mocked. Little sister, don't go looking for trouble. We're only here for the white-spotted deer. Absolutely no starting drama, especially anything involving the Moon King or the Twin Moon cult, the other one warned. Fine, I know. I don't want any extra trouble either. We just need to grab the white-spotted deer and go, right? Shortly after, a girl wearing glasses stepped out from the Moon Pavilion. She introduced herself as Thanha, the owner of the Moon Pavilion. Thanha glanced at the 2 women, sizing them up. She wasn't surprised by their arrogant, better-than-thou attitude. It was a shame, really, since the Moon Goddess Palace had long since lost its golden age. The era where they ruled over all living things was over, and no amount of pride could change that. Emissaries, since you're already here, let's not waste any time. Come inside and see the white-spotted deer with me, Thanha said. No need. We've already seen the pictures. We'll pay 10 times the asking price, so just bring it out here. Stop dragging your feet. As soon as those words were spoken, Thanha couldn't hide her shock. The white-spotted deer was on the brink of extinction because it was incredibly picky about its mates. Because of that, even though it was a mid-tier beast, its price was already as high as a top-tier one, not to mention this specific deer. Within the Academy, its beauty was unmatched. For the Moon Goddess Palace, people to travel all this way and offer such a massive price meant they were dead set on having it. They were determined to get it at any cost. Thinking this, Thanha figured she might as well take the chance to squeeze them for a bit more. You 2 might not know this, but this white-spotted deer is a direct descendant of a beast owned by our Academy's founder. That's why we've always raised it with the resources of a supreme-tier beast. If the price is only 10 times, it's honestly not enough. It really isn't enough to cover all the resources we've poured into it. Hearing that, the younger sister was the first to react. She burst out laughing. Descendant of an emperor-tier beast? Please. Isn't it still just a mid-tier beast? And supreme-tier treatment? In a dump like this, I doubt you've even seen what the real deal looks like. Shut your mouth, the older sister snapped, cutting her off. Then, she raised the offer for the white-spotted deer to 20 times the price. Big sis, what are you saying? 20 times is way too much. That's way over our budget. Despite her sister's protests, the girl was determined to pay 20 times the price just to get the white-spotted deer and leave. This was because her beast, Lunar Azure, was an extremely rare, high-tier type with the unique ability to sense misfortune and foresee danger. From the moment they arrived, it had been in a state of sheer panic, as if it were screaming that something terrible was about to happen. That was why she was willing to pay extra just to get out of there fast, but she was too late. Just as she had that thought, she felt an overwhelming pressure that felt like it could crush a person's soul. Someone was coming. There was only one person who possessed an aura so terrifying it could freeze someone in their tracks, the Moon King. The 2 emissaries spun around and saw To Luong, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had no idea why he would show up at a place full of low-tier beasts like the Moon Pavilion. The younger sister had it even worse. Her mind was completely suppressed by the Moon King's presence. She couldn't even hear her sister's voice anymore. Little sister, can you hear me? Keep your head down. Don't look him in the eye. Wake up, now. Despite her desperate signals, the red-haired emissary was too far gone. She wasn't conscious enough to hear or see anything anymore. It wasn't until she stumbled backward that the older sister caught her. Then, both of them dropped to their knees together. To Luong approached, his gaze sharp and distinct. He looked down at them with a cold, superior stare. That arrogant, icy aura made it seem like everything in the world was nothing more than dust to him. It felt like they were standing before an actual god. The 2 sisters were so terrified they didn't dare to even lift their heads. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. In reality, Su Liang was only staring at them because he was curious about why they were there. He wondered what people from the Moon Goddess Palace were doing in a place like this, but given his status, it wouldn't be right for him to just ask. But seeing Su Liang staring so intently, the two emissaries grew even more petrified, thinking he was in a foul mood. They were convinced he was about to take their lives right then and there. Luckily, that's when Thanha stepped in to save the day. Thankfully, Thanha stepped forward just in time to salvage the situation. "Lord Moon King," she cried out, rushing toward him with a huge smile. "I am the owner of the Moon Pavilion. Meeting you in person today is truly the greatest honor of my life." After that, Thanha excitedly bragged that she had just joined the Moon Cult 3 months ago. She eagerly introduced the two messengers from the Moon God Palace, explaining they were here to buy a mid-tier beast, the same cloud stepper deer he had seen yesterday. That deer looked so perfect that even the prestigious Moon God Palace was willing to pay a massive fortune just to own it. Thanha just kept on rambling, boasting about the deal. But hearing that the Moon Pavilion wanted to sell off Cloud Stepper clearly did not sit well with To Luong. All that luxury treatment it received was only because of its looks and bloodline. The kicker? No one but him knew its true nature was actually a sovereign-grade beast. That kind of power is something money cannot buy, no matter how much you have. So, To Luong was dead set on not letting the Moon Pavilion sell it off like that. He turned his head and tossed out a cryptic warning. "Go back. This is not a place you should be. The moon is about to fall." Coming from anyone else, it would have sounded like nonsense. But coming from the invincible King of the Moon, everyone there turned pale instantly, especially the two messengers from the Moon God Palace. They sensed that this warning could mean an unprecedented disaster for the Moon God Palace. "The moon will not fall? Because the night is eternal." The younger sister blurted it out, her voice trembling as if she had lost control of her own mind. She subconsciously recited the Moon God Palace motto, trying to counter the Moon King's words. Good grief, did she really just talk back to the Moon King? The crowd erupted in shock. It was only then that the woman realized how incredibly disrespectful she had been. She looked up and caught To Luong's gaze, which was colder than ice. She was so terrified that she passed out on the spot. Only the older sister managed to keep her head. Suddenly, the deer did not matter anymore. This situation had spiraled way beyond their control. They had to get back to the Moon God Palace and report To Luong words to the 10-pillar consort immediately. A great catastrophe was looming. Thinking fast, she grabbed her sister and rushed out. Thanha watched them leave with total satisfaction. She had been sick of those arrogant Moon God Palace people and their holier-than-thou attitude for a long time. The moon never sets because the night is eternal? Give me a break. Their fake moon set a long time ago. The true moon now lived forever within the eyes of the Moon King, To Luong. Once the messengers were gone, To Luong stepped inside the Moon Pavilion. Only when he was sure no one was watching did he finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Man, that was a close one. Flexing and acting like the Moon King was freaking exhausting. He was not sure if his acting was convincing enough, but after a threat like that, the Moon God Palace probably would not dare dream of taking that white deer anymore. Meanwhile, in Cloud Stepper private room, the staff had already started packing up its things to move it out. But the deer was putting up a huge fight, tearing at the staff clothes and crying out pitifully. The employees were baffled. Usually, this deer was the sweetest, most gentle creature ever. "Oh, what is wrong? Is my little baby sad about leaving mommy?" The caretaker, thinking she knew the reason, rushed over to hug the deer, telling it not to worry. "Even when you are at the Moon God Palace, mommy will come visit you all the time." Cloud Stepper was screaming internally. Like hell she would, it just did not want to go to that place. Just then, someone lifted Cloud Stepper mattress and found a mountain of stuff hidden underneath. There were half-eaten bags of sunflower seeds, human-shaped dolls, and even a hand mirror. There were even cheesy romance novels and a smartphone. The caretaker was totally confused. Do magical beasts even like this stuff? Out of everything, the phone was definitely the most valuable. Thinking someone had dropped it, the caretaker picked it up. Cloud Stepper panicked. If she looked at that phone, its entire browser history would be exposed. To protect its darkest secrets, the deer ditched its gentle persona and charged forward, headbutting its favorite caretaker with everything it had. The phone flew out of her hands and landed right in the palm of To Luong, who had just walked into the room. This was officially worse, way worse than the caretaker seeing its search history. To Luong looked down at the screen and saw a trashy romance novel pulled up. It was a story about a forbidden love between a king and a beast. He was literally speechless. Cloudstepper was so mortified that it scrambled to hide behind its bed. Right now, it just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it forever. After a few seconds of awkward silence, To Luong tried to regain his cool guy vibe by just tossing the phone back to the deer. Then he made an announcement. Today's deal with the Moon God Palace is officially cancelled. No need to pack your things anymore. The Dual Moon sect will be here soon to negotiate the takeover of the Moon Tavern. With that, To Luong left without a single wasted movement, leaving the staff standing there in total shock. He had originally come here to discuss buying out the Moon Tavern anyway. Running into the Moon God Palace people was just an accident. Besides, having this place as a cover would let him get close to more low-level beasts. But To Luong didn't expect to walk right into a cringy disaster for a supreme beast. He was honestly terrified she would get so embarrassed that she would flip out and gore him, so he decided to make a quick exit. As he walked away, the room stayed dead silent. After a few seconds of processing the news, the staff started buzzing with excitement. Did the Moon King really just scrap the deal? Did he run into the Moon God Palace envoy outside? What just happened? I am dying to know. I heard it was a one-sided termination. That is so badass. He really is the Moon King. Wait, doesn't this mean he is declaring war on the Moon God Palace? The Dual Moon sect is definitely going to protect us, right? Honestly, I am more curious about that phone. It made the dignified Moon King make such a weird face. What on earth was on it? Hearing this, Cloud Moon's pride flared up again. Before anyone else could touch the phone, she lunged forward, grabbed it in her teeth, and bolted out the door. The staff could not catch her. They just stared at each other, confused. What is up with that kid? Is she going through a rebellious phase or something? Cloud Moon raced out of the Moon Tavern, chasing after To Luong. He had seen through her identity the other day, and now he had caught her looking at her shameful browser history. Cloud Moon felt like if she let him leave just like that, she would have to move to another planet just to escape the humiliation. Stop right there, Moon King, you saw everything. The deer was fast, cutting To Luong off in an instant as she spoke in a frantic human voice. Her voice was actually quite beautiful, and definitely female. To Luong got it immediately. No wonder she was reading those trashy romance novels. If you dare tell anyone this secret, I will never forgive you. Cloud Moon threatened him again. To Luong stayed silent for a few seconds, his face showing absolutely nothing. Just as the deer thought she had successfully intimidated him, the icy Moon King suddenly let out a smirk. My condolences. Sometimes, losing face is just a way of saying goodbye to your past self. Isn't that right, woman? You have successfully caught my attention. To Luong kept quoting lines from those brain-dead novels, making Cloud Moon so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. Shut up. Just shut up. Don't think I am afraid of you just because you are the Moon King, she screamed at him. If I hear that you told anyone about my identity or those lines, I will run straight out of this tavern, go to your house, and drop dead right at your feet, so you are covered in my blood. Her threats were not actually that scary, but they did remind To Luong of something. If you call a beast's name within a certain radius, they can sense it internally. It is a unique sixth sense that only supreme-grade beasts have. So, To Luong decided to use this chance to strike a deal with Cloud Moon. So what you are saying is, if I call you, you will definitely show up? Of course I will, the deer snapped. Only after saying it did she realize something was wrong. She was supposed to be threatening him, so how did it turn into this? Then it is settled. From now on, every time I call and you don't show up, I am leaking your secret to everyone. To Luong said nonchalantly as he strolled away. Cloud Moon stood there dazed, but as To Luong started to disappear from view, she snapped out of it and shouted for him to be careful on full moon nights. To keep up his cool guy image, To Luong didn't even look back. He just gave a quick and headed straight for the dorms. Once he was completely gone, Cloud Moon just stood there, confusedly thinking back on his words. Maybe it was because she had read too many novels, but his words felt just like a confession from a domineering CEO, making her inner fangirl scream with joy. As for To Luong, once he was sure he was safe, he ducked into a quiet spot to catch his breath, his heart racing from the stress. Originally, he just wanted to tease Cloud Moon a bit, since seeing that deer look so embarrassed was hilarious. Who knew he would end up playing the tough guy so well that he actually managed to blackmail her? It looks like that deer really cares about its image. But as for that last thing it said, about being careful during the full moon, To Luong didn't have a clue what that meant. Even so, he couldn't shake this bad feeling. Was something actually going to happen during the full moon in 3 days? If that was true, To Luong was in a serious jam. Thanks to the Twin Moon cult's latest guard rotations, he didn't have a single bodyguard with him right now. To play it safe, he figured he should beef up his pet lineup. To Luong pulled out the Book of the Moon, hoping to pull something actually decent this time. Meanwhile, over at the Moon Goddess Palace, the 10-pillar consorts were holding a meeting. These women are the top beast tamers in the palace. Their true identities are a mystery, but word on the street is that they're all stunningly beautiful. Those two messenger sisters had returned, reporting to Luong's cryptic warning about the moon falling from the sky. Oh, even if we don't know what that means yet, the Moon King's words did remind me of something. The seasons are changing, and the full moon's timing is shifting. Don't forget to recalibrate the measurement gauges, everyone. That was the fourth consort speaking. It sounded like she was trying to cool things down and ease the tension in the room, but it didn't seem to work at all. Everyone was still sighing and looking stressed out. They all assumed a big shot like the Moon King, To Luong, would never lower himself to mess with low-level spirit beasts. So, his showing up at the Moon Pavilion didn't make any sense to them. This led someone to guess that there must be something at the Moon Pavilion that caught the Moon King's eye, most likely an Emperor-tier spirit beast. As soon as that thought was voiced, the room went dead silent. It was suffocating. After a long pause, a few voices finally chimed in. Are you saying an Emperor-tier beast? If the Moon King really can control a creature of that level, then it's true. That would mean the god dwelling inside the Moon King's body is about to wake up. If it truly awakens, our Moon Goddess Palace won't stand a chance. We'll be defenseless. While the 10-pillar consorts met in person, the fourth consort was also representing the palace in an online meeting with the Black Moon cult. Seeing how bad things were looking, the cultists were frantically begging the Moon Goddess Palace for protection to keep their cult safe. If the Moon King has already formed a contract with an Emperor-tier beast, do you really think you have any chance of winning? The fourth consort's question hung in the air, directed at the Black Moon followers. On the other end of the line, the cultists went completely silent the moment they heard To Luong might have an Emperor-tier beast. They were clearly scared out of their wits. The fourth consort called out to them a few more times, but no one answered. Just as she was about to hang up, a man's voice finally replied, "Please don't worry, fourth consort. The Moon King isn't the only one in this world being watched over by the Moonlight. The people from the Twin Moon cult certainly move fast." It didn't take long before the Moon Pavilion officially belonged to the Moon King. To Luong didn't waste any time either. He sent his followers out to track down Moonlight attribute beasts everywhere and bring them back to the Beast Tamer Academy. He was just doing this for his own needs, but it sent the entire Northern Territory into a total panic. Every major faction was terrified and on high alert. They couldn't eat, and they definitely couldn't sleep. Rumors even started flying that the Moon King got his power by eating small animals alive to boost his energy. To them, his recent moves were a sign that the god inside him was finally stirring. People were guessing all sorts of things, but the bottom line was that the North was a total mess lately. Meanwhile, the guy at the center of the storm was perfectly chill, clueless, even. Every day, To Luong unlocked countless new monsters just to earn more gacha pulls. Back when he did his very first draw, he managed to snag a high-level monster right away. But this time, after 5 consecutive pulls, he only got one single high-tier beast, the Moon in the Lake. Even with the Twin Moon cult's help, those 2 or 3 days were a real struggle. Getting 5 pulls in a row was no easy feat. Since he couldn't contract low or mid-tier monsters, he had to scrap them all and turn them into experience points. As for that one high-tier beast he got, even though he planned to contract it, it looked like it was just a support type. He didn't think it would be much help. Plus, there was no mention of a beast called Moon in the Lake in the original owner's memories. This made To Luong wonder if it was just some obscure, toy-like monster that nobody used. He tried looking it up online, but he couldn't find a single shred of information about it. This makes zero sense. How could there be a monster that isn't even in the encyclopedia? Just as he was starting to feel lost, To Luong suddenly remembered something. Since the lake and moon has already been unlocked, why would I even bother searching online? I can just check the Book of the Moon directly. No sooner said than done. Sure enough, To Luong found the intel on this beast. The lake and moon is a mutant creature that appeared on Earth 13,000 years ago. It was automatically detected and catalogued by the Book of the Moon. Eventually, it went extinct because it lacked the ability to reproduce, and its ancestral bloodline remains a total mystery. The lake and moon's combat skill is Submerge, and its innate trait allows it to absorb every single vibration and ripple in its vicinity. Once its endurance hits the limit, it self-destructs in a massive explosion. The Book of the Moon also noted that if a beast under a master's contract kicks the bucket, it will eventually be resurrected. This is one of the main reasons why once fragile humans can now stand toe-to-toe with these monsters. To Luong was completely floored. 13,000 years ago is even further back than the history of the Lunar Temple itself. No wonder there wasn't a single scrap of info about the lake and moon online. It simply doesn't belong to this era. But wait. If it's not from this era, isn't that perfect? He didn't want to contract a high-level beast because he was terrified of being exposed. After all, a common beast wouldn't fit his public persona as the strongest Beastmaster in the world. But what if it's a high-level beast that nobody has ever heard of? The lake and moon is exactly that. Right now, To Luong is the only one who knows its true identity. Plus, its abilities are perfect for dealing with sudden, unexpected threats. Its form is hard to detect, and while it lacks raw offensive power, it fits To Luong's current situation perfectly. With all that in mind, To Luong made his move and officially formed a contract with the lake and moon. At that moment, within the mental beast space of To Luong's consciousness, there was only the flashlight butterfly sleeping soundly. But as soon as the contract was sealed, a massive flood of water suddenly surged into the space. Before long, it transformed into a vast lake reflecting the shimmering light of a crescent moon, causing the flashlight butterfly to shiver involuntarily. At the same time, To Luong could feel the presence of this high-tier beast. That sense of ancient mystery and depth was completely different from any other high-level beast he had ever felt. Finally, he had his second pet, and To Luong truly hoped it could give him a hand, especially since the full moon night mentioned by the Cloud Treader Moonshifter was almost here. The very next night was the night of the full moon. The people of the Black Moon sect were already making their move. Based on their previous negotiations with the Lunar Temple, they speculated that To Luong had obtained an emperor-rank pet and would strike tonight, under the full moon. One of the strongest members of the Black Moon sect, who had been successfully playing the role of a mole within the academy, was assigned to guard this area. This was the spot closest to the King of the Moon. He was incredibly tense, fearing that if To Luong sensed even a tiny hint of hostility, then facing him would mean certain death. Meanwhile, To Luong was still chilling in his dorm room. Curiously, his flashlight butterfly was fluttering back and forth restlessly. It had never acted like this during previous full moons. The lake and moon was still deep in its slumber, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary with it. To Luong figured that a powerful beast must have appeared in the academy, scaring low-level creatures like his flashlight butterfly. All right, stop making such a fuss. I'll take you outside to look around, To Luong told the butterfly. And it finally calmed down and perched. Even though the academy has a strict curfew on full moon nights, that didn't matter to To Luong, given his special status. If something strange was happening in the academy, there was a high chance he was the target. And if real danger was coming, an open area would be much better for a counterattack than being trapped in a cramped dorm. Besides, To Luong didn't want the other students getting caught in the crossfire. Stepping out of his room, he realized the entire boys' dorm was in chaos. It wasn't just his butterfly. Dozens of other low-level pets were in a state of extreme agitation. Students were running around frantically, trying to catch their pets. This made him even more uneasy. Could the Cloud Treader Moonshifter's warning be true? Is a strange beast really going to attack him tonight? To Luong felt a mix of nerves and excitement. Just what kind of beast would someone have to possess to be bold enough to target him? Just as he was thinking this, a massive explosion erupted from the neighboring building. To Luong immediately ran to the window to see what was going on. He saw that the roof of the building had been completely blown off, but the attack didn't seem to be aimed at him at all. In reality, the one under fire was that Black Moon sect spy who had infiltrated the academy. The commotion was caused by him being attacked by a bizarre creature. It was strange because it clearly looked like a low-level Moonlight rabbit. However, its size and overwhelming aura were absolutely terrifying, nothing like a weak Moonlight rabbit at all. This sudden assault sent shockwaves through the entire academy, marking the beginning of a very violent full moon night. In reality, this is the Moonlight rabbit, a creature born with a defect that only allows its true power to explode under the brightest full moon. But except for Su Liang, who possesses the Book of Moon, absolutely no one knows that secret. The spy is no exception. He can't wrap his head around the creature in front of him. Right now, the Moonlight rabbit is using its long ears to launch a relentless assault. Wherever it strikes, even the sturdiest stone and brick shatter into pieces. Inside the dormitory, the low-level spirit beasts are becoming increasingly terrified and agitated by the commotion and the Moonlight Rabbit's thunderous roars. And over at the Moon Pavilion, a similar scene is unfolding. The low-level beasts outside are scurrying around in a panic. But strangely, they're all heading toward the room of the cloud-treading moon chaser. The white deer was sound asleep, so being jolted awake by the noise makes him incredibly irritable. What is with all this racket in the middle of the night? How annoying. Just go back to sleep, all of you. The pressure radiating from the cloud-treading moon chaser is far beyond anything the Moonlight Rabbit could produce. After hearing his command, the little low-level beasts immediately become obedient. One by one, they sheepishly head back to their nests to go back to sleep. As for the cloud-treading moon chaser, since he was woken up halfway through the night and can't fall back asleep, he starts reminiscing about what To Luong said this morning and feels a bit embarrassed. He's the King of Moon, someone who can stand toe-to-toe with the great Emperor Kang Yue. Why on earth would he need my help? The deer thinks to himself, eventually coming up with the theory that To Luong is still far too young. In reality, his power hasn't reached its peak yet, which is why he needs to borrow the strength of the cloud-treading moon chaser to overcome these dangers. The silly deer actually thought that way just to brainwash himself into believing he's truly useful to the kid. Back at the academy dorms, the Moonlight Rabbit is still in a state of pure frenzy. The spy, who is considered a powerhouse within the Black Moon cult, is stunned to see this power far exceeding his wildest expectations. But seeing the rabbit trashing the academy facilities like this, he guesses that it doesn't belong to the Twin Moon sect, but is just a wild beast, driven mad by the moonlight. His only fear is that this commotion will alert the King of Moon. If that happens, neither he nor that rabbit will be getting out of here in one piece. I'm telling you, don't you know this is the King of Moon's territory? If we wake him up, neither of us will have a place to be buried. The spy shouts, originally wanting to negotiate a truce, but the Moonlight Rabbit has long since lost all reason, so even if it hurt him, the words wouldn't register. In fact, it doesn't even wait for him to finish before launching another attack. Faced with a barrage of murderous strikes, the spy quickly commands his spirit beast, the Spirit Swim Moon, to use its massive body as a shield. As a result, those two fish are beaten black and blue, but they actually manage to neutralize the Moonlight Rabbit's attack. Good job! He pats his spirit beast, and the wounds on its body slowly begin to heal. After that exchange, he feels like he's finally sized up his opponent. Despite its massive strength, its movements are sluggish. It doesn't act like a high-level beast with any intelligence at all, and there's no way it's a supreme-tier spirit beast. If it were, his Spirit Swim Moon wouldn't have been able to block that last hit. How interesting. If the King of Moon hasn't been disturbed yet, then why should I be afraid of you? The Black Moon cult spy lets out a laugh, hops down from the back of the Spirit Swim Moon, and authorizes his spirit beast to release its restraints. Allowed to absorb the moonlight immediately, the two fish merge into one under the energy of the full moon, transforming into a ferocious shark. But at the same time, the spy feels a sharp, agonizing pain radiating from his chest. Spirit Swim Moon, stop absorbing it, he screams. He's just hit his absolute limit. Aside from the great Emperor Kang Yue and the Moon Goddess Palace, no Beastmaster can allow their spirit beast to absorb moonlight indefinitely. Otherwise, the price to pay is the Beastmaster's body exploding, leading to a gruesome death. As for the King of Moon, To Luong, this spy assumes he's long since transcended the boundaries of common sense. He then unleashes the full power of the Spirit Swim Moon, sending it charging toward the giant Moonlight Rabbit. The moment the two monsters collide, the academy is rocked by a violent earthquake, triggering an immediate emergency evacuation. The academy staff initially thought this was an attack by hostile forces, but they quickly dismissed the idea. With the King of Moon stationed here, what madman would be crazy enough to launch a preemptive strike? It's probably just some beast that absorbed too much moonlight and lost control. Yeah, that must be it. But anyway, monsters under the full moon are extremely dangerous. One of them even attacked a teacher back in the day. Just as they're talking, the two staff members suddenly see a figure dash past them. At first, they thought it was just a student running around, but looking closer, they realize it's To Luong. The moon is about to rise. To Luong drops another cryptic, nonsensical line. Even though he has no clue what the heck he's talking about, he sure looks cool saying it. After dropping that line, To Luong turns and walks away. Even though he now has the Moonwell Fox by his side, for some reason, a lingering sense of insecurity haunts him, especially on this night of the full moon. If he had to use one of the original owner's cheesy lines to describe the feeling, it would be, "The moonlight is watching me." The trader's spectral moonshark launched a vicious, lethal strike, one so brutal that he thought all that would be left was to go pick up the Moonlight Rabbit's corpse. But who would have thought that after the dust settled, that rabbit would still be standing tall? This hit him like a ton of bricks. That spectral moon shark was the very beast that earned him a spot in the Black Moon cult. And yet now, it couldn't even take down a single crazed beast? At the same time, Tukan and Bok Duyet Ni, hiding behind a nearby building, witnessed the entire battle. Despite knowing how dangerous it was, they still had to come and watch the drama. After all, the roof of their dorm had already been blown off. But as she watched, Bok Duyet Ni couldn't shake the feeling that the beast looked a little familiar. Tukan thought it looked like a high-level plushie, but that body shape was definitely abnormal. The two of them barely exchanged another word before the tide of battle completely shifted. The Moonlight Rabbit used its 2 long ears to tie up the spectral moon shark and slammed it violently into the ground. That shark looked like a helpless goldfish in front of the rabbit. Its regeneration speed couldn't even come close to the speed of the damage being dealt. The Black Moon cult traitor was backed into a corner. He desperately ordered his beast to unleash its ultimate move, moon swallowing. This technique is terrifying because, once the target is hit, they get ripped apart by an invisible force released by the spectral moon shark. But before this overpowered move could even finish charging, the Moonlight Rabbit let out a roar and literally swallowed the invisible force whole. Seeing this, the traitor was completely shell-shocked. He couldn't believe a mere wild beast possessed such terrifying combat skills. Bok Duyet Ni's jaw dropped in awe, unable to stop praising the rabbit's insane power. Suddenly, Tukan grabbed her from behind and summoned her own beast, the Silver Moon Fox. The fox used its massive tails to form a protective shield around the two of them. Immediately after, the Moonlight Rabbit went all out, returning every bit of energy it had just swallowed. This taste-of-your-own medicine attack had the destructive power of a nuke, turning the spectral moon shark into a piece of grilled fish. The traitor had utterly lost this fight. The massive shockwave leveled an entire section of the academy. Tukan and Bok Duyet Ni only survived because Bok Duyet Ni had also summoned her beast just in time. Otherwise, with just the Silver Moon Fox, they probably would have been left with only half their lives. However, Bok Duyet Ni's white tiger caught the Moonlight Rabbit's attention. Now, they had nowhere to hide. Seeing the rabbit staring them down, the two girls could only tremble and hug each other, thinking their time was up. But the Moonlight Rabbit only approached them and stood still, showing no signs of attacking. Moreover, Tukan felt that the way it looked at Bok Duyet Ni wasn't hostile at all. After a while, the rabbit looked away. It picked up the traitor stuck in the rubble. Somehow, that guy was still breathing. He's seriously harder to kill than a cockroach. You think you can escape alive? The Moon King is coming. He's going to turn you into mincemeat. Driven to madness, the guy screamed his threats. But they were useless. If anything, it just pissed the Moonlight Rabbit off. It slammed the traitor onto the ground and lifted a foot. It clearly intended to stomp this defenseless guy into a pancake. Seeing this, Bok Duyet Ni wanted to stop it. Tukan held her back, saying, "Don't be reckless. You know Little White can't stop that giant monster. It's a high-level beast. If your beast dies in battle and has to be resurrected, its loyalty will plummet. But we can't just stand here and watch him die, right? How can we just look the other way?" Bok Duyet Ni replied. Tukan knew she couldn't convince her, so she let her go. But just as she was about to summon her beast, a hand reached out. The King of the Moon, To Luong, had arrived. "Stand back. This isn't a fight you can handle. The moonlight is about to converge." A swirling halo of light appears above the Moonlight Rabbit's head. Brilliant beams of light radiate from To Luong as he walks, with numerous swirling vortices appearing above him. In the back, Tukan and Duyet Ni are stunned by his power, whispering in awe, "It's so blinding. Is this level of power even human?" Just then, the Moonlight Rabbit turns its head, fixing its gaze on the small figure of To Luong as he approaches. With his robes fluttering in the wind, he quietly ponders. With that size and shape. Plus, no ultimate-level beast has ever been born yet. To Luong purses his lips, hesitating for a moment before his eyes fly open with newfound certainty. He confirms a suspicion in his mind. So, there can only be one possibility. 10 minutes earlier, To Luong had been watching Tukan and Duyet Ni from behind a rock, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. "Even though I was impulsive, I came here with this unexplainable confidence." He thinks to himself gloomily, but there is absolutely no way to win this fight. Seeing the scene unfolding before him, his despair only grows. Even the high-level beasts of 4-star instructors were killed instantly. Summoning the Book of Moonlight, To Luong still feels a lingering anxiety in his heart. My Moon Lake Fox and Glimmer Butterfly can't even scratch a single hair on its body. To use the Book of Moonlight to identify its rank, I have to make physical contact. But I can't do that right now. The light from the book reflects off his face, yet he continues to hesitate. What should I do? Am I really going to give up just like this? Suddenly, To Luong's eyes widen as something makes his train of thought screech to a halt. Wait a second. Ahead of him, the Moonlight Rabbit stands perfectly still, only staring at Toucan and Duyetni, leading him to wonder, why isn't that monster attacking them? To Luong begins to analyze the situation, noticing how a loss of control and logic seem to coexist. That kind of contradiction shouldn't exist in a high-level beast. Snapping back to reality as he stands near the Moonlight Rabbit, he confidently concludes, there is only one final possibility. Down below, Hak Kin is shocked when he sees To Luong's back right in front of him. The Moon King, he is actually so close to me. He grins widely, unable to hide his excitement, thinking, could it be that I'm about to see the Moon King's beast with my own eyes? News about the Moon King's beast would be an earth-shattering wave, and I'm the only one here to witness it. However, those thoughts are suddenly cut short when Little White unexpectedly lifts him high into the air. Once it successfully moves Hak Kin onto its back, Duyetni cheers, great job, Little White. Toucan urgently shouts, we need to take this chance and retreat quickly. As the group starts to run, Hak King cries out in a panic, hey, what are you girls doing? Don't take me away. He keeps screaming at the top of his lungs while Little White dashes forward. Don't save me. Now, in the middle of the chaotic scene, only To Luong and the Moonlight Rabbit remain. He looks up at it and softly voices his theory. A beast that goes mad under a full moon shouldn't be sane, but you aren't crazy at all. Seeing that it is quietly listening, he continues calmly, you're simply acting on instinct. A smile spreads across his face as To Luong realizes with excitement, only low-level beasts rely solely on instinct, so the truth is already obvious. A second later, without any hesitation, he reaches his hand forward. Looking at the Moonlight Rabbit, To Luong asks in a gentle voice, you've been looking for me this whole time, haven't you? Behind him, Duyetni and Toucan hold their breath, watching his every move. Toucan cries out in confusion, Moon King, what is he doing? Suddenly, Duyetni's eyes go wide as she hurriedly shouts, Toucan, look! At that moment, the Moonlight Rabbit suddenly growls fiercely and slams its two giant ears down. Even standing directly under the attack, To Luong doesn't flinch, his hand still extended forward. Toucan's jaw drops in shock, unable to believe that the Moon King didn't even summon a beast to defend himself. Beside her, Duyetni covers her face in terror. He's going to be crushed into paste. Right now, those two rabbit ears are only a few centimeters away from To Luong. Instead of dodging, he shuts his eyes tight, focusing on his senses. Moments later, a bead of sweat falls from To Luong's face into the lake. A soft plop echoes through the air. At the same time, the ear that seemed destined to crush him suddenly curls upward, stopping dead in midair. A mystical stream of swirling water begins to appear beneath To Luong's feet. The Moon Lake Fox emerges from the vortices, wrapping its body around him from behind. It slowly opens its eyes, while he remains eyes shut in fear. The scene before them leaves the three people in the distance completely wide-eyed. Hak Kin is frozen stiff, unable to utter a single word as he realizes the truth. Seeing the Moon Lake Fox separate from To Luong to block the pet beast's attack makes him even more certain. Ancient, mysterious, and unidentified. Yes, this is exactly what the Black Moon cult's internal intelligence mentioned. His eyes remain wide open as he emphasizes the monarch. The monarch has been born. Just then, Su Liang slowly opened his eyes, staring ahead with deep anxiety. The sight before him made him want to scream for joy. He had made his bet, and now he was secretly celebrating inside. He was right, Moon in the lake had successfully blocked the attack, but his relief was short-lived as a wave of dread washed over him when he realized the truth. This attack was so powerful that even Moon in the lake wouldn't be able to survive a second hit. Quickly, Su Liang smirked as the status window appeared before him. Moonlight Rabbit, low-tier crescent physique. He thought to himself excitedly, there's no need to fight anymore. Now that the truth was out, and he knew that ferocious beast was actually a Moonlight Rabbit, Su Liang couldn't hide his excitement. I knew it was you. You didn't attack them because of that familiar bond. My hunch was right on the money. He gently reached out to pet its fur, whispering, so that's how it is. The Moonlight Rabbit's eyes were still fixed on him. Su Liang said without a hint of fear, A crescent physique can only absorb infinite lunar power during a full moon. That is why you crave the moonlight so much, pushing yourself to grow strong enough to take down high-tier beasts. Hearing those words, the creature froze for a moment, and its massive ears slowly began to droop. Suddenly, a pair of slender legs landed nearby as someone arrived on the scene. 3 female reinforcements in cloaks approached. Looking at the carnage, one of them asked, "What happened? Are we too late?" Black Whale, sprawled out on the ground, spat out bitterly, "You're not late, you're just useless, even if you're here." Confused, they asked, "What did you say?" He smirked, emphasizing every word. "The Lunar King has been disturbed. We're all going to die." At those words, the 3 women froze, shouting in unison, "The Lunar King?" On To Luong's side, he felt a bit uneasy. He needed to find a way to slip away before the reinforcements caused more trouble. He couldn't afford to get caught up in this. He turned back to the Moonlight Rabbit and whispered, "So, did you come here for me?" As soon as he spoke, it placed its paws on the ground and suddenly bowed its head low before To Luong. The reinforcements stood there speechless, stammering at the sight. Satisfied with the rabbit's reaction, To Luong let out a smirk, making a promise to the creature. "With such dedication to the moon, I have seen your resolve. I will give you the moonlight you desire most." Then he lowered his voice, whispering into its ear, "Let's meet again where we first met." The moment he finished, the Moonlight Rabbit slowly stood up and immediately bolted in the opposite direction. It vanished into the night as the reinforcements buzzed with confusion. "Why is it running? Shouldn't we chase it? Chase it? Are you kidding? The Lunar King hasn't even made a move yet. You think it's your turn?" Suddenly, Black Whale lunged forward, shouting indignantly, "What? We're just going to let it go like that?" He was fuming inside. "Damn it, I almost died, and I didn't even get a good look at the monarch beast." He turned to To Luong and screamed, "Lord Lunar King, that monster attacked you. How can you just forgive it?" To Luong gave him a cold stare, his voice dropping low. "You call that an attack?" Black Whale flinched, rendered speechless by what he saw. Those eyes. That crescent moon had changed into a one-of-a-kind full moon. Inside Black Whale's mind, a voice suddenly echoed, "Black Whale, what did you see?" But there was no reply. The voice called out again, "Black Whale, answer me." But he just stood there, frozen solid. Suddenly, the image of the Moonlight Rabbit flashed through his mind, followed by the scene of Soul Moon being defeated in an instant, charred to a crisp and vanishing. Then, the sight of To Luong recalling Moon in the lake. And finally, To Luong's ice-cold face. The eye that was once a crescent moon had become a full circle. After piecing it all together, Black Whale muttered under his breath, "A monarch." His whole body began to shake violently, his face turning pale as a ghost. A second later, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in a panic. "The monarch, that's right. It's the monarch! I saw it!" He screamed uncontrollably. "The Lunar King! He's terrifying!" Finally, he slumped down, panting for air, as that voice spoke again. "Let's stop here for today. Any more will be too much for you to handle." A figure slowly appeared before Black Whale and continued, "Black Whale, just last night, the falling star moon appeared in the Northern Territory." Sweat poured down his face as he waited in fear for what came next. An instant later, he was teleported away with a final command. "The vice leader of the Black Moon Sect's 3rd branch has arrived in the Northern Territory. You will continue your duty as our double agent." Even though Hak-Kin reached out in a panic, the mysterious figure ignored him and kept giving orders. "Keep a close eye on the Moon King's every move. If you see anything unusual, report it immediately." Suddenly, Hak-Kin bolted upright in his hospital bed, his hand still stretched out in front of him. As he looked around the room, he wondered nervously, "Is this the Academy Infirmary? Was that just a nightmare?" But his eyes quickly turned vacant as the realization hit him. Wait, that wasn't a nightmare at all. Hak-Kin clutched his head as a dull ache throbbed. He was certain that creature belonged to a high-ranking leader. The message from above came through the intersection of the moon and dreams. The star-sinking crescent blade has appeared in the Northern Territory. A vice sect leader has already arrived there. Recalling the silhouette of To Luong, Hak-Kin felt a wave of confusion. But then, who is going to deal with the Moon King's emperor? His eyes widened in shock as a sudden thought crossed his mind. No way, it can't be. Could it be those guys? Thinking this, Hak-Kin whipped his head around and stared out the window in disbelief. Meanwhile, back at the academy dorms, our guy To Luong rubbed his eyes when he felt something moving around. When he opened his eyes, the adorable face of the Moonlight Rabbit was right there, making him jump back with a scream. He scrambled back in a panic while the rabbit just looked at him, confused. Then, To Luong paused for a second. He let out a huge sigh of relief as it finally clicked. Oh right, I remember now. Watching the Moonlight rabbit raise its paws in joy, To Luong whispered to himself, I really did sign a contract with this little guy. Rewinding to last night, on his way to meet the Moonlight rabbit, To Luong felt a bit anxious. I told it to meet where we first met, but did it actually understand me? Suddenly, his jaw dropped at what he saw ahead. His eyes sparkled with wonder. Seeing the Moonlight rabbit happily chasing a butterfly, To Luong thought happily, you actually showed up. He let out a fake cough as a mischievous idea popped into his head. After all, he had been acting like a legendary powerhouse in front of everyone. If this rabbit realized the Moon King was actually weak, if it got angry right then, he would be finished. So, to be safe, it was better to sign the contract where no one else was around. Regaining his composure, he reached out his hand and commanded, Moonlight rabbit, enter into a contract with me. The Moonlight rabbit did not even flinch within the energy flow, standing perfectly still for To Luong to tame it. Once it was done, he looked at the interface in front of him and felt a pang of disappointment. This status screen looks nothing like a Moon King. The info for his 3 contracted beasts appeared one by one. First was the low-level Glimmer Butterfly, then the high-level Moon in the lake, and the newest addition, a low-level Moonlight rabbit with a waning moon constitution. But then he smiled, trying to reassure himself. It might look like a low-level Moonlight rabbit, but it can crush high-level monsters. To Luong stroked his chin, wondering about its potential. Could it actually reach an even higher level? The moment he thought about evolution, his face went dark and his train of thought was cut short. Right now, the Moonlight rabbit was on the floor, gnawing away at To Luong's shoe like crazy. Then it looked up with its incredibly cute face, its eyes sparkling like pearls as it stared at him. Seeing that, To Luong facepalmed and walked away in annoyance. But then, a new plan came to mind. I should head over to the Moon Pavilion and have Dap, Fan, Hone, and Guillet check out this Moonlight rabbit. After getting dressed, To Luong opened the door to head out, but he suddenly froze in his tracks. Seeing a bunch of female students running excitedly down the hallway, he wondered, what is going on now? He glanced around for a bit and realized that things felt different from yesterday. Just then, a girl shouted excitedly, a wild supreme-level Moonlight beast has actually appeared in the Northern Territory, and it is not far from the academy, her friend asked. Wait, you are not planning to go there and try to sign a contract with it, are you? The first girl quickly replied, I will just see how it goes. Who knows? I might get lucky. Overhearing their conversation, To Luong's jaw dropped as he repeated the word, supreme. He quickly pulled out his phone to search, asking himself, which one is it? A wild supreme-level beast would not just wander out for no reason. He quickly typed supreme-level appearance into the search bar. To Luong immediately hit search. What popped up on his screen made his eyes bulge in shock. The screen showed that the supreme-level beast, the star-sinking crescent blade, had arrived in the Northern Territory early this morning. The entire area for hundreds of miles has been cordoned off by the Moonlight forces. The crowd of onlookers has already surpassed 100,000. The star-sinking crescent blade is the only weapon-type beast in the Moonlight system. It fell into a deep sleep because it could not find a worthy Beastmaster. Even the Great Emperor, but just yesterday, as soon as it awakened, the falling star lunar crescent descended upon the Northern Territory. While he was busy scanning every line of text, 2 female assassins were secret. The final bit of information had just been uploaded into his brain. At this point, every major power was obsessed with that entity, which was exactly when those female assassins made their move, leaping past the window. After finishing the intel report, To Luong froze for a moment, his eyes fixed on 2 names, Moon King and To Luong. He stared intensely at the phone in the hallway before slowly tucking it away. He thought to himself, so that is how it is. Almost every faction believes the falling star lunar crescent came here specifically for me. Behind him, the 2 cloaked girls watching his every move suddenly widened their eyes in shock. After a long silence, To Luong finally picked up his pace and started walking forward. Seeing him walk in the opposite direction of the crowd, the 2 scouts were completely caught off guard. The Moon King did not even spare a glance for the falling star lunar crescent. At that moment, To Luong allowed a faint smile to escape as he thought, even though I really want it. His expression shifted to one of dread as his thoughts raced. But am I really supposed to tame the falling star lunar crescent while 100,000 people are breathing down my... Imagining himself getting wrecked in front of such a massive crowd, To Luong groaned internally. If I do not have the raw power to keep it in check, Wouldn't I just end up as dead meat right then and there? Realizing this, he opted for a much safer bet. It is better to be cautious than to gamble with my life, especially since there is a much prettier and cuter one nearby. Not long after, To Luong arrived at the Moon Pavilion. Inside, Huan Yue was lying on the bed, lost in thought. He gently pushed the door open. Huan Yue immediately whipped her head around to see who was trespassing. To Luong walked in with a grin and gave a casual wave. "Long time no see," he said, while his mind continued where it left off. "Why look so far away for a prize?" She was stunned by his sudden appearance and immediately asked, "My lord, what are you doing here?" As To Luong stepped closer, Huan Yue still could not believe it. "The falling star lunar crescent has manifested. Are you not going to check it out?" He let out a soft chuckle at her question and started teasing her. "Wow. Even an internet addict like you knows about that." Huan Yue snapped her head away, replying huffily, "I sensed its presence long before it ever hit the internet." Then, she slowly turned her gaze back toward To Luong. Huan Yue asked with a serious tone, "If you do not go now, someone else might tame it. Won't you regret it?" Hearing that, To Luong wagged his finger back and forth, answering smugly, "They just do not get it." He then dropped a line that left Huan Yue even more confused. "Only those with true vision can see it. No monster is actually cute." Suddenly, remembering something important, To Luong reached into his pocket and pulled something out. "Oh, right." He held out a piece of food with a crescent moon shape on it and said, "This is a thank you gift for you." Looking at the strange gift, Huan Yue asked curiously, "A thank you gift for what?" He turned away and gave a fake cough, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, it was thanks to her tip that he managed to tame the Moonlight rabbit, but he figured it was better not to say that out loud. As a deer that had been raised as a mid-tier beast, Huan Yue was absolutely floored by the shimmering treat and asked, "Is this specialized food made specifically for supreme-tier beasts? Isn't this insanely expensive?" Hearing her reaction, To Luong smiled happily and said, "It is nothing special. If you like it, I will bring more tomorrow." He spoke with total confidence because he knew he had several thousand of them sitting in his beast space, all offered up by the Twin Moon sect. Huan Yue took the treat, her eyes filled with hesitation. Suddenly, she tucked it away in her snack box. Tu Luong was a bit surprised and asked, "What is up? Are you too attached to it to eat it?" Snapping the box shut with a click, Huan Yue replied sharply, "No, snacks are obviously meant to be saved for when I am watching movies or reading web novels." Her weird attitude took him by surprise. Having finished his business, Tu Luong stood up and announced with a smile, "Well, I am heading out. If I stay too long, someone might figure out who you really are." At that moment, Huan Yue pulled out her phone and giggled, which gave him a sudden idea. "Wait, there is obviously a much easier way for us to stay in touch." A second later, Tu Luong pulled out his own phone and made a suggestion. "That is right. Let us add each other as friends." Huan Yue was taken aback for a moment but then agreed. "Huh? Okay." Soon, a notification chimed on to Luong's phone. The screen showed that the user Moon Goddess Glimmer Butterfly had added a new friend, named Clouds, but to his surprise, her profile picture was a white-haired goddess with purple eyes that sparkled like diamonds. Looking at that face, Tu Luong immediately recognized her as the one from the Covenant of Clouds and Moon, the founder of the Lunar Beast Academy from 100 years ago. He then began to speculate to himself, is this legendary Emperor-tier beast actually her ancestor? He then cast a suspicious glance toward Huan Yue, as a question popped into his head. Is it possible that the cloud-stepping moon shifter could actually look like that after transforming? Catching Tu Luong staring intensely at her, she tilted her head and asked in confusion, "What is it?" Right then, Tu Luong snapped out of his daze. Flustered, he turned to leave, waving goodbye as he said, "It is nothing. I am heading back now. I will be back tomorrow." On the inside, he was wondering what on earth he was thinking. Seeing this, Huan Yue waved back. After he had left, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. She thought to herself, "The falling star crescent has clearly appeared, yet he does not seem to care at all. He even came all this way just to find me." Suddenly, Huan Yue clapped her hands, startled by her own realization. "I see, this must be that playing hard to get tactic." She then imagined Tu Luong being wicked and started scolding him in her head. "He is trying to trick me into joining the Dual Moon sect." A moment later, she got annoyed and stood up abruptly. She pointed forward and said triumphantly, "You cunning Moon King, I have seen through your little plot." Then, she suddenly froze. Her finger stayed pointed in the air. After overthinking the situation for a while, Huan Yue collapsed back onto the bed. Feeling shy again, she thought. Did he really say he would come back tomorrow? 3 days passed, and the Moon King still ignored the falling star crescent. The dual moon sect remained quiet as well. Because of this, the situation in the Northern Territory became increasingly chaotic. The number of people lining up to form a contract with the falling star crescent was beyond counting. The noisy crowd made a woman shout out in annoyance. Stop pushing. You are all just here to see the sights anyway. Do you really think you can actually tame the falling star crescent? The woman who just spoke was Deputy Dean Nung Yuyet of the Moonlight Beast Academy. She held up a document and warned loudly, "Those who register will be guaranteed basic safety. Those who do not register will have to face the consequences alone." One by one, people stepped up to register, as Nung Yuyet instructed. She looked at them with disgust, wondering why she had to stay here and be responsible for these low-level students. Suddenly, her eyes landed on someone, and surprise washed over her face. It was the mole, Hak Kin, walking over with his arm in bandages. Nung Yuyet asked in confusion, "Mentor Hak Kin, you should be resting and treating your injury. What are you doing here?" He gave a faint smile and replied gently, "Please, let me handle this. I had a healer revive my beast, so I am fine now." But Nung Yuyet seemed a bit hesitant. After a moment of thought, she replied, "Is that so?" She then got up and let Hak Kin take her seat. "Since you put it that way, I will leave it to you." She smirked inwardly, mocking him for being another dreamer. As soon as he sat down, a girl from the academy came over to check on him. "Mentor Hak Kin, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" Hak Kin stammered with a forced smile. "I am fine, really." As he waited for people to fill out the forms, he told himself seriously that Lord has arrived. Looking at the powerful figure in front of him, Hak Kin speculated, "Even though I have never met them, that person will surely find a way to notify me. Is this that Lord?" A cloaked woman stepped forward right after. Hak Kin quickly spoke up. "Next, your student ID and rank? Fill it in here." The woman placed her hand on the signing pen. A symbol appeared on her hand. It was the image of a snake with its mouth open, circling an equilateral triangle. This was the unmistakable symbol of the Black Moon sect. Hak Kin stared directly at the emblem. The person believed to be that Lord was actually Serpens, a Beastmaster from the Black Moon sect. She also turned her gaze toward him. Hak Kin felt a bit intimidated by her intense bloodlust and stuttered for the next person to come forward. Once she had turned and left, sweat poured down his face like rain. He confirmed in shock, "It really is her." Looking at Wei Nguyet's shimmering barrier in the distance, one could not help but exclaim in awe, "Is this the beast once known as the Star Destroyer?" At this moment, the Thui K sect from the Nine Hells region, under Duong Huang Tuiyan's faction, also spoke up. What an incredible aura. She stared intently at the barrier before her, adding in admiration. Seeing it today, its reputation is truly well-deserved. Suddenly, a blond man approached from behind and asked a question that startled her. "Are you clear on this yet?" This man was Elder Kim Nguyen of the Moonlight Beast Academy in the Northern region. He spoke seriously about the gravity of the situation. Any non-Moonlight beast entering the barrier will be repelled by force. Any Beastmaster who rushes in will just be throwing their life away. At this point, the Lin Nguyet sect of the Northern region arrived and spoke with disdain. A mere non-Moonlight ranker actually wants to tame the falling star crescent? Vian Nguyet of the Northern region added sarcastically. They must be daydreaming. Hearing those condescending words, Thui K cast a disgusted look toward them. Then she turned away sharply, her lips curling into a smug smile as she mocked them. "Fine, I get it. I will order all my disciples to head back, but I am staying right here." At this point, she glanced back with a look of pure disdain, wondering which group of idiots had a death wish today. After spitting out those words, Thui K slowly walked away. Lin Nguyet's teeth were grinding together, absolutely fuming over those venomous remarks. This woman is seriously piece of work. She is too chicken to do it herself, yet she wants to stay and watch everyone else fail. Ving Yuyet chimed in with her own criticism. If it weren't for the massive influence of the Tang Imperial underworld, they never would have let her act so damn entitled. Seeing the hostile looks on his two students' faces, Kim Yuyet quickly patted their shoulders and gave a small shake of his head as a warning. "Enough. The situation is urgent right now. It is time we choose who will go in." Then, he gave them a serious look. First, to avoid any rejection from the energy, all beasts must belong to the Moonlight-type beast tamers. Second, The presence of a supreme-tier beast will immediately cause the star-sinking crescent to lash out at its own kind. Hearing that, both Vian Nguyen and Lin Nguyen looked pretty worried. Noticing the confusion written all over their faces, Kim Nguyen continued the briefing. That is right, only beasts below the supreme rank are allowed to enter. At this point, Vin Nguyen rubbed his chin and immediately shared his theory. Is that why the Moon King hasn't shown up yet? Kim Nguyen nodded in agreement. Perhaps, but before he could finish his sentence, a pair of long, slender legs approached from behind and cut him off. We are here. All three of them turned their wary eyes toward the person who had just spoken. At that moment, Nu Nguyen arrived along with the students from the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. A deep sense of concern rose within her. She was terrified that the students might suffer heavy casualties. Her gaze then landed on Tuika, who was standing nearby with her arms crossed. Tuika happened to glance over at the same time, her attitude anything but friendly. But Nu Nguyen just brushed it off and turned to address her students. All right, everyone, we are about to enter the territory of the star-sinking crescent. Listen up while I explain the rules to you. 1. While the star-sinking crescent is asleep, it is absolutely indestructible. 2. The moment it wakes up, it will unleash a chaotic slash in every direction. It will instantly decompose every single substance in the environment. Meanwhile, back at To Luong's room, he had just received that same information on his phone and was tensely reading the next line. Although it possesses consciousness and life, communication is completely impossible. On the screen, a message from Ho Nguyen popped up. Years ago, even Emperor Kang Nguyen and the Moon Goddess Temple returned in disappointment. It doesn't matter who tries, it is useless. He turned and pulled his Moonlight rabbit into his arms, feeling skeptical about what he just read. All it does is sleep and beat people up? Are all supreme-tier beasts this arrogant? During their scheduled chat in the Cloud and Dream group at 10:30 a.m., To Luong sent a quick question. Is there really no time when it is actually sentient and calm? Ho Nguyen replied almost instantly. That is correct. But it might not be doing it by choice. The reason I came to the North region this time was because I felt an opportunity for evolution. Then she typed, Are you really not going, sir? After reading the message, he lightly pressed the power button, turned off the phone, and set it aside. Staring up at the ceiling, he wondered what taming the star-sinking crescent had to do with him anyway. But then he imagined the smug looks on everyone's faces if he failed, and he muttered to himself like he was about to cough up blood. The legendary Moon King accidentally dies a pathetic death under the attack of a supreme beast. That kind of irony would go down in the history books. Then the top trending topics would be: Number 1. The Moon King has a death wish. Number 2. The Moon Goddess Butterfly is a scam. Number 3. The Twin Moon sect has become a joke. As he lay there in a daze, something suddenly flashed through his mind, making him freeze. Huh? To Luong sat bolt upright, a sudden thought bothering him. Wait a second. A second later, he snatched up his phone and scrambled to turn it on. While waiting nervously, he started guessing. If I am not careful, I might have to head back to the moon-hidden mountains. Back there, everyone was excitedly lining up, waiting to enter the crescent's barrier. Standing in the long queue, Zachi looked around cautiously, still unable to believe it. I can't believe the Moon King really didn't show up. She placed a hand over her heart as a wave of anxiety hit her. If it were him, he would definitely have a way to tame the star-sinking crescent. She looked at the massive, shimmering barrier in front of her. Zachi whispered a vow to herself. Once I get the star-sinking crescent, I will immediately kill every single beast tamer here. Her snake-like eyes remained fixed forward, determined to make sure not a single piece of information leaked out. Suddenly, a notification pinged on Zachi's phone. She hurriedly pulled it out to check, feeling flustered. Who is sending a notification at a time like this? But when she saw what was on the screen, Zachi's face turned pale. What? The image before her left her even more confused. The Moon King actually turned on his GPS? The next scene made Zachi even more tense. What is worse, he is already moving toward the moon-hidden mountains. She kept staring at her phone screen, her heart racing uncontrollably. Why? Why does it have to be right now? Suddenly, Nu Nguyen walked up and pointed at Zachi's phone, her voice sharp as she shouted, making her jump. What is the matter with you? Why are you still on your phone at a time like this? Nu Nguyen was absolutely livid, her insults coming one after another. If you are going to be this distracted, do you actually want to die in this place? Zachi just silently watched her, but then she had the sense to lower her head, sounding incredibly apologetic as she spoke. Seeing that, Nunuyet just turned and walked away, not forgetting to throw in one last jab. If you cannot focus, you might as well just go home. Watching her walk away, Zachi felt nothing but resentment. That orange-haired brat, how dare she lecture me? Then, an image of Nu Nguyet being swarmed by giant snakes played out in Zachi's mind. Her face darkened as a twisted thought took hold. Once I have captured the Starfall Crescent, I will make sure to torture you until you are begging for death. Right then, Nu Nguyet stepped forward to face the long line of people. Holding a strange stone in her hand, she raised it high and made an announcement to everyone in front of her. For this activity, each of you will be given a secret teleportation stone. Then, she slowly explained how it worked. The moment you crush it, you will be teleported out instantly. Suddenly, her expression turned grim, her voice dropping to a warning tone. Once you notice the Starfall Crescent starting to open its eyes, crush them immediately. If you do not, you will definitely die inside. Holding the secret stones, everyone could not help but feel a wave of anxiety about the place they were about to enter. Zachi had regained her composure by now, silently calculating that the Moon King would be arriving soon. In a nearby corner, Thui Kei stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall, and quietly observing the situation on her own. She looked at the others with total smugness, a look of pure disdain in her eyes. Do you losers really think a 1- or 2-star Beastmaster can tame the Starfall Crescent? Even the 8-star Beastmaster, the great emperor of the Frost Moon, could not pull it off. She continued to watch the line of people waiting to enter the Crescent Barrier, thinking to herself with a sigh of boredom. Looking around, there are only 3 or 4 people who are even 3-star ranked. It does not look like things got any stronger just because the Moon King joined. How incredibly dull. Suddenly, from within the messy line, Zachi's back caught Thui Kei's eye, making her flinch. Huh? Wait. The murderous intent and mysterious power radiating from Zachi made the air feel suffocating. All of a sudden, she whipped her head around, her eyes looking like they wanted to swallow the entire space whole. It was like her pupils were firing off bolts of lightning-fast power directly forward. Thui Kei froze up instantly, unable to utter a single word, her throat feeling like it was being squeezed by that gaze. Zachi kept her eyes fixed behind her. She kept searching for someone's presence, but eventually gave up and turned back toward the front, focusing on what she needed to do. That scene just now left Thui Kei in a state of total panic. Her earlier arrogance was gone, replaced by shock as she wondered, what the hell was that? The mysterious dark aura coming off Zachi made her even more uneasy. Just how many stars does that person have? To think a monster like that was hiding in the Moonlight Academy. Right then, a foot stepped softly into the barrier. The line had visibly shortened as people quickly headed inside to explore. There were only 2 people left before it was Zachi's turn. At that moment, she whispered to herself, the Moon King will be at the Hidden Moon Mountain very soon. Before that, I have to figure out the Starfall Crescent's new mechanism. As the light from the barrier appeared before her, she muttered under her breath, Silent Libra, block the entrance. Once the Moon King enters, seal his imperial power. After a short wait, Zachi finally stepped up to the barrier. A second later, her body slowly merged with the inside. The person at the very end of the line also stepped into that shimmering barrier. Everyone standing behind watched with bated breath. Suddenly, Thui Kei flashed a fake smile and walked over to ask Nunuyet, Vice Principal Shang Nunuyet, why are there only a few 1 and 2? The Moon King has not shown up either. She kept pestering her with questions while Nunuyet did not say a word. I suppose he knows the Starfall Crescent cannot be tamed, so that is why he did not come. Then Thui Kei smirked, asking a suggestive question. Knowing that, you still sent people here? Surely your goal is not just to let the students see the beauty of a supreme-tier beast, right? Nu Nguyet's patience was reaching its limit after that barrage of questions, and she struggled to hold back as she replied, You do not even have a matching attribute, yet you rushed all the way here just to make fun of us? Or do you really think you can tame a supreme beast while being from a completely different system? That comeback immediately ticked Thui Kei off, and her face visibly darkened. Both of them glared at each other, neither willing to back down. After watching for a bit, Thui Kei started speculating to herself. What is going on? She does not seem to know about that black-haired woman's situation. After thinking for a moment, she finally spoke up. You people at the academy. But her sentence was suddenly cut off as everyone turned to look in the same direction at once. Everyone's jaws dropped in pure shock. In the distance, a familiar figure appeared, his robes fluttering in the wind like the wings of a butterfly. That legendary silhouette, which had everyone frozen in their tracks, was none other than the Moonlight King, To Luong. As they stared at him, a single question echoed through the crowd. What on earth was he doing here? Nunuyet was the first to find her voice, asking, Lord Moonlight King, have you come to subdue the star-sinking blade? Right after that, Vian Ninggiet and Lin Ninggiet both voiced their concerns, fearing that the king's emperor rank beast might accidentally agitate it. Hearing those pessimistic words, Nunuyet shot them a smug look and scoffed. You blind fools! Since Lord Moonlight King is already here, she declared excitedly, while Tu Luong stood tall against the wind. He has more than enough confidence to make the star-sinking blade surrender, even without calling out his emperor rank beast. On the other side of things, Tu Luong was thinking to himself quite mundanely, honestly, it is pretty simple. I just need to touch it. Then I can unlock the entry in my Book of Moonlight. He fixed his gaze on the massive barrier ahead with pure determination. Once that is done, I will be able to understand how it works and exactly why the star-sinking blade woke up. I might even be able to tame it. Tu Luong then ordered in a low, firm voice. There is no need for you all to show yourselves. Just follow my lead. Nguyen and Thuy Ke quickly bowed and gave a short reply. Yes, sir. A second later, Tu Luong began stepping into the barrier. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just sensed something. Right then, the Book of Moonlight appeared before him, its pages flipping rapidly like they were caught in a gale, catching Tu Luong off guard. A new page opened, revealing the words, Silent Libra, a pure supreme being with the skill of fair battle. This is an incredibly rare pure attribute supreme beast. It has no way of attacking on its own, and its skills are limited. It relies on stronger creatures to survive. Only another supreme beast can actually launch an attack against it. Furthermore, once a Beastmaster enters the Silent Libra's domain, they are unable to summon any Emperor rank beasts. It can completely hide its presence from those stronger than it, even from Emperor rank beasts. He froze for a moment, remembering that he was only at rank 1 star, and then thought about those words. Supreme rank. And so, Tu Luong just stood there with one foot raised at the edge of the barrier, completely still, while everyone behind him held their breath in suspense. After a moment, he slowly lowered his foot, seemingly having no intention of going inside just yet. Seeing his strange behavior, everyone had the same thought. What is going on? Why did the Moonlight King stop? But in the next second, Tu Luong casually pulled out his phone to look something up. Once again, his actions did nothing to ease their minds. Nguyen could not take it anymore and rushed over to ask, Lord Moonlight King? Amidst the growing anxiety, Tu Luong suddenly let out a smirk and said something very cryptic. How did a little bug from the Black Moon sect manage to sneak in so easily? Everyone flinched the moment they heard that name. Immediately after, he resumed his walk into the barrier, giving instructions as he went. From this moment on, the Twin Moon sect will be in charge of this area, and no one else is allowed inside. I will handle the rest myself. Behind him, the crowd stood stunned, the atmosphere turning so heavy it was hard to breathe. Everyone was panicking over the mention of the Black Moon sect. It was then that Thuy Ke had a sudden terrifying realization. It turns out that scary woman was a Beastmaster from the Black Moon sect. Lin Nguyen hesitantly shared her theory. Weren't they chased out to the North region by the Twin Moon sect? Could they have come back because of the star-sinking blade? Hearing this, a worried Vian Nguyen replied, The Moonlight King already said it. It is just a little pest, but what about the students? Nguyen immediately stepped in to reassure everyone. Since they have teleportation stones, it shouldn't be a major issue. While those behind him were busy guessing, Tu Luong was secretly analyzing the situation. The Silent Libra is specifically used against emperors. Does the Black Moon sect actually think I have an emperor rank beast? A flash of unease suddenly crossed his mind. In other words, after going in, I might have to face more than just one supreme rank beast. This is a dangerous situation. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes tightly, contemplating for a brief moment. The next second, Tu Luong took a soft step forward with the thought, if this were the me who had just transmigrated here, I definitely wouldn't dare go in. But now, his face showed clear determination. His initial worry had vanished, replaced by a surge of confidence. Without waiting another second, Tu Luong strode inside. His robes fluttered in the wind like the wings of a butterfly once more. As his body completely merged into the barrier, every single sound seemed to vanish into thin air. Everyone began gasping in awe, thinking that, as expected of the Moon King, his presence is truly overwhelming. Only Black Whale remained silently in the back, observing the situation. He was incredibly anxious, a deep sense of dread rising within him. The Moon King had really entered the Snake Seat's territory. Suddenly, Black Whale stepped forward and said something that caught everyone off guard. "The remnants of the Black Moon sect are inside. We have to go in and help right now." He then raised his hand with determination, stating every word clearly. "After all, the Moon King is one of our students." His words made Nung Yet hesitate, as he seemed to have a point. Elder Kim Ngu Yet nodded in agreement and asked, "Then what should we do? Should we all head in together to assist him?" Seeing their overwhelming agreement, Black Whale quickly shook his head. "No, your combined power would disturb the Starfall Crescent Blade." He then started walking forward, his arm still in a cast, and spoke firmly. "My beast was just resurrected and is still weak, so I can go in alone. It's no problem at all." Seeing his pathetic condition, Vien Nguyet and Lin Nguyet asked in unison, "Looking like that, can we really trust you?" Watching Black Whale's back as he approached the barrier, Nung Nguyet wondered to herself, why is this guy acting so strange today? He's not even a member of the Twin Moon sect, so why is he so worried about the Moon King's safety? Right then, Black Whale was hesitating, stepping forward slowly under everyone's confused stares. As he touched the shimmering barrier, a bolt of lightning suddenly zapped his hand. A second later, a force like a falling meteor struck exactly where Black Whale stood, but he managed to leap away just in time to dodge the blow. The sight made everyone behind him cry out in a total panic. What just happened? Black Whale collapsed to the ground, coughing through the thick smoke before shouting, "What the?" Suddenly, a voice spoke up, making him jump. "You idiot. You've got quite the imagination, don't you?" From the dense smoke, a scantily clad woman appeared, tossing out a sharp insult. Even if your beast were in its prime, dreaming of disturbing the Starfall Crescent Blade would be just that, a total fantasy. Right at that moment, Black Whale's eyes locked onto the butterfly tattoo on her thigh. His face froze as he realized she was 7th Moon of the Twin Moon sect, ranked 7th among the 12 lunar seats, the Snake Seat herself. "I'm in deep trouble now." 7th Moon stepped in front of the barrier and asked irritably, "And another thing, haven't you heard the leader's orders?" she boldly declared. "From now on, this area is under the absolute control of the Twin Moon sect." Her next words carried a heavy, hidden threat. "No one is allowed to enter, period." Black Whale glanced at 7th Moon standing there with her hands on her hips, and then felt a wave of relief. She doesn't seem to have noticed the silent angel, and she has no intention of going in. I can still turn this situation around. Meanwhile, inside the Starfall Crescent barrier, Snake Seat walked silently through the ruins. She looked around anxiously, thinking to herself, 17 minutes have passed, and I still haven't found the Starfall Crescent Blade. Surveying the desolate and lonely scene, Snake Seat noted, "Those guys who came in here with me are nowhere to be found." Suddenly, her lips curled into a sinister smirk. She thought, low-level beasts within the range of a sovereign rank can't possibly escape this place. Seeing the terrified female students, Snake Seat felt even more amused. These brats all shattered their teleportation stones and ran away in fear. After a moment of thought, she decided to press on. Relieved, she thought, "Good, this way no one will disturb me." Just then, a violent surge of energy erupted behind her, as if it wanted to swallow the entire space. Sensing the aura immediately, she whipped her head around with a look of pure joy. That dark energy spread through the area, and Snake Seat instantly recognized the breath of an incredibly powerful beast. Without wasting a single second, she dashed toward the source like the wind. Pushing through the suffocating atmosphere, she rushed forward, desperate to see it. Upon arrival, Snake Seat's eyes widened in total shock. She rejoiced as her intuition proved correct. Seeing the legendary Starfall Crescent Blade shimmering in the wind, her heart finally felt at ease. "I've finally found you, Starfall Crescent Blade." Its body stood tall in the air, while its base was firmly rooted in the ground. Its magnificence left her in awe, truly the sovereign of weapons. It's absolutely breathtaking. A smile blossomed on her face as she refused to take her eyes off the precious weapon, thinking contentedly, it was worth it. Coming all this way just to maintain the purity of my attributes. I didn't even form a contract with the Silent Angel. With that thought, she slowly approached the blade and commanded, "Come with me. I know exactly what you want." As if she understood its very essence, she continued to whisper those tempting words. "You rejected the great Emperor Kang Yue and the Saintess of the Moon God Palace, just because they were born into royalty. You're a proud and arrogant weapon. You can't stand the thought of being undervalued. Serpina placed her hand over her heart and said sincerely, I might not be on their level yet, but I'm still a 6-star Beastmaster. As she reached out to touch the falling star moon blade, she boldly declared, I promise I will never treat you poorly. Serpina's excitement surged as she screamed at the top of her lungs, falling star moon blade, become mine. Just as her outstretched hand was inches away from the blade, a blinding light suddenly burst forth like an invisible force, stopping Serpina in her tracks. Shocked by what she saw, she gasped, What? A massive aura erupted around the falling star moonblade, making it impossible for Serpina to get close. She stammered, How? How is this possible? She stared at the blade in a panic, her heart racing as the terrifying thought hit her. Am I being rejected? Serpina stood there, tearing at her hair and gritting her teeth as she screamed, Could the judgment of the holy mountain be wrong? She kept shrieking like a madwoman, even as the pressure around the blade intensified. This can't be. He told me I was the perfect match to tame the falling star moon blade. Where did things go wrong? Suddenly, someone approached from behind. Hey, you! Woman from the Moonlight Beast Academy. A group of competitors appeared, led by a furious Hanka. You're the one who took down over 20 of our Spirit Moon sect disciples. We're here for revenge. Not long ago, he had seen his juniors scattered across the ground. Stunned, he had called out from a distance. Brother? Rushing to cradle one of them, he asked frantically, How did this happen? What happened? The junior struggled for breath. We were attacked. Gasping for air, he managed to choke out, It was a woman with black hair. Back in the present, Serpina's face darkened as she faced the group's collective rage. Everyone, let's take this woman down first, then we can claim the falling star moonblade. Suddenly, she covered her face and broke into a sinister grin. The Spirit Moon sect members flinched, feeling a sudden chill. Hanka stumbled back a few steps at her wicked expression, stammering, What are you laughing at? Serpina's laughter turned maniacal as she spat out venomous words. Things were annoying enough already, and now a bunch of clueless brats show up with a death wish? She narrowed her snake-like eyes and sneered, You think trash like you can lay a finger on the falling star moonblade? A split second later, her face twisted into a mask of pure malice. Come forth, my children, she hissed. In an instant, 3 massive bursts of power erupted from behind her. Crescent-shaped slashes appeared, looking as if they would tear the very air apart. A moment later, 3 beasts emerged. Moonblade, the colossal Whale King, and the White Phantom, Thunder Spirit. Brilliant sparks of electricity. Seeing their sheer ferocity, Hanka, who had been so bold just moments ago, screamed in terror. They're all high tier, summoning 3 at once? Is that even possible for a student? The beasts looked fierce enough to devour the entire space. He added in utter shock, And that aura. How many thousands of battles did she have to survive to get that? Standing tall and majestic beneath her beasts was Serpina. After showing off her terrifying power, she smirked and said, Don't just stare at me. You've got high-tier beasts too, right? So hurry up and summon them. As she signaled her beast to attack, she roared, Now, all of you, just die. Some time passed, and a streak of blood now ran down Serpina's cold, indifferent face. Above her, the Whale King was crushing another beast in its razor-sharp teeth. Fresh blood dripped down, splattering across Serpina's cheek. Turning back to the blade with a desperate longing, she pleaded, Falling Star Moonblade, did you see that? Behind her was a scene of total chaos, with bodies piled high under the brutal power of her 3 beasts. Serpina continued her arrogant boast. Do you recognize my strength now? Despite her desperate plea, the blade remained motionless. Not a single sound echoed back through the whistling wind. Failing once again, Serpina's face contorted with frustration. She clenched her fists, trembling as she hissed, Damn it! Suddenly, a voice rang out that made Serpina jump, the remnants of the Dark Moon sect. The voice belonged to To Luong. He sneered in contempt and continued, Seeing you so desperate. Honestly, it's almost funny. She slowly turned her head, her voice wavering slightly. So, you've arrived? All of her beasts instantly locked their gaze on To Luong. Seeing how calm he was, she asked slowly, You're just a 1-star Beastmaster, and you came here all alone without any guards? Those warnings keep ringing in my ears. Do you really think having an Emperor rank beast means you own the whole world? On the outside, To Luong is playing it cool, but deep down, he is actually second-guessing himself. These brain-dead idiots actually think I have an Emperor rank beast. Honestly, that is kind of a relief. No wonder they used the silent scales. They are convinced that since I cannot summon my emperor, I am completely helpless. With a faint smirk, To Luong calls out to Sachi in a low voice, calmly explaining the situation. You cannot just conquer the world with an emperor rank alone. His steady, monotone voice only makes Sachi more anxious. Whether the silent scales are active or not, the outcome remains the same. Then, To Luong's eyes sharpen like daggers as he gives a chilling warning. So, before the dual moon cult seals this place off, you had better crush that secret stone and run for your life. Sachi's legs start shaking uncontrollably. She stammers out, "What?" while drenching in a cold sweat. She freezes, her mind racing with questions. How could the silent scales have been exposed so quickly? Right then, To Luong brushes past the dazed Sachi. He knew the emperor was sealed, yet he still walked right into the lion's den alone. Sachi hesitates should she run or attack, but while she wavers, To Luong reaches the Starslayer crescent. He prays silently, "Please, just stay still like that and let me touch the Starslayer crescent." The crescent stands right before him. Staring at it in awe, To Luong mutters under his breath. This is it. His eyes fixate on the monstrous blade that once tore stars from the sky. Without wasting a single second, To Luong reaches out for the crescent, but his hand suddenly freezes in midair. A furious voice screams from behind, "Don't you dare touch the Starslayer crescent." All three of Sachi's beasts unleash their power at once. They charge forward as she stands tall, pointing the way and shouting with pure aggression. Moon King. At her command, they lunge at To Luong, accompanied by the deafening roar of the Whale King. The Thunder Spirit clasps its hands together, gathering a massive surge of electricity before spreading them wide to unleash a lethal arc of lightning. In an instant, a crescent slash, a lightning bolt, and the Whale King's strike all converge on To Luong. Right then, a flickering magic circle appears beneath his feet as a ripple of water wraps around his body. Within a heartbeat, a shield from the moon in the lake rises, protecting him and nullifying every single attack. Sachi's jaw drops. What? How is this even possible? Seeing To Luong standing perfectly still inside that shield leaves her in total disbelief. Neither the lightning nor the slashes could make him budge an inch. Staring at To Luong's ice-cold expression, Sachi loses it. Her mind is screaming in pure panic. He has not even summoned a beast yet. But as the shield fades, To Luong is actually gasping for air, his breath heavy with exhaustion. He whispers to himself, "That scared the life out of me. It looked terrifying, but I guess it was all show." He silently gives thanks even though it cannot fight back. The moon in the lake's ability to intimidate is legendary. Suddenly, Sachi's body starts trembling with rage. She grinds her teeth and screams, "Moon King!" Ethereal emerald fragments appear above her as she prepares another crescent slash. She throws her arms wide and yells, "Drop the act. Stop being so arrogant." To Luong looks her way, only to see her hands shaking as she shouts, "You do not have an emperor-rank beast." A second later, she slams her palms together, absolutely certain of her conclusion. "You are just putting up a front." Sachi grits her teeth, blood trickling down her trembling face. Suddenly, a magic circle erupts under her feet, radiating a violent bloodlust and deadly sparks of mana. She interlocks her fingers and raises them high, her face darkening as she mutters, "Come forth, great moon demon king." The sky explodes, and something massive begins to crawl out from the center. The students below are all thrown into a panic by the shockwave. Even To Luong's jaw drops as he stares ahead in shock. Dread washes over him as he realizes the Silent Scale's stealth ability has been masking its presence all along. That technique was the only reason the Starslayer Crescent did not notice it. Scaly snakeskin starts emerging from a rift in mid-air. To Luong realizes with a grimace that his opponent is summoning yet another supreme rank beast. The massive creature flicks its slimy tongue, ready to begin a vicious hunt. The colossal Great Moon Demon King lands right beside Sachi, its cold, predatory eyes locked onto its target. Despite her obvious exhaustion, her voice is dripping with pride. "Well, staring down my most prized creation. You are terrified now, aren't you?" Across from her, To Luong stands tall against the gargantuan beast. His face remained indifferent, as if nothing had even happened. Seeing that expression, Sachi was a bit bewildered, wondering to herself how he could look so cold and detached. The sheer ferocity coming from her own prize beast made her doubt even more. Could he really be looking down on a supreme tier monster like this? But at that very moment, To Luong was actually thinking back to a post he had scrolled past once. He remembered that when facing a massive beast, you have to look super aggressive to intimidate it. He tried his best to keep a poker face. While a pessimistic thought crossed his mind, at least he could die with some dignity. Za-Chi could not take it anymore. She pointed straight at him and snarled, "Moon King, are you still refusing to summon your beast?" Beside her, the great Moon Demon King let out a terrifying growl and aggressively raised its tail high into the air. It slammed its tail into a nearby boulder as a challenge. As the giant serpent lifted its dusty tail, the rock crumbled into pieces, sending clouds of dust everywhere in an instant. To Luong was impressed by the violent display. Not bad for a supreme-tier beast. He thought even its tantrums are on another level. A second later, Za-Chi decisively ordered the great moon beast to kill him. Instantly, it opened its jaws wide and fired a dense blast of purple dark energy straight at him. To Luong squeezed his eyes shut, gambling everything on fate. Whatever happens, he had to rely on Lake Moon now. He stood perfectly still on the surface of the still lake. In a flash, the beast's attack slammed right into him. A massive shockwave erupted. And as the dark smoke cleared, To Luong was still standing there, tall and unyielding. He gave a small smile after surviving that intense attack, though on the inside, he was so relieved he could cry. Thank God. He then made a serious assessment. Moonlight beasts can only use half their power during the day, so that attack did not even reach 30% of its full damage. Casting a smug glance over, To Luong felt a surge of triumph. If it wants to break Lake Moon's shield, it will have to try way harder, though I doubt it will be much of a struggle for us. Right then, Za-Chi collapsed to the ground in total defeat. Her eyes went blank, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. How is this possible? Could this really be the legendary moon goddess beast? To fuel her fear, To Luong spoke in a deep, menacing tone. Don't be in such a rush, you Black Moon sect remnant. Once I deal with the star-sinking crescent blade, it will be With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving the stunned Za-Chi behind. As To Luong's figure faded into the distance, Za-Chi suddenly realized the Moon King had been ignoring her just to avoid alerting the star-sinking crescent blade. His image stayed burned into her serpent-like eyes. In her heart, she could not stop calling out to the Moon King. Watching To Luong prepare to touch the crescent blade, she wondered one thing. Could that insane, otherworldly, invisible shield of his actually stop a blade that once sliced the stars from the sky? Her thoughts were cut short as she suddenly screamed, making him jump. Serene heavenly balance. Cancel skill. Instantly, a deadly dark aura erupted from the great Moon Demon King. The crescent blade also flared with a brilliant light, wrapped in swirling jade-green energy. Seeing the blinding light, To Luong cried out in panic. I am screwed. He worried that if the shield was cancelled, the supreme presence would be exposed. A second later, a hand gripped the crescent blade, and feet began to lift off the ground. Its awakened form appeared a young girl with flowing blue hair, holding the crescent blade high. Her eyes slowly fluttered open as To Luong watched in dread. The star-sinking crescent blade has awakened. At that exact moment, the blade began to vibrate violently in midair. Soon, the shaking became even more intense. Then, the weapon's awakened spirit began to tighten its grip. Next, she fixed a sharp gaze on her surroundings. The ground began to crack all around them, making the scene even more chaotic. The shockwave had the students asking each other in a panic. What on earth is happening now? Someone shouted, the star-sinking crescent blade has awakened. Everyone, run for your lives. The students scrambled to escape. As the crescent blade's power surged violently, To Luong managed to throw up a shield just in time. He gritted his teeth, staring ahead with a sense of dread. The Great Moon Demon King only hit with less than 30% power. Surely Lake Moon's remaining shield can block this too, right? Suddenly, a realization hit him, and his face went blank. Inside his beast space, the surface of Lake Moon was churning violently. She was clinging to Luong from behind, and seeing her terrified expression, he thought in shock. No way. The chance of blocking this is less than 1%. Unable to believe it, To Luong asked in horror, What? Is there really such a massive gap between supreme-tier entities? To Luong looked back, desperately hoping Serpentis had some way to protect herself from the coming storm. But seeing the Great Moon Demon King curled up to shield her left him completely speechless. Just as he was reeling, the star-sinking crescent raised her massive blade high, and To Luong's heart sank into his stomach. He was hit with a wave of despair. If he couldn't stop this now, it was game over. The wind howled, tearing at his clothes. Suddenly, his thoughts snapped into focus. He gasped, screaming at the top of his lungs. Cloudstepper Moonmorph, save my life. Just minutes earlier outside the barrier, a voice dripping with hatred echoed through the air. Elder, do you hear that? Word is, a woman from the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy attacked us. It turns out, it was Han Ka. Fuming with rage, the man continued to scream. How could anyone from that academy pull something so low? Lin Ningyet sighed, tired of the drama. Listen, just calm down. That wasn't one of ours. That was a high-level cultist from the Black Moon sect. She took a weary breath, but secretly felt a sense of relief. Honestly, if a normal academy student ran into a high-level cultist, they'd be lucky to even be alive. She glanced over at that Nguyet. That Nguyet had been dead silent the whole time. Seeing her acting like nothing was wrong made Lin Nguyet wonder. Why is this woman so calm? That Nguyet's cold, detached expression was making less and less sense. Doesn't she care if the Moon King survives? But then, that Nguyet's face suddenly shifted, her eyes widening in shock. She realized something was horribly wrong. She whipped her head around and shouted to the group. The star-sinking crescent has been disturbed. Everyone panicked, shouting back in unison, You mean it's actually waking up? That Ningyet didn't waste a second. She lunged toward the students, barking out an order. Everyone, get back right now. A second later, massive boulders came screaming out of the barrier at terrifying speeds. Students scrambled, screaming as they fled in every direction. That Nguyet watched them go, her mind racing with confusion. But what was that aura I just felt? Could it be the sect leader's emperor? Meanwhile, back inside the barrier, To Luong was fighting for his life against the crushing pressure of the crescent saber. He shielded his eyes from the blinding force. He was baffled. He'd called out the name, so why hadn't anything changed? Was it some kind of illusion? Or maybe the Silence Libra's skill was cutting off all sound? He watched as the saber prepared for its final strike. Panic flared in his chest as he realized the truth. In less than 3 seconds, the star-sinking crescent would break through. As the countdown hit the 3-second mark, a smug smirk played on his lips. Times have changed, he thought. With only 2 seconds left, To Luong whipped out his phone and started tapping like a madman. A chat window popped up on the screen. It was his Cloud Dream Promise app. Instead of replying to the old messages, he typed out an urgent SOS and sent it to Moonmorph. Right then, the crescent saber lunged at him with a murderous glare, brandishing that massive, oversized weapon. She moved like a blur, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. She was right on top of him, but To Luong was ready. Without hesitating for even a fraction of a second, he thrust his hand forward. At the exact moment, the crescent saber swung her blade down. His hand was already there to meet her. Suddenly, a blinding, radiant pressure erupted from the palm of To Luong's hand. The massive force seemed to swallow his entire body whole. An instant later, a world-shaking explosion ripped through the air. The blast was so powerful that even the area outside the barrier was hit. People standing too close were sent flying like ragdolls. Luckily, that Nguyet managed to throw up a solid shield just in time. She stared into the chaos, stunned. Could the barrier's emperor have been completely vaporized by that fire? She wondered. Beside her, Nguyet was frantic. Is the Moon King still in there? That Nguyet felt a chill, knowing the truth deep down. If that wasn't a hallucination, the situation inside is 1,000,000 times more complicated than we thought. As the smoke cleared, a desolate scene emerged. A familiar figure slowly appeared through the thick haze. Serpentis scrambled out from behind the Great Moon Demon King. She coughed violently, wheezing out, I almost suffocated to death. She looked around, assessing the damage. She couldn't feel the Silence Libra anymore. It must have been crushed by the star-sinking crescent. Her eyes lit up when she saw the weapon floating in the air. The star-sinking crescent had finally calmed down. But then, realization hit her like a ton of bricks. Wait. Where is the Moon King? She scrambled to her feet, searching frantically. He was right next to the saber. How could he just vanish? Her eyes widened as a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Did that blade turn him into nothing but ash? Her whole body began to tremble as she stared at the empty space. But the star-sinking crescent blade was stirred by my scheme. Zachi covered her mouth in pure excitement, triumphantly declaring, I have finally defeated the Moon King. With a wicked grin, she gloated. Who would have thought the Moon King would actually get his head lopped off by the star-sinking crescent blade? Seeing To Luong still glued to his phone made her even more satisfied. That loser is still on his phone? Honestly, he is going to be the death of me, ha ha. Then she screamed at the top of her lungs, I have defeated the legendary Moon King. She spun around, her face beaming with joy. And now, the star-sinking crescent blade is all mine. Suddenly, that divine weapon let out another earth-shaking roar. Za Qi froze, stammering, what? A second later, the blade began its awakening form, swirling around the area. Panic set in as she looked on in disbelief. Why is the star-sinking crescent blade reacting again? She stood there paralyzed, whispering in despair. The great Moon Demon King is weakened. This should not be possible. Suddenly, something caught her eye, and her gaze shifted. A thick cloud of dust erupted, filled with strange, flickering lights. Out of the smoke, To Luong heroic silhouette slowly emerged. Breaking into a cold sweat, Za Qi gasped. No way. He is not even hurt? There is not a single speck of dust on him. Then, a massive shadow loomed behind To Luong as giant, mysterious legs stepped out from the thick haze. Trembling, Za Qi stammered, what on earth is that? As Huan Yue's sharp eyes pierced through, she thought to herself, it is huge. Is it a minor emperor rank? Za Qi stood there in a daze, wondering if it could be a sovereign rank, because it was absolutely massive. But if an emperor rank appeared, the northern territory would have felt it. What is this thing? Her face went pale as pure terror took over. Shaking, Za Qi pulled out a teleportation stone from her robes, but as she prepared to crush it, she hesitated. No, now is not the time to run. Even if I die, I have to see the Moon King beast with my own eyes. She decided to stay, even as that massive shadow remained shrouded in mystery. This might be her only chance. In an instant, glowing antlers and a majestic white body appeared. That legendary giant deer was none other than the sovereign rank cloud-treading Huan Yue. Just then, a faint silhouette of a young woman appeared behind Huan Yue. Za Qi collapsed to her knees, her eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? She was floored, thinking to herself, this thing is 4 or 5 times bigger than the Great Moon Demon King. Physically, the Demon King is one of the scariest in the Dark Moon sect, but she had never seen a sovereign this huge. She glanced at To Luong, filled with doubt. With only a 1-star blessing, how can he control a sovereign power? She concluded that this must be his only weakness. To Luong let out a relieved smirk, his heart still racing. Now that is a sight to behold. He looked back at Huan Yue and marveled at the transformation. That little deer turned into something so magnificent, even I am shocked. Then he wondered, but how did she even get here? It was like she teleported. I didn't even see how she saved me. His gaze shifted to the blurry woman behind her. Wait, is that her ancestor? Is that what she will look like when she grows up? Right then, Huan Yue looked at him and pouted telepathically. By the way, can you please stop the star-sinking crescent blade? I really do not want to get slashed by that thing again. Snapping back to reality, he asked, stop it? How? She replied, since you are standing there so calmly, you must have a plan, right? To Luong started thinking, then it clicked. Wait. He quickly summoned the Book of the Moon. Getting slashed meant direct contact with its true form. I should be able to see its detailed info in the Book of the Moon now. He frantically flipped through the pages. Looking at the text, he was still worried. Just because I can see it does not mean I can fix it. If all else fails, I will just have cloud-treading Huan Yue carry me out of here. The book stated that the sovereign rank star-sinking crescent blade is a legendary beast that lost its scabbard after the moon shattered in ancient times. It has been searching for thousands of years. Over the ages, it has drifted in and out of slumber, unable to return to its sheath. It refuses to communicate with any living being. The last lines provided more intel. Star-sinking crescent blade, original scabbard, waxing moon frost flower, moonlight sovereign. After scanning those lines, To Luong sank into deep thought, trying to piece the puzzle together. So, a supreme-grade scabbard actually exists. If he can just track it down, making a deal with Trom Tin Yen Guyet will be a total breeze, right? His eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Even the ancient moon god palace had absolutely no clue how to handle this. To Luong watched Yen Guyet intently as she began to stir. His theory was finally coming together. Could Tram Tin Yen Guyet really be older than the moon god palace itself? Just then, Yen Guyet started arching her back. That's when it hit him. It's highly likely that even her former host, Thuong Huyen Shuang Hoa, didn't know her true origins. Yen Guyet's eyes flared with a blinding light, signaling that She is about to unleash a world-ending strike. As raw power surges in the air, I am dead meat. She is awakening again. She sprints toward her beast and frantically barks out an order. Great Moon Demon King, protect me. As Zachi mumbles the command, the Great Moon Demon King is already on the verge of death. It immediately lets out a thunderous roar. Right then, the star-sinking crescent glares at Moonshifter, and he is not about to back down. He glares right back and snaps. What the hell are you looking at? A split second later, both sides look at each other with pure hatred. Their auras collide violently, neither willing to give an inch. At that moment, To Luong takes a bold step forward. He runs straight toward the star-sinking crescent just as it is about to strike. Zachi, who was trying to hide, asks the Moon King in confusion. What is he trying to do? As he takes a few more steps, she gasps in total shock. He has left the protection of the sovereign. Right then, a smirk plays on To Luong's lips as he speaks every word with conviction. Star-sinking crescent, submit to me. Massive waves of pressure erupt continuously, creating a powerful force field that surrounds him. Immediately, To Luong reaches out his hand, his eyes sharp and focused. His hand is just inches away from making contact. The brilliant sphere of mysterious energy is glowing above. Suddenly, the crescent is startled, its brow furrowing in irritation. The energy sphere grows larger and larger, signaling a wave of horrific destruction that is about to hit. Even so, To Luong remains perfectly calm, his voice steady and loud. The crescent blade shall find its match within the moon's sheath. Those words hit like a bolt of lightning, leaving the crescent stunned for a moment. To Luong's voice continues to ring out calmly. Star-sinking crescent, you are looking for her, aren't you? She turns her shimmering eyes toward To Luong. Pure shock is written all over her face. Below, he maintains his majestic aura and continues to speak. I swear on the name of the moon goddess Glimmer Butterfly that within 3 years, the sheath will be brought before you. Without any hesitation, he immediately lays out his condition. In exchange, you must grant me one request. As soon as To Luong finishes speaking, the crescent falls into deep thought. She goes silent, contemplating his offer. Then, she slowly lowers her heavy eyelids and shuts her eyes tight as her body begins to dissolve into the void. In an instant, the crescent's body turns into a blurred silhouette. To Luong's hand reaches straight through the massive energy source. Behind him, Zachi's eyes go wide as she stammers in total disbelief. He went right through? How is that possible? Could it be? Right at that moment, ripples of water swirl up from beneath his feet. The vibrant blue water surges upward like soft silk threads. It wraps around the crescent as she floats in midair. Below, To Luong keeps his eyes fixed on every single movement. A second later, the crescent transforms into a beam of blue energy, merging with the flowing water. Gradually, the mixture flows toward To Luong and fuses into his chest. Finally, Zachi's frantic theories reach a terrifying conclusion. Did the star-sinking crescent actually accept the Moon King? Beside him, Moonshifter gazes at the boy with a look of pure wonder. Suddenly, his eyes sparkle as he stares intensely at the miracle happening before him. The two streams of energy have finally become one. They spiral around To Luong, making Moonshifter exclaim that this time, the world outside is going to be shaken to its core. In a heartbeat, he has completely tamed that wild weapon, looking up at the sky with total satisfaction. Zachi looks like she has been struck by 100 bolts of lightning. She stands there dazed, her heart filled with doubt. This is impossible. Tens of thousands of beast tamers have failed because the star-sinking crescent possesses an indestructible attribute. However, once it forms a contract with someone, it can be destroyed if the contractor dies. Therefore, for the crescent to agree to a contract, it has to be someone she believes will never be defeated. To Luong's face flashes through Zachi's mind. She is forced to admit in shock that this person truly is the Moon King. After her thoughts settle, Zachi stands up shakily, whispering to herself. It turns out you have to see it with your own eyes, to truly understand. Suddenly, her eyes flare with grim determination. If that is the case, I will use my own death to send this intel to the Black Moon cult. Immediately after, Zachi screams at the top of her lungs, desperately calling for the Great Moon Demon King. As soon as she speaks, the spiked beast lunges forward. It rushes toward its master. In the distance, To Luong quickly senses something is wrong and shifts his gaze toward Zachi. With a cold stare, he says, "This woman has seen too much. Although I do not make a habit of silencing people for good, Moonshifter seems to understand perfectly." He stomps his foot hard on the ground and then spits out a brilliant beam of energy. The intense light aims directly at the Great Moon Demon King. A second later, the giant snake vanishes into nothingness. The lightning-fast move successfully blasts the Great Moon Demon King away, leaving behind a scene of absolute devastation. Looking at the mountain range that was just leveled before his eyes, To Luong is left completely speechless. I'm a bit worried deep down. Did I feed her too much random junk before? On the devastated ground, droplets of someone's blood were slowly dripping down, pit-a-pat. The one coughing up blood so pathetically was Za-Chi. At that moment, she was silently piecing everything together. Moon Goddess Palace, Moonlight Pavilion, White Deer, Moon King. So that's how it is. Looking at Hoan Ngyet's massive silhouette, she became even more certain of one thing. This wasn't just some natural-born supreme being. Za-Chi's face went blank as her logic followed the trail. This is the descendant of an emperor. Her gaze fixed on Hoan Ngyet's shadow. She was terrified just thinking about it. Moreover, her ancestor is. Her train of thought snapped. Za-Chi cautiously grabbed a teleportation stone, trying to calm herself down. I can't die here. This intel is more important than the star-sinking crescent blade. I have to let everyone know. Her face was full of determination and hateful plotting. First, she'd distract them. Then it wouldn't be too late to run. With that, Za-Chi silently ordered her 3 remaining pets to charge forward. Then, she spun around, clutching the teleportation stone in her hand. She told herself the area wasn't fully sealed off yet. As long as she stayed away from the Moon King, she'd have a chance. But out of nowhere, a flash of light zipped past, snatching away Za-Chi's last hope of survival. She stared at her empty hand, completely speechless and dazed. Across from her, even Hoan Ngyet dropped her jaw in surprise at what just happened. To Luong's tiny butterfly was holding the stone tightly. Hoan Ngyet couldn't help but be shocked when she saw it. It was just a low-level Glimmer Butterfly. Quickly, the Glimmer Butterfly brought the teleportation stone back to To Luong's hand. Za-Chi was still in a trance. He smirked triumphantly and gave a smug explanation. In a battlefield of supreme beings, of course, no one would pay attention to a low-level butterfly. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing those words, she felt like her soul had left her body. She couldn't even move an inch in the air. Then she finally spoke, her voice so calm it seemed she no longer cared for life. Even though it's probably too late, I finally understand why you're called the Moon King. Hoan Ngyet didn't wait any longer. She inhaled a freezing breath, and Za-Chi's body began to vanish along with it. Her face blurred with a smile on her lips, silently saying goodbye. Moon King, it was an honor to fight you. She kept that smile, even as her life force slowly faded away. Moving outside the barrier, that Ngyet's eyes suddenly widened when she spotted something. To Luong walked out of the chaos looking totally unfazed, making her stammer out a scream. Lord Sect Leader. He walked past the crowd whose eyes were all fixed on him and calmly announced, Za-Chi of the Zodiac is dead. Lift the lockdown. Then he slowly added a few more words that left everyone curious. To Luong turned his crescent moon eyes toward them and emphasized coolly, from now on, the star-sinking crescent blade will be under my protection. The news of the Moon King taming the star-sinking crescent blade sent a massive shock through all the Moonlight forces. Just then, at the vast Moon Holy Sect in the southern region, the silhouette of a young girl soaking in a pool appeared, with long shimmering hair. Behind her, a maid came rushing in to report, Empress Thuong Ngyet, something's wrong. The star-sinking crescent blade has been taken by the Moon King. She scooped up some water from the pool and replied calmly, no need to panic, I already knew. Then Thuong Ngyet stood up, still perfectly composed, and explained, the Moon King is the darling of the moonlight and the keeper of the Book of the Moon. This was bound to happen. The maid still couldn't accept it, raising her voice to say, but Empress, you're the same. You were born as a 4-star Beastmaster. Not only that, you have an emperor-rank beast and eyes that can see through all the moonlight in the world. Hearing this, Thuong Ngyet smirked deviously and replied, you're right, I'm quite curious too. Who does the moonlight truly favor? Then she gave a firm command. For the moon goddess sacrifice, have all the qualification testers withdraw. Those words hit the maid like a bolt from the blue. She froze up, unable to speak. At the same time, at the northern edge of the central region, somewhere on the coast, a man in a black cloak was staring into the distance. Behind him, a woman announced, Lord Thansun, those two are coming. Thansun immediately asked, Lin Chi of the Zodiac, do you think I'll lose to the Moon King again this time? Quickly, Lin Chi replied with certainty. Even if I'm the only one among your top followers. Standing beside him was Huang Tuyen, who also hailed from the 9 hells. She chimed in with agreement. No one can defy the gods. You should understand that better than anyone. Hearing that, Sheng Shan replied with absolute confidence. Rest assured, the plan will definitely succeed. He then turned and headed inside, declaring with grim determination, let us go. To the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. We will wait for the Moon Goddess Festival, then we will kill the Moon King. Cut to the Moonlight Starry Observation Hall. Someone is freaking out, shouting, is the Moon Goddess Festival really about to start? That was Huan Yue, and she was still shouting in utter shock. Only when the moonlight is at its brightest will the Moon Goddess descend to give her guidance. The last festival was over 1,000 years ago. Su Liang slumped his head into his hands, replying gloomily, I know. The headmaster of the Beast Taming Academy reached out to me a long time ago. Right then, a multicolored ruby flashed and gave him a long explanation. Once the Moon Goddess Festival begins, all chosen Moonlight Beast Tamers will become sacrifices, fighting for the title of the final Moon King. The reward for winning will make a tamer's growth absolutely terrifying. It will even reignite the war between emperors. The festival won't end until someone takes the throne or everyone else steps down. So, this Moon Goddess ceremony won't end until you defeat Emperor Kang Yue 3 years from now. Hearing this, Su Liang just sat there, frozen in resignation. He opened his phone to show Huan Yue, reading the lines with pure frustration. Not only that, the sacrifices can track each other's locations. And per the headmaster's request, I have to help her protect 2 students who are also sacrifices. It felt like a bolt from the blue, leaving him completely dazed. Why the hell do I have to fulfill a promise made by the guy who lived in this body before me? Just how many people did my predecessor scam, using the Moon Goddess's name? Suddenly, Huan Yue said something so calm it made his face go stiff. There is no need to stress so much. Isn't there a massive reward for the battle? Who knows? In 3 years, maybe Emperor Kang Yue won't even be fit to polish your shoes. As she mentioned, plus, there is an extremely rare chance to find the missing pages of the Book of the Moon. He suddenly had an epiphany. Seeing Su Liang's surprised look, Huan Yue slowly explained, wait, you didn't know? Word is, whoever owns the missing pages of the Book of the Moon can break the contract limit and sign with dozens of beasts. This news shocked him all over again. He thought to himself, his eyes wide. Just having the missing pages lets you sign that many? But I have the whole damn book. Still, he felt a wave of unease, questioning himself. If the Book of the Moon is with me, how could anyone else have the missing pages? Seeing Su Liang lost in thought while rubbing his chin, Huan Yue used her head to shove him forward, making a demand. Hey, stop overthinking and tell the breeder to let me roam free. She pressed her paws together with a pathetic, hopeful look. If I can go out and enjoy the moonlight, I can easily help you keep an eye on those 2 little brats. Getting no response, Huan Yue peered at him curiously. It turns out her shove had accidentally slammed Su Liang right into the wall. He hurried out of the room, rubbing his backside while searching for something on his phone, complaining the whole way. One headbutt from a supreme-level beast, and my kidney almost exploded. Su Liang then shared an article titled, 100 Ways to Cook Venison. Into his chat with Huan, all the deer could do was reply with an ellipsis. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Su Liang asked in surprise, oh? The files for those 2 students are already here. On the screen, a picture of a cat-eared girl appeared along with her info. Bai Yuer, 16 years old, from the White Saint clan in the west. She is the daughter of an emperor, a human-tiger hybrid, and possesses supreme-level power. But for some reason, she is stuck in a deep sleep. It is suspected that her level was too low to handle the transformation. After reading the text, he rubbed his chin and remarked, I thought she was a cat girl, but it turns out she is a tiger. Then, a blue-haired girl appeared on the screen with similar info next to her. Bi Dao, 16 years old, from the most prosperous human kingdom in the Northern Territories. The 4th princess of the Bue Empire. Since she was a child, she has had an incredible record of summoning top-tier beasts to crush her enemies. After checking their info, Su Liang scrolled through his phone, feeling drained. A princess and an emperor's daughter. These 2 are going to be a real headache. I will just send the info first and deal with it later. He quickly shared the info with Huan Yue. The deer was hyped, immediately replying, the one in the bed looks interesting. Leave her to me. Cut to the academy as night begins to fall. We see Yuer's sleepy face. Swinging on a bench with Su Jing, she sighed. I can't believe the star-sinking Moonblade was tamed by the Moon King just like that. I wouldn't have guessed it in a million years. Su Jing suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. as if sensing an overwhelming power approaching. Neither of them had any idea that the Moon Goddess Festival was about to change their destinies forever. Sujing stood up abruptly. She said excitedly, "All right, let's hurry to the lecture hall. Aren't there some major announcements about to be made?" And just like that, the two girls headed toward the teaching area together. Huan Yue's deer horns peeked out from the shadows without anyone noticing. She realized that the girl was a half-blood from the White Saint clan. She kept her eyes glued to Yue Ni's back, muttering to herself. Her scent is easy to remember, but she doesn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed. Raindrops began to fall, landing right on Huan Yue's nose. She looked up and whispered, "It's starting to rain." She slowly backed away, thinking to herself, "I should head back for now. My powers drop significantly when it rains, so I need to be careful in case something goes wrong." But not even a second later, she froze. Her expression turned grim as she sensed something was horribly wrong. A violent whirlpool suddenly materialized out of thin air before exploding with massive force. Spirals of water surged upward, as if they were trying to swallow the sky. Right then, a supreme rank water tyrant appeared directly in front of Yue Ni and Su Jing. It placed a hand on its chest and growled, "Found you," one of the 5 supreme targets. Then, the tyrant opened its mouth as wide as a black hole. His voice was low and terrifying as he snarled, "Child, I'll give you 10 seconds to summon every single one of your beasts. I'm not the type who enjoys killing a Beastmaster with a pathetic sneak attack." Down below, Yue Ni and Su Jing clutched each other's hands, their eyes filled with pure terror. Seeing the mark on its shoulder, Huan Yue watched from a distance in total shock. 7 stars? Is this guy a beast belonging to a 7-star Beastmaster? Fear was written all over Huan Yue's face when she realized it was a 7-star Beastmaster. That meant he was at the Emperor rank. Meanwhile, on the path leading to the Academy's main gate, several figures were walking along. A voice rang out, "It's raining." Princess Jade was walking under an umbrella in the middle of the group, looking completely annoyed. "Why are we being forced to gather at the lecture hall in the pouring rain? What's going on?" Suddenly, a tiny butterfly fluttered right in front of Jade's face, catching her attention. She observed it for a moment, surprised to see it was just a low-level Glimmer Butterfly. The Glimmer Butterfly gently landed on Jade's finger, and she didn't shoo it away. One of her maids quickly spoke up, "Princess, that's just a low-level beast. You shouldn't touch it." But before the maid could finish her sentence, Jade snapped at her irritably. "Why are you following the Moon King's weird philosophy? What's the harm in playing with it for a bit? For all we know, the Moon King might be playing with little beasts in secret too." Suddenly, a voice came from behind them, making Jade and her maids whip their heads around. "Are you girls talking about the Moon King?" A woman with short hair had a sinister smirk on her face as she made her presence known. "That's my favorite topic. Mind if I join the conversation?" From the distance, a figure with 2 long horns on her head slowly approached. The maid grew defensive and immediately shouted, "Who are you?" As the maid began to release her aura, Jade stepped back and yelled rudely, "Get lost, you ugly hag. Can't you see I'm on my way to an academy meeting?" It turned out the stranger was Lingji. She kept a fake smile on her face, trying to stay calm while she was actually seething inside over being called an ugly hag. Then, Lingzi summoned her pet and spoke smugly, "It's such a shame that I have to deal with a little brat who only has a young supreme beast. I feel so bad for you. I could almost cry." The maids all gasped when they realized it was a supreme rank evil-eyed antelope. Jade also started to lose her cool, her mind racing toward the Black Moon sect. Meanwhile, at the lecture hall square of the Beastmaster Academy, a huge crowd of students had gathered, everyone looking bored and miserable, standing out in the rain. Ru Yue and Jin Yue were standing in the middle of the square. Ru Yue glanced over the crowd, feeling a sense of dread. Neither Yue Ni nor Jade had shown up yet, and it felt like a bad omen. She coughed a few times to clear her throat before starting the planned announcement. "Dear students, please listen very carefully to what I am about to say. The moon god sacrifice, which hasn't happened in over 1,000 years, is about to begin." The students below were visibly shocked. Ru Yue kept scanning the area while she continued to speak. "Once the sacrifice ceremony begins, Moonlight-type Beastmasters with high potential will be chosen as battle offerings to please the gods. Every victory will bring unimaginable rewards, and there are specific rules to determine the ultimate winner." But before she could finish, another voice cut her off, booming across the square. "The offerings will slaughter each other until only one person is left standing." Ru Yue and Jin Yue both looked up at the sky, which was glowing intensely. A guardian spirit appeared with a twisted, eerie smile, continuing with twisted delight. That survivor will become the true Moon King of this era. Seeing that distorted face, Ru Yue immediately shouted an order to the students. Everyone, retreat immediately. But just as the words left its mouth, the guardian spirit unleashed a meteor-like explosion on the ground below. The blinding light practically turned the pitch-black night into day. Nu Nguyet acted fast, activating her defensive skills to shield herself. She stared ahead, a wave of intense dread washing over her. Damn it, that's a 7-star sovereign-level combat skill. But my hidden moon sovereign can only protect itself. The students huddled in fear as the thick smoke from that world-shaking blast slowly began to clear. The rain continued to pour, but Nungyet stood there frozen, staring at the students who didn't have a single scratch on them. She was absolutely speechless. Elder Kim Guayet rushed to her side, both of them haunted by the exact same question. What on earth just happened? The guardian spirit's face twisted in annoyance, sensing that its attack had been completely absorbed. It realized that the Moon King must have intervened, somewhere else within the campus grounds. To Luong stood among the students, his familiar cloak fluttering in the wind. He didn't move an inch, silently observing the entire situation. To Luong's gaze was sharp as a dagger. He heard the guardian spirit's confident claim that the Moon King was watching them. At that moment, he realized that thanks to the battle at Hidden Moon Mountain, the defensive power of the Lake Moon Spirit had tripled. However, a flicker of unease crossed to Luong's face when he saw that 40% of the shield had still been blown away. If this were before, every single person here would have been turned to ash. Still, a cocky smirk played on his lips as he thought to himself, I almost forgot how long it's been since I've truly let loose. Just as that thought passed, streaks of blood-red lightning tore across the sky. The crowd erupted in panic, screaming, "What is that thing?" Space itself was being ripped apart. The moon-guiding goddess, a woman with 2 shimmering angel wings, emerged from the void. Catching sight of the 7-star insignia on her chest, Nungyet felt a surge of terror. A second 7-star sovereign? A 7-star beast tamer? That means the enemy has at least one emperor-level beast. Suddenly, the moon-guiding goddess raised her voice in anger, barking at her ally. What do you think you're doing? What if all these people had died? Is that really necessary? The guardian spirit replied nonchalantly. What do you know? Do you really think the Moon King cares about the lives of these ants? She didn't hold back, snapping right back at him. You idiot! This is Double Moon Sect territory. Besides, our only mission was to block the 2 Visteens. Overhearing their conversation, Newton Guyet finally connected the dots. She immediately interrogated the 2 strangers. Wait, are the guardian spirit and the moon-guiding goddess members of the Star-Lost Moon? Newton Guyet asked them, her voice trembling with confusion. 5 years ago, I went to Star-Lost Moon as an exchange student to train, and I was lucky enough to witness that person's true power. So why are you attacking us? The guardian spirit turned to the goddess and asked, Well, what should we do, my better half? The moon-guiding goddess gave the order. Fine. I'll give you 1 minute to teach these naive students a lesson, and after that, we show no mercy. At those words, the students below began to scatter in a panicked frenzy, but one person remained perfectly calm, stepping forward. Amidst the crowd of people desperate to escape the chaos, To Luong walked in the opposite direction with total composure, casually typing something on his phone. Standing face to face with the 2 intruders, he growled, So, it really is Star-Lost Moon, isn't it? They both spun around instantly, their eyes narrowing as they glared at him with suspicion. To Luong's face darkened, his rage bubbling over as he spoke. Too cowardly to show your faces, and not even your emperor dares to appear. And yet you dream of making it out of here alive after causing all this A second later, he summoned the deep star crescent moon. It soared into the sky, surrounded by swirling vortexes of brilliant energy. Both Nu Nuyet and Kim Nuyet watched in absolute shock, realizing that this was a sovereign-level deep star crescent moon. At that moment, the ultimate weapon entered its awakened state. The crescent moon stood still for a moment, silently assessing the battlefield, before her eyes flashed with a blinding, radiant light. She gripped her massive blade with both hands, gathering an immense amount of energy that signaled a wave of total devastation was coming. Noong Guyet immediately sensed something was wrong and was terrified by her own conclusion. Wait, that stance. She isn't distinguishing between friend and foe at all. Seeing the terrifying expression on the crescent moon's face, Noong Guyet panicked even more. Does she intend to kill everyone standing here? In a flash, the awakened crescent moon unleashed a cataclysmic strike toward the guardian spirit and the moon-guiding goddess. The light from the attack was blinding. Moments later, a massive cloud of smoke rose from the point of impact, and the ground was completely decimated. From within the thick, choking smoke, the sound of Nguyen coughing echoed out. She sat on the ground, her body miraculously unharmed by the blast. She touched a small scratch on her face, still unable to believe it. I actually survived. Nguyen slowly stood up, staring at the deep crater before her. It seems the Moon King still cares about the lives of his own people after all. Those two are already face down in the dirt at the bottom of the pit. They can barely squeeze out a word, let alone fight back. Is this the power of the star-shattering crescent moon? Standing at the edge of the crater, To Luong looks imposing as his robes flutter in the wind, with the awakened crescent moon hovering right above him. Dan Nguyen glares at him, still spitting out threats. Go ahead, but even if we die in battle, consider it nothing more than our parting gift to you all. The guardian spirit has also regained its composure, adding to the warning. One last reminder. The Emperor will stand before you soon. In the next second, the two of them begin to merge. The spirit erupts in a heavy, oppressive light, while Dan Nguyen summons glowing orbs around her body. Noticing something is wrong, Crescent Moon's eyes flare with intensity. She quickly flies down and stares directly at them. Meanwhile, To Luong stands back, quietly observing the situation. He grits his teeth, his face clouded with worry over how things are turning out. After those two attacks, the moon in Lake Shield is down to only 4%, making it completely useless. At this moment, Dan Nguyen and the guardian spirit are relentlessly. To Luong's mind is a mess of frantic thoughts. There are only 3 seconds left before the star-shattering crescent moon draws her blade. If they don't stop them, everyone is going to be turned to ash. His vision blurs as he desperately asks himself, damn it, what am I supposed to do? But right then, Crescent Moon's eyes glow brighter than ever. A split second later, she swings her blade forward with massive force. A crescent-shaped slash instantly tears through the air, striking down like a meteor toward the two below. Dan Nguyen freezes as she watches the attack come. An instant later, Crescent Moon's strike sends shockwaves echoing through the entire sky. Columns of light continue to erupt upward, the force so powerful that the students watching from a distance can barely keep their feet. One boy asks in a panic, with this much energy, could that be the Moon King's beast? Suddenly, a friend behind him shouts urgently, everyone, look, what is that? In the sky, a crescent moon and a full moon suddenly appear side by side. The students are stunned to see two moons in the sky at once. Suddenly, through the thick smoke, the guardian spirit's panicked cursing rings out. Are you insane? Why would you use the power to create a full moon? She gradually takes on a human form, her voice still screaming in rage. Even if you used the full moon's evolution to save one life, did you ever stop to think about how severe the consequences would be? The six-winged Dan Nguyen sits there sobbing, full of guilt as she tries to apologize. She clearly thought she could handle it, but before she can finish her sentence, the guardian spirit snarls and cuts her off. You stupid woman. Right now we're facing the Moon King under the light of a full moon. Their conversation stops abruptly as they both turn to look in the same direction. Before them, the Moonlight Rabbit has transformed into a giant, all thanks to today's full moon. The guardian spirit asks in utter shock, is that the supreme tier Moonlight Zither Jade Pestle? But no matter how she looks at it, something feels incredibly off. Dan Nguyen hides behind her, fear written all over her face as she points it out. More importantly, the star-shattering crescent moon has also become unusual. They both notice Crescent Moon's savage, bloodthirsty gaze, leading to a terrifying realization. Don't tell me we have to fight both of them at the same time? Without a moment's hesitation, a berserk crescent moon grips her blade with both hands. Then, out of nowhere, she drives the blade right into the Moonlight Rabbit's stomach. Blood sprays everywhere as the rabbit's body is sliced clean in half. This sight leaves the guardian spirit and Dan Nguyen even more paralyzed with horror. What? She actually killed her own teammate? After that strike, Crescent Moon turns her razor-sharp gaze toward them. The scene shifts to the Moonlight Beast Academy. Outside the royal mansion, a bizarre and eerie magical energy is seeping out from the ground. Big Zhao's servants can't help but tremble in the face of this suffocating atmosphere. Lin Chi leans forward, looking at the beasts everyone has summoned. She sneers in contempt. Are you guys kidding me with this? You think you can last even 1 minute? Immediately after, Lin Chi calmly calls out the name, Left-Eyed Antelope. The massive beast behind her instantly fires 8 laser-like beams of light forward. In a heartbeat, those deadly beams pierce through the weak beasts in front of her. Huge holes are blown through their bodies, with smoke billowing out from the wounds. Within seconds, the bodies of those beasts completely collapse into a heap. As thick smoke fills the air, a servant screams in terror. What the hell is happening? Seeing the situation, Big Zhao doesn't hesitate and immediately summons the emerald-scaled hawk. The massive bird of prey quickly appears by her side. On the opposing side, Lin Qi looks satisfied with the turn of events. She smirks and says, "Finally, you're willing to call out your supreme beast. This might be fun." Unfortunately, those high-intensity beams of light quickly pierce right through the beast, accompanied by Lin Qi's mocking greeting. The green-scaled eagle doesn't belong to the Moonlight system, so it doesn't match your attributes. Is that why it hasn't evolved yet? One of the servants immediately summoned a long-legged leopard. She ordered it to wait for Big Zhao to get on and instructed, "Princess, you must run to the edge of the black mist. Maybe you can escape if you make it out." But that scene only made Lin Qi more contemptuous, and she asked leisurely, "Is this really all you've got?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the evil-eyed gazelle gathered a mass of energy in its throat, and small glowing rings appeared around its eyes. In a split second, a death beam shot out, piercing right through the servants. The leopard waiting for Big Zhao to escape couldn't dodge it either, and it collapsed instantly after that single blow. Big Zhao's eyes widened in shock, her mouth hanging open as she stared ahead, too choked up to say a word. Lin Qi stepped toward her, still perfectly calm, and delivered a threat. "Looks like it's time to end this." Suddenly, a tiny glimmer butterfly slipped through Big Zhao's hands and fluttered into the air, leaving her completely stunned. Lin Qi was gripped with pure terror when she saw that tiny spirit beast. The evil-eyed gazelle beside her suddenly stumbled, and her own legs began to shake so hard she could barely keep her balance. A second later, Lin Qi collapsed to the ground, clutching her pale face and wondering, "How is this possible? How can there be a glimmer butterfly here?" As the butterfly flew toward her, she was paralyzed with fear, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why now? Why does it have to be right now?" Seeing Lin Qi terrified of a tiny butterfly, a realization flashed through Big Zhao's mind. "Is this glimmer butterfly here to save me?" A moment later, she spun around and bolted. She tried to stay calm, thinking to herself, "Never mind that. I need to get out of here first." Lin Qi remained kneeling pathetically on the ground, whimpering, "I'm sorry, Lord Holy Mountain. I can no longer take part in this mission." Then she hugged her evil-eyed gazelle, tears streaming down her face as she cried inwardly, "Because we of the Black Moon cult fear the glimmer butterfly most of all." The scene shifts to Tukan and Duyetni, who were hugging each other in fear as the countdown reached 10, 9, 8, 7. The tyrant behind them continued ruthlessly with 6, 5, 4, 3. Honguyet couldn't help but watch with curiosity, wondering to itself, "The Supreme Rain Tyrant? Does Yellow Spring Road mean that Water King is also here? What if attacking the small one attracts the big one? This is a huge mess." Right then, the last 3 numbers came from its mouth. 2, 1. Receiving no response, the tyrant immediately swung its hand forward, its voice threatening, "What a shame, then don't blame me." Instantly, swirling vortexes of water were unleashed from its hands. In an instant, Duyet, Ni, and Tukan were submerged by the rushing torrent. Suddenly, purple-pink clouds appeared out of nowhere. The clouds charged straight through the tyrant, catching it completely off guard. Fortunately, those sudden clouds saved Duyet, Ni, and Tukan's lives. Seeing what happened, the tyrant demanded, "Clouds? This can't be a power from the White Saint family. It seems the intel has changed unexpectedly. Who are you?" The 2 girls, still in shock, also looked toward where the tyrant was staring. Ahead, stylish footsteps lightly appeared on the clouds, and Ho Ningyet's calm figure was revealed before their eyes. Tukan was stunned the moment she saw Hoan Nuyet and asked, "A mid-tier white flower deer saved us from a supreme being?" At this moment, it was feeling quite bored, trying to reassure itself. "Since I promised the Moon King, I have to see this through to the end." The tyrant immediately walked up to face Hoan Ninguyet, introducing itself with mock respect, "Yellow Spring Road. Third under the command of the Eternal Reign, Tyrant Emperor." It glanced around casually and asked, "Didn't that Eternal Leader guy come with you?" The tyrant was furious inside. How dare it refer to the Emperor like that? But it kept its outward composure and replied, "According to the rules of the dual moon cult overlords, the Emperor will not appear on the stage, especially since this is just a battle between supremes. A smile played on Hoan Nguyet's lips as it said, "Oh, I see. Then there's no problem." It then stood tall and proud, muttering with full confidence, "Actually, I'm the type who's soft with the weak, but tough with the strong." That guy couldn't contain his rage any longer. He slammed his hands together and growled, "Don't push your luck." As his hands met, he activated a combat skill. Under the deep sea, a massive box of water appeared high above, with a violent, rushing torrent at its base. Caught off guard, Honengyuet was instantly swept into the vast expanse of water, but suddenly, its body vanished from the flow. Immediately after, brilliant rays of light began to gather at a point high in the sky. In a flash, Hoan Nungyet appeared mid-air, surrounded by magnificent streaks of energy. Its sudden appearance left the tyrant completely speechless with shock. Wait, am I back to being a formless spirit again? But then, it quickly regained its composure, crossing its arms over its chest while muttering, "If it has come to this, I have no choice." A split second later, a swirling whirlpool of water appeared right above Huan Yue's head. The current from Tyrant's attack grew more intense and violent with every passing second. Once the energy reached its peak, that whirlpool came crashing down like a massive flood. Moments later, the mist began to slowly evaporate into thin air. Staring down at the deep crater, Tyrant felt satisfied, thinking the enemy was surely torn to pieces. But suddenly, something caught its eye that it just couldn't look away from. High in the sky, the sight of two moons appearing at once hit Tyrant's vision. It wondered to itself, "What is Star Moon doing? How dare they change the moon's shape without my permission?" It looked around nervously, thinking, "In a place with so many Moonlight-type beasts, it's a huge disadvantage for a water type like me." But that anxiety slowly faded as it remembered something. Luckily, the enemy has been defeated. With that thought, it casually turned to leave, feeling irritated. "I'm definitely demanding an explanation when I get back." Suddenly, a figure with long, silky hair brushed past Tyrant from behind, along with the words, "Like I said." Hearing that voice, Tyrant whipped its head around instantly. A woman's stunning body began to materialize from Huan Yue's clouds. In her humanoid form, she glided across the ground and issued a calm warning. "Let's just wait until the full moon ends before we keep fighting. I really don't even need the full moon to take you down easily." Seriously, that was the final straw for Tyrant. In a fit of rage, it lunged at her with its fist, shouting triumphantly, "What did you just say? What if I want to kill you during the full moon anyway?" But within seconds, its smug look completely vanished. Tyrant's body, along with the unlucky buildings nearby, was impaled by massive deer antlers. As its body began to fade into nothingness, on the brink of death, it still wondered, how is this possible? This power is far beyond sovereign level. Is it an imperial bloodline? Looking at Huan Yue's calm expression, Tyrant finally realized there was a sovereign here that no opponent could even touch. She growled, emphasizing every single word, "I really wasn't trying to use the full moon to bully you. Did you hear me?" With its life flickering out, Tyrant looked up at the sky and sent a silent message. "Master, you must be extremely careful from now on." Its body completely vanished into the void, and its final message ended. Shortly after, a crowd of students began to gather to watch Huan Yue. Hearing the whispers behind her, she wondered to herself, was that a bit too much? Her gaze suddenly shifted, looking toward the total destruction in front of her. Huan Yue realized that both the mastermind and the Moon King were likely there. She tilted her head, wondering what her next move should be. 3 minutes earlier at the teaching area square, the scene was one of total devastation, covered in thick dust. On the ground, the guardian spirit and Dan Yue were lying unconscious. In the distance was the dark shadow of Yen Yue. Right now, Yen Yue was completely out of control, lashing out with relentless attacks. Its gaze suddenly fixed on something in midair, as if it sensed something unusual. The Moonlight Rabbit's body, which had just been sliced in half, was regenerating. Clouds gathered at the wound to reform its upper body. In an instant, the Moonlight Rabbit reappeared in its full moon form. Low-level, waning moon physique. Skills include super regeneration and physical enhancement. Suddenly, it perked up its ears. Quickly, the Moonlight Rabbit reached out and grabbed the blade in Yen Yue's hand. She was clearly annoyed by its actions, her face showing pure frustration. Unexpectedly, the Moonlight Rabbit grabbed Yen Yue and leaped away, racing toward a specific location. At that moment, in the forest near the academy, Star Moon asked Sheng Shan, who was leading the way. "Hey, Sheng Shan, are you sure the Twin Moon cult won't find this path?" He smirked, his voice filled with arrogance. "You're really underestimating me, aren't you?" He began to brag, unaware of a violent beam of light crashing down nearby. "This is top secret info from my mole. There won't be any issues." As the blinding light exploded and hit him right in the face, Sheng Shan went dead silent. From the thick smoke, the Moonlight Rabbit's massive silhouette emerged, still holding on to Yen Yue and her weapon. Seeing this, he couldn't find any words. Star Moon and Huang Quan beside him gasped in shock. "Damn it, the Moon King found us." After a moment of paralysis, Sheng Shan regained some composure. He immediately tried to calm them down. "Get it together. In this chaos, it might not even be the Moon King." Before he could even finish his sentence, Sheng Shan froze again. Before his eyes, the Moonlight Rabbit was reaching into its mouth with its ears to pull something out. In an instant, his cloak billowed in the wind like the wings of a butterfly. To Luong's majestic figure slowly emerged. The moment those three saw his familiar face, they froze in terror, completely unable to move. To Luong, on the other hand, calmly scanned them. He was a bit surprised to recognize Star Mean Guiyet of the Black Moon sect. And then there was Duong Huang Tuyen. Right now, her mind was a total mess, spiraling into the classic, "Where am I? Who am I?" crisis. "I am a water-type beast tamer, so why on earth am I facing the Moon King under a full moon?" Paralyzed with fear, she decided to speak up first, desperately trying to talk her way out of it. "Respected Moon King, my mission was simply to guard the Black Moon Holy Mountain. I have absolutely no intention of starting a war with you." However, Saint Mountain stepped forward and boldly declared, "Moon King, I am here to challenge you." Hearing that, Hong Tuyen stiffened, internally screaming, "Fine." To Luong looked down with curiosity, pondering something to himself. Suddenly, the crescent moons in his eyes began to shimmer. He whispered the words, "Declare war," back to them. Without a second thought, Saint Mountain fiercely proclaimed, "On the next full moon, after the moon god's sacrifice begins, I will return with the Emperor to end this once and for all. Carrying the final wishes of all our fallen believers, I will defeat you." He clenched his fists, his entire body trembling with pure rage. He remembered. 3 years ago, the Black Moon sect headquarters was wiped out. I even lost my eyes because I stood against some truly terrifying entities. The image of To Luong's effortless, calm demeanor from that day flashed in his mind, fueling his anger even more. "Back then, you were just like you are today, looking down at us with that pitying gaze, as if we were nothing more than insects. That is the true nature of the Moon King." As the monologue ended, To Luong just stood there looking blank. Honestly, he was beyond confused. He thought to himself, "What the hell is this guy talking about? Why doesn't the original owner of this body have any memories of this? Did he just forget everything?" But then he caught a glimpse of star-sinking Moonblade, whose energy was starting to surge uncontrollably. He thought nervously, "Whatever, I need to come up with an excuse first and figure the rest out later. Moonblade is about to snap." After a moment of thought, To Luong finally spoke up. "The struggles of mere insects are quite unsightly, but I suppose I can give you one chance." The three below fell deathly silent, hanging on his every word. His expression darkened. He continued, his voice cold and menacing. "But as payment for provoking me, I will order the Twin Moon sect to hunt you down relentlessly from this moment on. If you can make it out alive, I will accept your challenge." At those words, Saint Mountain began to shake violently. Mi Nguyen and Hoang Tuyen couldn't hide their terror either. With that, Tu Luong turned to leave. Leaving them with one final warning, he called out loudly to the star-sinking Moonblade. As if waiting for that command, the Moonblade, already in a berserk state, swung its massive blade downward. In a flash, a devastating attack lit up the night sky. The explosion was so massive, it felt like a meteor had just slammed into the earth. 10 minutes later, the crescent moon still hung in the sky. Below in the forest, the smoke and dust had yet to settle. The trees were charred husks. Someone could be heard coughing violently, followed by a shaky question. Is the Moon King gone?" The three crawled out from underground. Mi Nguyen noted with concern, "The power of that star-sinking Moonblade. Something is wrong with it. If our Emperor hadn't secretly intervened, we would be dead meat." She stood up abruptly, fuming with frustration. But doing that broke the rules. Plus, the leaders of the Twin Moon sect might have noticed. "From here on, we need to split up." Hoang Tuyen sighed, sounding completely drained. "Now we have to actually use our brains to figure out a way to avoid being hunted by the Twin Moon sect." She glanced toward the distant mountains, a heavy sense of dread filling her heart. Forget about the Moonblade, even the 7-star Storm Tyrant did not stand a ghost of a chance at escaping. Hoang Tuyen then stated with certainty, there is definitely a mysterious, unknown force hiding within the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy. After leaving the forest, To Luong walked around the academy, looking at the heavy destruction everywhere. He could not help but sigh. This battle really trashed the place, didn't it? He stopped, a sudden doubt crossing his mind. Wait. How were star-sinking Moonblade and cloud-treading Moonchaser able to take down a 7-star Supreme Beast so easily? Still, he felt a surge of excitement. Even though I haven't officially formed a contract with them yet, I somehow managed to take down a whole bunch of heavy hitters. Suddenly, a piercing scream from the distance caught his attention. A figure suddenly sprinted toward him, crashing into Tu Luong and knocking him off balance. It was Hoa Ngiet in her human form, sitting on Tu Luong's stomach. She started flailing her arms, hitting him while sobbing hysterically. Listen to me, I just ran into a 7-star beast tamer. I almost got flattened. It was so scary. She kept on whining while Tu Luong just stood there, keeping his mouth shut. If it weren't for me, the whole academy would have been underwater by now. Even that little girl from the White Saint might have drowned. After crying for a while, Hoa Ngiet suddenly went dead silent, her body stiffening as she remembered something huge. Did I forget to change back? But before she could do a thing, Tu Luong gently placed his hand on her head and started petting her. He looked at Hoa Ngiet with such warm, doting eyes that it actually calmed her down. Then he turned to her and made a suggestion. In a few days, come back to the Double Moon sect with me. I have something to discuss with that overlord. Hoa Ngiet paused for a moment, her mind racing over his words. Overlord? When the realization hit her, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. She wondered to herself, is this that legendary meeting the parents moment? Then, Hoa Ngiet asked shyly, isn't this a bit too fast? But on the inside, she was absolutely screaming with joy. The scene shifts to early the next morning at the Double Moon Sect headquarters on Heavenly Bliss Island, an island with butterfly wings floating high above the thick clouds. Down below, a group of people in white robes looked up at the island, whispering among themselves. Is that island really modeled after the legendary Emperor Floating Life Silver Dream? It truly is a magnificent masterpiece. The Double Moon Sect is definitely a power that can rival the Blue Moon Holy Sect. The only person not wearing a robe was Dao Xiaoju from the Peach Moon Temple. She looked back at the group behind her and asked grumpily, you guys haven't forgotten why we're here today, right? Then she stepped forward, her voice loud and clear. The treasure of the Eastern Great Emperor is hidden right inside the Double Moon Sect's headquarters. Xiaoju clenched her fists with determination and declared fiercely, no matter what it takes, I'm getting my hands on it today. Not long after, Xiaoju and her attendants set foot on Heavenly Bliss Island. The moment she saw what was in front of her, her jaw dropped in shock. Seeing the crowds of people on the streets and the towering buildings all around, she couldn't help but gasp. This place is way too lively. Xiaoju bit down on her white handkerchief, unable to accept the reality of the situation. I thought the Double Moon Sect would be super strict, but it turns out it's just a tourist trap. How much money are they raking in every day? She and her group continued their journey. Right then, someone in a black cloak and a butterfly mask was walking behind Xiaoju. That person was Tu Luong. He glanced back at Xiaoju, feeling a bit puzzled, and asked softly, why would a beast tamer from the South's Peach Moon Temple be here? Hearing this, Hoa Ngiet poked her head out. Curious. Who are you talking about? When she saw Xiaoju's back, she couldn't help but shout in surprise. Wait, isn't that girl Dao Xiaoju? Immediately after, Hoa Ngiet grabbed Tu Luong's sleeve and started venting everything she knew. She's the Saintess candidate from Peach Moon Temple, a total fangirl of the Blue Moon Great Emperor, and that crazy online troll who's been harassing you. She clenched her fists tightly, determined to get even. She even blocked me after I called her out in a private message. This is the perfect chance to make her apologize. Tu Luong was completely done with her and could only wonder to himself, demanding an apology after an online argument? How petty is that? Seeing her still fuming, he tried to distract her. Forget about that. Besides this, is there anything else you want to do or play? He thought to himself, we still have plenty of time before the moon rises. Unlike Tu Luong's enthusiasm, Hoa Ngiet gave a firm, one-word answer. No. Right then, a sign for a beast-eating challenge caught her eye. It was open to anyone who wanted to participate anonymously. Registration ends at 5 o'clock. She immediately pointed at the sign and announced excitedly, I'm in. Tu Luong was speechless, feeling a wave of second-hand embarrassment. The beast of the Moon King is entering an eating contest? If word gets out, I'm never going to live this down. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Hurry up, time is almost up, get registered now. That voice came from Xiaoju. She was incredibly hyped at the registration desk. Once she was signed up, Xiaoju said excitedly, once I win this championship, my power will definitely stand out among all the Saintess candidates. To Luong happened to overhear her and muttered to himself, the prize. He looked over at the prize board for the Grand Glutton Challenge. First place, a drop of essence from the Flying Cherry Blossom Pink King. Second place, a box of face masks. Third place, a bottle of hand cream. Seeing what was written there, To Luong's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't help but ask, wait, what kind of crazy gap is there between these prizes? Still in shock, he thought to himself, the Flying Cherry Blossom Pink King. Isn't that the legendary Emperor of the East? They say everywhere it goes, the sky turns blood red for 1,000 miles. Cherry blossoms scatter in its wake. But because the electronic signals in the East are cut off, very few people have actually seen its true face. It seems Xiaoju is a bit too confident this time, but there is no way this competition is going to be as simple as she thinks. Thinking about it, To Luong grumbled in annoyance. Who organized this competition anyway? How dare they offer Emperor Essence alongside hand cream and face masks as prizes? Hoan Nuyet was a bit taken aback by his question and asked back in confusion. Isn't that what you guys at the Twin Moon sect taught? It's for seeking revenge on the Sakura Dust sect. Hearing this, To Luong suddenly went dead, silent. Then, Hoan Nuyet seriously explained that there were online rumors about the Twin Moon sect collecting delicacies lately. Those are the treats butterfly beasts need, and they have a lot of beef with the Sakura Dust sect. Didn't you know? I thought you were the one who gave the order. To Luong could only feel embarrassed and replied to himself in his head, how is that possible? My low-level Glimmer Butterfly can't even handle Emperor-tier food. After that, he kept his eye on the competition, feeling a surge of excitement. But either way, I'm actually starting to get interested. Right then, the info panel for the Book of the Moon popped up. Stage 2, new feature. Spend a certain number of gacha pulls. You can see all the clues for unlocked pets. It takes 5 pulls for high-level beast clues, 30 for intermediate ones, and 100 to get clues for a supreme tier beast. Seeing this, To Luong smirked, feeling secretly thrilled. After unlocking a certain number of supreme tier illustrations, the Book of the Moon had also been upgraded, and there might even be more new functions. Not long after, the host grabbed the mic to make an announcement. Welcome to the Beast Mukbang Challenge, organized by the Twin Moon sect. I'm your host, Nguyet Ni. Nguyet Ni stood between the two competition tables, surrounded by a massive crowd gathering to watch. She shouted excitedly, "Thank you all for signing up." Some people in the crowd whispered to each other. Who would want to get caught up in the feud between the Twin Moon sect and the Sakura Dust sect? Are these contestants just idiots? Or are they actors hired by the Twin Moon sect? Ignoring the gossip, the host continued explaining the rules. Each contestant can summon up to 2 beasts to eat. But be warned, the competition uses supreme tier beast food, and it's an insane level of spice that only supreme tiers can handle. Hearing that, the 2 people with Tioku looked completely stunned, while she still looked incredibly determined. Bright red plates of cakes were gradually laid out on the table, and the rising steam carried an indescribable, stinging spice. The aroma hit the noses of the pets belonging to the girls following Tioku. They quickly reached their limit. In contrast to their discomfort, Hoan Nguyet was absolutely drooling over the intense dish in front of her. On this side, Tioku remained steadfast and declared loudly, "You don't need to force yourselves. I'm not going to lose anyway." With that, she immediately summoned her pet. "Come forth, Heavenly Flame Butterfly." It was a pink-winged butterfly of the supreme tier flame element. Holding her pet, Tioku glanced at the spectators with a smug look. She thought to herself, looks like even in the Twin Moon sect, not everyone has a supreme tier. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she looked across. The sight of To Luong and Hoan Nuyet standing behind 3 trays of bright red cakes left her in total shock. What the hell? Is that guy really using a mid-tier beast for this competition? Tioku breathed a sigh of relief, filled with pure contempt, thinking, does he want his beast to die from the spice? On the other side, To Luong was dead serious. He figured that even though that girl only summoned 1 supreme tier, since she was so determined to win, it definitely wouldn't be easy. He looked over at Hoan Nuyet, who was drooling, and whispered to himself, even though I have the star-sinking crescent moon, I obviously can't pull it out on an occasion like this. His eyes shone with confidence. He still had another trump card. Opposite him, Tuku also glared intensely at To Luong. Right then, Nguyet Ni held the timer up high and announced loudly, "The competition consists of only one round, and the time limit is 10 minutes. When the signal to start rang out, both sides shot confident glares at their opponent. A powerful belief in victory swelled in everyone's hearts. Very quickly, the heavenly flame butterfly picked up a spicy cake larger than its own head and began scarfing down huge bites. The low-tier pets below were having a miserable time, tears streaming down as the stinging spice hit their tongues. On the opposite side, Hoan Ngiet was devouring the cakes one after another, thoroughly enjoying the flavor. Seeing her insane eating speed, Tuku felt a bit uneasy and wondered, could it be a supreme tier? Then she looked proudly at her heavenly flame butterfly, wondering what era this was that people were still playing the wolf in sheep's clothing trope. Then Tuku shouted out fiercely, "No matter what, I absolutely will not lose." 3 minutes later, all the low-tier pets from the cloaked women were slumped on the ground, completely unable to handle the extreme flavor of the dish. The heavenly flame butterfly was at its limit, panting heavily with a bloated stomach after devouring 30 servings. Tuku could see the exhaustion written all over it, and she couldn't hide her shock as she realized the truth. The butterfly couldn't take another bite. She glanced nervously at her opponent, her heart racing with worry. On the other side, To Luong was stunned by Hoan Nguyet's massive appetite and voiced his concern. "You can still eat? Didn't you just finish a mountain of snacks? Don't force yourself if you're full." Still, chewing on a piece of cake, the pet explained that it was fine, claiming it had separate stomachs for snacks and pet food. Watching Hoan Nguyet continue to gobble down everything, Tuku thought in terror, how is this even possible? Is that thing seriously unfazed? She tried to keep her cool, doing the math based on her rank as a 4-star Beastmaster, summoning 2 supreme beasts at once. I probably can't last more than 5 minutes. She gritted her teeth, her drive to win still burning intensely. But for the Emperor's fluid, I have to win no matter what. Without wasting a second, Tuku screamed for her pet. "Come out, Azure Spirit Moon Soul." A massive, muscular Moonlight system beast of the supreme rank materialized right behind her. It didn't hesitate for a second, grabbing a plate piled high with spicy buns and shoveling them into its mouth, swallowing everything in an instant. Seeing that insane eating speed, Hoan Nguyet couldn't help but ask nervously, if he eats like that, isn't he going to have a massive case of diarrhea later? Tuku's confidence was back. She clenched her fists, her whole body trembling as she spoke with certainty. "Our intake has doubled. This victory is ours." Just then, the host announced the final minute of the competition. Azure Spirit Moon Soul's count had reached 72, while Hoan Nguyet was still stuck at 34. The tides had turned in a flash, but To Luong remained calm, whispering to himself that the time had come. With a single thought, he called out "Moon in the lake." Suddenly, ribbons of water surged out, wrapping around the plates of spicy buns. Icy whirlpools hovered in midair, vacuuming up every single bun on the table in the blink of an eye. Outside the arena, the crowd was dead silent for a moment before erupting into a frenzy. What just happened? What did I just see? Every eye was glued to the 5 empty plates at To Luong's table. Someone shouted in disbelief. Hundreds of pet food portions just vanished into thin air. Tuku was so shocked she turned into a statue, barely able to stammer out, This is absolutely impossible." Moments later, the host rang the bell with a loud chime and announced that the match was over. She pointed toward To Luong and the bloated Hoan Nguyet, excitedly declaring, "We have a winner. This player takes the prize." Those words were like 100 daggers to Tuku's heart. She collapsed to her knees, sobbing in despair. No, Nguyet Ni immediately turned to leave, her face shrouded in shadows. As she walked away, she spoke to To Luong in a heavy tone. "Please follow me backstage to claim your reward." Soon, night fell, and a faint crescent moon peeked out from behind the rooftops. Inside, Nguyet Ni handed the bottle of fluid to To Luong and asked, "Grandmaster, we still have over a dozen drops of the flying cherry blossom essence in the vault. Do you want me to bring them all out?" Taking the bottle, he asked in surprise, "You recognized me?" She began to explain as Hoan Nguyet looked on, totally confused. "I only had my suspicions at first, because of the rumors that you've been hanging around a white deer lately." Then Nguyet Ni dropped a bombshell. "The Overlord has awakened and ordered me to tell you to come to the main hall for an urgent meeting. That's when I officially confirmed your identity." Hearing this, To Luong was panicking inside, but he put on a cold, arrogant act. "Fine, That guy always wakes up as soon as the moon shows its face. After checking the bottle, he popped the cap. He slowly took a sniff of the fragrance. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as if he'd just stepped into a trap, seeing To Luong spin around, his body jerking violently. Nguyen called out in a panic, "Grandmaster!" His body wouldn't stop twitching as data from the Book of the Moon flooded his vision. Sky system, Emperor rank, flying cherry blossom unlocked. Reward, 50 consecutive summons. Unlock rules have been updated. All Moonlight beasts within range will now be automatically added to the encyclopedia. As he read the description of this Emperor rank beast, a creature that had ruled the East City continent for over 10,000 years and was one of the 3 Jade Heavens, its power was almost on par with an overlord. To Luong was shaken to his core. Nearly an overlord? Then this isn't just some ordinary Emperor rank beast. He reached up to steady his mask. He whispered in frustration, "There are too many screens popping up. I'm getting sensory overload." He reached up to steady his mask, whispering in frustration, "There are too many screens popping up. I'm getting sensory overload." A smirk plays on his lips as excitement bubbles up inside. Honestly, is it way too early for the Twin Moon sect to go to war with the Flying Eagle Saint? A few moments later, at the main hall of the Twin Moon sect headquarters right now, inside this massive stronghold, To Luong and Hoan Nguyen walk with total composure, their eyes constantly scanning everything around them. Hoan Nguyen notices the women in robes standing with their heads bowed, and she can't help but feel impressed. Is this line of people really the prestige that comes with the title of Moon King? Not long after, they reach the gates leading to the main hall. A brilliant, radiant light spills out from within. Without wasting another second, To Luong steps right through those gates. He closes his eyes for a moment, waiting to see where they end up. Once the blinding light from the portal completely fades, he snaps his eyes open to take a look. To Luong and Hoan Nguyen are now standing on the surface of a lake, and high above them, a figure sits with their back turned upon a crescent moon. She can't take her eyes off the person in the distance, her voice filled with shock. This is a true overlord. To Luong keeps his cool, slowly explaining things to, "That's right, this is the supreme ruler of the entire northern region, the guardian beast of the Twin Moon sect, and the 12th protector of the Moonlight. Her name is Jade Sea Archer Moon." After a moment of silence, Archer Moon's voice echoes through the misty air. "Moon King, it seems you've finally made up your mind." Her expression visibly darkens as she calmly continues, "To wait for your response, the moon god's sacrificial ceremony has been delayed for 3 long years." Down below, To Luong listens intently to every word Archer Moon speaks. That old monster from the western region is furious, and even the gods are displeased by this. As she finishes her sentence, To Luong struggles to keep a straight face, despite the panic rising. To Luong thinks to himself nervously. The previous Moon King's memories mentioned waiting for the perfect timing, but I totally forgot about that. Even so, he fakes a cough and declares boldly, "That's why I'm here. Let the ceremony begin." But then he adds, "However, I have one question first." Archer Moon looks a bit curious and slowly turns her head toward him. Right then, To Luong asks clearly, word for word, "How exactly do I win a battle between emperors?" She replies instantly, "Specify the emperor's rank first. Just so you know, I cannot intervene during the moon god's ceremony." Hearing that, To Luong rubs his chin thoughtfully before answering, "I'm not entirely sure, but it's probably the Black Moon sect." Archer Moon's eyebrows knit together in confusion. She mutters the words Black Moon sect to herself. Then, she gives a response that leaves To Luong completely frozen. "Moon King, please stop joking with me. You are the miracle of the moon itself. You shouldn't waste my expectations on something so trivial." Deep down, he's dying inside because he can't say what he's actually thinking. "I'm not joking though. A 1-star beast tamer like me literally has no way to deal with an emperor." Just as he's starting to lose hope, a ring suddenly appears out of thin air right in front of his eyes. Both To Luong and Hoan Nguyen stare at the item with curiosity, while Archer Moon explains, "This is the token of the moon god, the proof of your status as the king of the north. The moment you put this ring on, the moon god's sacrifice will officially begin." The ring immediately flies toward To Luong's hand, but it refuses to be put on. It keeps signaling for him to remove the ring he's already wearing on his middle finger. Seeing this, he sighs and takes off his old ring, saying gloomily, "Fine, fine, I get it." Quickly, the ring slides onto To Luong's middle finger. A second later, a blinding light erupts from where he's standing, surrounded by swirling orbs of multicolored light. In an instant, a strangely peaceful scene appears, an ancient town nestled right at the foot of a mountain. Right then, the system screen pops up, announcing that the moon god's ceremony is starting. Checking ceremony token, identifying the northern moon representative. Suddenly, the system screen turns blood red with a check error message. As the system rechecks, To Luong opens his eyes. A prompt appears. Moon book holder's authority level has been upgraded. Identity can now be disguised. Would you like to use a disguise? Yes. No. After reading that, he looks around the area cautiously. He's surrounded by system windows, making him ask in a panic, "Where am I? Did I just get teleported?" Then, one specific system screen catches To Luong's eye. On it is his face, along with his info. Name, To Luong. Rank, 1, star, cannot be hidden. Gender, male, can be changed. Appearance, can be changed. Character templates. 3 templates detected. Can be inherited directly for disguise purposes. Note, if you do not inherit a template, your true rank will be detected by other representatives. After reading this, he smirks in annoyance. A 1-star from the northern region? That's basically announcing my identity to the world. The 3 disguise templates appear. From top to bottom, they are Overlord Jade Sea Archer Moon and a Supreme Template, Sunken Star Moon Shroud, Supreme Template, Cloud Stepping Moon Transformation. After scanning them all, To Luong stroked his chin, thinking hard. The most important thing right now is not to let any weakness show. Otherwise, things will go south once the Moon Goddess Festival begins. As his thoughts raced, he decided it was best to inherit a truly powerful template. He immediately tapped the selection box for the Imperial Blue Sea Moon Bow template. In an instant, the surrounding system screens began to fade, leaving only one final notification about the transformation. Meanwhile, at the Moon Goddess Festival, the atmosphere was heavy under the beam of light hitting the center stage. Chairs were arranged neatly around the perimeter. A dark shadow slowly emerged from the path leading to the ritual site. Mumbling a familiar verse about the moon never setting because the night is eternal, Saintess Chu Nuyet appeared, representing the central domain. Just as she sat down, she noticed something that took her by surprise. On the opposite side, another figure stepped out with a greeting. Saintess Chu Nuyet, it has been a long time. This was Emperor Thuong Nuyet, representing the southern domain. She walked over with a smile, remarking that the Moon Goddess Festival was finally about to start. Chu Nuyet remained silent. Just then, a small, petite shadow appeared. A little girl in her pajamas walked out slowly. This was Little Ho, the representative of the Western Domain. Chu Nuyet gave her an unfriendly look, while Thuong Nuyet waved cheerfully. "Long time no see, King of the West." Little Ho responded to that enthusiasm with a lazy hum. "Yeah." After climbing into her high chair, the little girl squeezed her eyes shut and drifted off into a deep sleep. Not long after, a figure with flowing hair appeared. Dressed in a provocative outfit, this was Bang Dan, the representative of the Eastern Domain. She glanced around and spoke up with a bored tone. "What is this? Only women here? How boring." Hearing this, Chun Yet responded with pure disdain. "Why is Bang Dan of the Eastern Domain even here? Non-lunar anomalies like you only threaten the purity of the moon." She sat down calmly, a smirk on her face as she explained, "If the moon goddess token is in my possession, I have no choice but to attend." 4 of them were now seated in their designated spots, but one chair remained empty. Bang Dan noticed the vacant seat and asked in confusion, "Why hasn't he shown up yet? When do we start the next step?" Thuong Niet smirked and announced, "Only the northern domain is left. It should be the Moon King." Little Ho woke up at that moment, looking over with a sleepy face and asking softly, "Is it that guy who caused a massive scene 3 years ago and made the moon stay full for an entire month?" Chun Yet gave a scornful laugh and quickly replied, "It is nothing but an empty title." As soon as she finished her sentence, the sound of slender legs clicking toward them echoed through the hall. Little Ho and Thuong Niet immediately turned their eyes toward the sound. Chun Yet and Bang Dan could not hide their curiosity either. The silhouette of a young woman slowly emerged from the shadows. The moment Bang Dan saw her, her jaw dropped in shock. "What?" Thuong Niet also stood up abruptly, shouting in disbelief. "This is impossible!" To Luong, now in the body of the Blue Sea Moon Bow, stepped out in front of everyone as the representative of the Northern Domain. His eyes glowed with the familiar crescent moon symbol. Thuong Niet stared blankly, still unable to believe what was happening, her voice trembling. "The moon has given its guidance. As he took his seat, she continued to cry out, "How can the representative of the northern domain not be the Moon King?" Chun-Guyet seemed much calmer as she casually offered her theory. It seems the Moon King was just an ordinary person after all, and there were many better candidates than him. After saying that, Chun-Guyet went silent and kept a close eye on To Luong. His unusually calm expression made her suspicious, since he had no reaction at all. Could it really have nothing to do with the Moon King? In reality, To Luong was crying on the inside, thinking how these pretty girls could have such sharp tongues. But he quickly regained his serious composure. He noted to himself that the appearance of the blue sea moon bow had confused everyone. It seemed the authority of the Book of the Moon was indeed higher than the moon goddess tokens. With the representatives of the 5 domains all present, an announcement rang out. After thousands of years, the Moon Goddess Festival is about to begin again. The final winner will be decided by the kings. The voice echoed, making Chun-Guyet extremely annoyed. But before the final brutal duel, the Moon Goddess seems to want things to be more interesting. The announcement continued while little Ho was still half asleep. Therefore, choose the strongest sacrifice that you believe in. Until the unique sacrifice is defeated, the kings are forbidden from fighting each other. Bang Dan, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy the news, listening intently to every detail. If a king personally slaughters the other sacrifices, they'll be disqualified on the spot. Ignoring the chatter buzzing in her ears, Shang Yue keeps her eyes locked onto To Luong. Finally, the rules state that beast-tier overlords cannot be chosen as exclusive sacrifices. The beast must belong to your own faction, otherwise you'll be forced to pick again. After a long, drawn-out explanation, the call finally rings out. All right, everyone, it is time. Please reveal your exclusive sacrifices. To Luong is panicking as he realizes he's in a serious bind. Does he have any other choice besides the beasts from the Double Moon sect? Sweat pours down his face like a waterfall, and a wave of humiliation washes over him. His hard-earned disguise was blown right from the start. How pathetic. Just then, Bing Min lets out a long yawn and says gloomily, "This is so boring. I wanted to see what their sacrifices could do, but it turns out I can't even join in myself." With that, she immediately summons her exclusive sacrifice. A system interface pops up. The exclusive sacrifice for the East Domain has been confirmed, an Emperor, tier Sky type, the pink blossom petal. Seeing this, To Luong she's starting off with an Emperor tier? That means she's probably got a contract with something way more terrifying. A split second later, the Central Domain's sacrifice is revealed, a Moonlight type Emperor tier, the fallen full moon. Reading the text on the system screen, he just gets more and more rattled. The fallen full moon is a legendary Moonlight Emperor and the very symbol of the Moon God Temple. Even little Hu, who's half asleep, summons her sacrifice, grumbling, "Ugh, what a p-" The system updates instantly. The West Domain sacrifice is locked in a Moonlight-type Emperor, tier, the first-generation White Saint. To Luong's eyes go wide as he mutters the name under his breath. The first-generation White Saint? His heart sinks as he realizes who that is, the founding ancestor of the White Saint clan. Their power has to be on par with an overlord, right? Shang Yue still hasn't moved a muscle, her eyes still glued to Luong. Then, a voice rushes them. Will the remaining kings please present their exclusive sacrifices within the next 60 seconds? Right at that moment, To Luong remembers something crucial. Wait, what about that emperor who lived in the Northern Territory? Even if they're missing, I still have a connection to them. Suddenly, a faint silhouette with deer antlers begins to materialize. He thinks to himself, overjoyed. Found it. Without a second thought, he makes a bold declaration. Book of the Moon, use 100 draws. The pages of the Book of the Moon start flipping like a whirlwind. A moment later, a notification for an Emperor tier beast illustration pops up on the screen. It's the Cloud Dream Covenant, with the following details. An ancient emperor, tier beast of the Northern Domain and the founder of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. Data entry 1. Thousands of years ago, the Cloud Dream Covenant was the guardian of the White Deer Palace, one of the 12 Moon Radiance palaces. After the Moon Radiance was destroyed, it fell from its position as a ruling overlord to a regular emperor tier and fell into a deep slumber. It sleeps within the clouds and mist of the northern border, waiting for the moonlight to gather so it can wake up once more. Data entry 2. The 12 Moon Radiance palaces are part of the 12 pieces of the moon god Glimmer Butterfly system. The only guardian still active today is from the 9th palace, the Sagittarian Jade Sea Wise Moon. A sudden alert snaps to Luong out of his daze. 5 seconds remaining. If you do not choose, you will be disqualified. Data entry 3. The descendant of the Cloud Dream Covenant is the sovereign tier Cloud, treading moon, chaser. Once it obtains the white deer fragment from the Moon Radiance Palace, it can be promoted to the Emperor tier. To Luong is staring at the screen in total shock. Even as the countdown hits 5, 4, the final piece of information appears. It is confirmed that the Cloud Dream Covenant and the host belong to the same faction, making it a valid choice for the moon god sacrifice. Hope surges back into his heart, and his eyes light up. As the timer hits 3, 2, 1, both To Luong and Shang Yue submit their sacrifices at the exact same time. The first notification flashes. The exclusive sacrifice for the North Domain has been confirmed. A Moonlight-type Emperor. Tier. The Cloud Dream Covenant. Shang Yue is speechless. She never imagined that the beast he chose wouldn't actually belong to the Double Moon sect. But at that exact moment, To Luong is also staring in disbelief. Wait, what's going on? Why did the great empress, Shang Yue, choose a mere sovereign tier for her exclusive sacrifice? The announcement board updates. The exclusive sacrifice for the South Domain has been confirmed, a Moonlight-type sovereign tier, the Upper Crescent Moon Naraka. What's more, that prefix is just like the scabbard the Starslayer Moon Crescent was looking for the Upper Crescent Moon, Radiant Bone General. Suddenly, circles of light illuminate the entire room as an announcement rings out. The exclusive sacrifices for all 5 participants are now confirmed. The moon god's sacrifice is about to begin. Please, enjoy the show. To Luong's body began to fade away. The teleportation back was finally starting. Tu Ho was getting ready to close her eyes and catch some Z's while they traveled. But suddenly, her eyes snapped open, her face twisted in shock as she realized something. Wait a second. The Cloud Dream Covenant? Tu Ho stared at the spot where Tu Luong was vanishing and cried out in disbelief. How is that even possible? That name. It actually belongs to before she could finish. The teleportation ended. Tu Luong was already back inside the main hall. He was pretty stunned by the sight before him. Right at that moment, Kung Nguyet, perched on a crescent moon, softly called out, "Moon King." She looked at Tu Luong and asked, "Can you feel it yet?" Just a few seconds ago, the Moon God Festival officially began. Now, go and claim the throne that rightfully belongs to you. Hearing those words, his eyes filled with A second later, he turned around to leave, tossing a few words over his shoulder. Yeah, I should probably get prepared. Let's call it a day. From her high perch, Kung Nguyet happily replied, "All right, next time we meet, the Moon God Festival might already be over." The figures of Tu Luong and Hoen Nguyet slowly started to fade. Kung Nguyet watched them go, her voice carrying a hint of a promise. "I hope by then, our little agreement can finally be fulfilled. Moon King." Once his presence had completely vanished from the hall, she turned away, muttering to herself in confusion. He actually asked me how to defeat the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Is he just an ant? Recalling the sheer determination on his face, she was certain of one thing: he is completely clueless about his own power. Kung Nguyet then began to ponder, questioning the Book of the Moon's choice and the threat posed by the other emperors. A faint smirk played on her lips, her excitement bleeding into every word. It looks like his memories are returning. I wonder how those folks at the Moon God Palace will react. I can't wait. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Twin Moon sect, a massive pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky, sending violent shockwaves through the air. The sight sent the crowd into a frenzy, everyone gripped by sheer panic. What is going on? In the middle of the chaos, a girl rushed forward, pointing at the sky and screaming, "Look! Look up there!" A deep crimson crescent moon appeared, glowing intensely in the night sky. That eerie light mixed with the never-ending screams as the moon turned a blood-red color. At that exact moment, a crescent moon seal, looking like it was carved from bloody light, appeared on the back of the girl's hand. She panicked, yelling out, "What is happening to me?" Everyone there suddenly had the same seal on their hands. Terrified, they scrambled for answers, wondering if some kind of disaster had just struck. Elsewhere, while Thuong Niet was taking a relaxing soak, a maid came rushing in to report the news. "Great Emperor, the Moon God Festival has officially begun. Great Emperor." But she didn't seem to care, just staring blankly and muttering, "No, it can't be." Thuong Niet's face went pale, her eyes hollow, as she kept whispering to herself, "The Moon King is the answer the moon gave? If that is true, won't I just be a total laughingstock?" The maid timidly continued, "Great Emperor, you said earlier that once the festival begins, all disciples should withdraw?" She slowly turned her head, meeting the maid's eyes with a vacant but ice-cold stare. Thuong Niet's eyes drifted shut. Once she regained her composure, she brushed her hair back and coldly replied, "No need. I have changed my mind." Thuong Niet stood up and announced sternly, regarding all the temporary sacrifices in the sect. "First, send the 5 leaves to the Sacrifice Elimination Assembly in the northern region." She grabbed a towel and added in a freezing tone, "As for me, I will be heading there personally." She stood all the way up, casually throwing the towel over her shoulders, and continued, "I need to see for myself what exactly is going on with this Moon King and their moon." Watching her walk away, the maid suddenly remembered something and shouted in a panic, "Great Emperor! Wait up!" She chased after her, asking doubtfully, "Are all the 5-leaf sacrifices being sent out as pawns?" Getting no response, the maid just stood there, overwhelmed with worry. On the day of the Sacrifice Elimination Assembly, under a full moon, what exactly is waiting for them? Outside the Twin Moon Sect city, the maid's voice still echoed through the silence, a war between emperors. At that very moment, Nguyen landed on a nearby rooftop. With To Luong on its back, it quietly scanned the surroundings. A second later, he stepped down coldly, thinking to himself, the number of hidden paragons around the academy has suddenly spiked. It looks like the Twin Moon Sect forces have all rushed here. In the middle of his thoughts, a familiar voice rang out, "Lord Moon King, you are finally back." To Luong turned around curiously to see Thanha rushing toward him, shoving her phone in his face. With a face full of resentment, she screamed, "You have to get us some justice. That great Emperor Thuong Nuet just suddenly declared war on us." To Luong took the phone and looked at the notification. Out of nowhere, Empress Thuong Niet has declared war on the Moonlight Beast Academy, and the 5 leaves from the southern region will be joining the northern region's sacrifice elimination. Thanha couldn't hide his fury and blurted out, "They're trying to wipe out every single sacrifice in our academy." To Luong watched closely, getting a bad feeling about Thuong Nuet's true intentions. Declaring war on the academy? It seemed like she was testing him by sending the 5 leaves to stir up trouble. To Luong kept his cool. He waved his hand dismissively to calm the situation and said, "Don't sweat it. I'll let the Twin Moon Sect handle this mess." After saying that, To Luong and Hoan Nuet turned to leave. He left one last instruction. "I need to get some rest. Just send me the list of the groups participating in the meet." Even though he was a bit stunned, Thanha could only mutter in agreement. A few hours flew by. In his room, Hoan Nuet was curled up on the bed, fast asleep with the Moonlight Rabbit and the shimmering butterfly. Under the dim light, Tu Luong was still secretly and carefully checking every name on the participant list he'd been sent. He leaned his head on his hand, lost in thought. Turns out, this elimination meet was first proposed by the Azure Moon Empire, but as a descendant of the Azure Sea Palace, Nguyen shouldn't be trying to make things hard. Staring at the list for a long time, Tu Luong's mind kept racing. The Ling Moon Sect and the Flame Moon were old friends. They probably just came for the fun of it. Participants from the northern region included the Azure Moon Empire, the Moonlight Beast Academy, the Ling Moon Sect, and the Flame Moon. The central region had the Cross Moon Court and the Libra Association. The southern region sent the 5 leaves. The central region's groups were just small fries, showing support for the Twin Moon Sect, so he could ignore them for now. His face was expressionless, his eyes filled with a quiet intensity. The real problem was, thinking about it, the first name that popped into Tu Luong's head was the 5 leaves. His eyes stopped at the southern region section. The 5 leaves. An image of Xiaoju flashed through his mind. Just one candidate for the Saintess of Moonlight Island already possessed 2. It didn't take long for Tu Luong to realize the massive power gap. He could only imagine how strong a real Saintess would be. Maybe even cloud-treading Moon Chaser and star-sinking Moon Hider wouldn't stand a chance. He stood up abruptly, thinking he might have to send the 12 moon understars to deal with this. Tu Luong slumped back onto the bed, looking exhausted and worn out. He grumbled to himself, "This is so draining. Such a pain in the neck." He glanced over at Hoan Giet, who was dead to the world beside him, and thought, even though I've got cloud-treading Moon Chaser, star-sinking Moon Hider, and a Moonlight Rabbit that's basically invincible during a full moon, it's still not enough. Soon, that feeling of unease started creeping back in. But the next opponent is a real emperor. And then there's them. At this rate, I'll never make it to the end of the Moon God Festival. In a moment of silence, he gently stroked Hoan Nguyet's ears. If a miracle doesn't happen, the only way is to let the little deer grab the moon shards from the White Deer Palace. Suddenly, something caught Tu Luong's eye and made him freeze. He looked at her, totally confused. He thought to himself, She went to sleep without even taking off that crystal necklace on her head? To Luong, being a nice guy, reached out to gently remove the necklace from Hoan Nguyet's head, wanting to help her out. Without another thought, he hopped into bed and pulled up the covers. I'm beat. Time for some shut-eye. Later that night, To Luong suddenly woke up, his eyes slowly opening in the dark. He wondered groggily, it's still the middle of the night. Why am I awake? He had no idea there was a strange shadow pressed right up against him. The moment he realized what was happening, To Luong's eyes went wide. He was so terrified he couldn't even make a sound. It was Hoan Nguyet, in her human form, completely naked, and in her sleep, she had lunged over to wrap herself around him. He was panicking big time. What the heck is this? Their bodies were pressed tightly together, with only a thin layer of clothes between them, making the atmosphere incredibly heavy. Feeling the contact below, To Luong's face instantly turned beet red, and his whole body went stiff. His eyes rolled back, and sweat poured down his face. His mind was racing. Was this because he took off that necklace? To Luong timidly looked down at Hoan Nguyet, who was sleeping peacefully on top of him, as fear gripped his heart. Is she gonna kill me when she wakes up? He didn't dare move a muscle for fear of waking her. He just stared silently at her peaceful face. She was completely unguarded, and in her sleep, she instinctively snuggled closer, making To Luong even more flustered. At that moment, Hoan Nguyet's eyelashes flickered, and her eyes slowly began to open. The two of them were caught in a very awkward position. The tension in the room was palpable, when suddenly, the Moonlight rabbit started sleep-talking and kicked out. Their eyes met, and he managed a weak, awkward smile. To Luong bolted upright in a panic, his face pale, and his voice failing him. Well, the first thing Hoan Nguyet did after opening her eyes wasn't to deal with To Luong, but to groggily reach up and feel the top of her head. She quickly senses something is wrong and asks, in a cold voice, "Where is it?" To Luong thinks to himself in a panic, "It is definitely because I took off that necklace. I am dead meat this time." He can only stammer out a clumsy response. After hearing him, Hoan Nguyet remains expressionless, her eyes fixed on him without saying a single word. A moment later, as she slowly regains consciousness, she lets out a soft moan in response. Her face still shows how groggy she is from sleep. Hoan Nguyet does not say another word and just rolls over to fall back into a deep sleep, leaving To Luong in a state of utter confusion. Wait, are you not angry? I took off your necklace without asking. Faced with his rapid-fire questions, she dizzily opens one eye. She mutters sleepily, "Just put it back on later. What is there to be mad about?" It is only now that Hoan Nguyet notices his unusually awkward expression and asks curiously, "You seem really tense. Did something happen?" To Luong turns beet red and bashfully whispers, "Well, do you not think our current situation is a bit embarrassing?" Hearing this, she cannot hide her confusion, her mind filled with 1,000 questions. Embarrassing? Why? After a moment of being stunned, he suddenly realizes the issue. Wait a second. Is it not true that only emperor-level beasts can transform into humans? Could it be that they are just used to not wearing clothes? Is this really what a beast looks like when they have nothing on? Seeing To Luong just standing there like a statue, Hoan Nguyet gets a bit annoyed and leans forward to press him. "Hey, tell me, what exactly is so embarrassing?" He can only back away, frantically responding. Thanks to his quick thinking, To Luong quickly comes up with a reasonable explanation. Your human form is beautiful. You are the most stunning creature I have ever seen. So beautiful that words cannot even describe it. Hoan Nguyet is momentarily stunned into silence by the answer she never expected to hear. In an instant, her cheeks turn a bright shade of red, which makes To Luong even more confused. So, what is there to be embarrassed about? The next day, the early morning sky wraps itself in a brilliant blue coat. Under the sunlight creeping through the window, she lazily rubs her eyes. While pulling the curtains aside, To Luong looks back at Hoan Nguyet and asks softly, "Are you awake?" Still not fully conscious, she quietly watches the boy, her face still looking a bit dazed. A second later, Hoan Nguyet asks softly, "To Luong, I do not know why, but from the first time I saw you, you have always been so stressed. It is as if you are constantly worried about something." She tilts her head, unable to hide the surprise in her voice. "But today you seem to have changed. You look so relaxed and happy." To Luong gives a gentle smile and replies, "You are right," he thinks to himself. "Before I was completely overwhelmed by the pressure of being the Moon King. I was always thinking about how to trick the world and defeat my enemies. I was so stressed I was about to collapse. But after everything we went through last night, I realized that as soon as I thought about it, To Luong expressed his sincere gratitude. Thanks to you, I have finally calmed down. Hon Nguyen falls silent, a look of disbelief clear on her face. To Luong stretches his arms out with energy. Next, let us get ready for the Moon Goddess Festival. I think I have found a way to defeat the Emperor. She asks blankly, but I did not even do anything. A moment later, Hon Nguyen finally understands and immediately starts cheering with joy. Seeing her about to run off completely naked, he quickly warns her, "Wait, put some clothes on first." Soon enough, both of them are standing on top of a towering skyscraper. It is then that To Luong cautiously turns to ask quietly, "So, what actually happens if you take off that necklace of yours?" Seeing her silence, he awkwardly explains, "Did I not take your necklace off yesterday? Even though you still seriously asked where the necklace was." Hon Nguyen answers without hesitation, "It is simply because it is a keepsake my mother left for me. I suddenly turned into a human just because the full moon is coming, which made my blood flow go out of control." "What does that have to do with the necklace?" To Luong suddenly cries out, realizing he might have overthought the whole thing. He feels like a bucket of cold water was dumped on him and stands frozen in place. Setting that aside for now. At this point, she asks suspiciously, "But why did you bring me here? Do we not need to prepare for the Battle of the Emperors?" To Luong looks ahead thoughtfully and begins to analyze the situation. This is the tallest building in the academy. We can see the entire school from here, including the site of the sacrifice elimination ceremony. Then he switches to a serious tone to announce, "I am going to face the Emperor right here." Hon Nguyen glances around and says, "Here? But there is nothing here." To Luong turns and smiles slightly. "I want to do a little test first, to see if I, as the Moon King, can communicate with the gods." After saying that, he shouts out a command, "Come forth." The prism butterfly hears the order and appears instantly using its beast energy, its entire body glowing like a fusion of sun and moonlight. Hon Nguyen quietly watches it flap its wings and fly into the high sky. She quickly asks, "What kind of test is this? You just let out a flashy butterfly." To Luong pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, check that out." Hon Nguyen looked over curiously, and the sight before her eyes made her jaw drop in wonder. A massive swarm of glimmer butterflies had appeared, filling the entire sky. To Luong explained calmly, "Low-level glimmer butterflies are mostly used for scouting, but they have one unique trait. They love to cluster together." He gazed at the spirit beast on his hand with an affectionate look. "Every time my glimmer butterfly goes out, it leads a huge crowd of wild ones back with it, and nobody can tell which one is mine." A brilliant cloud of glowing butterflies suddenly danced around Hon Nguyen. Fascinated, she leaned in for a closer look. They gathered at a single point, then suddenly vanished in a bright flash, scaring the life out of her. Hon Nguyen whipped around and interrogated him crossly. "They're gone." To Luong, "What did you do?" He put a finger to his lips to quiet her and replied nonchalantly, "It is a secret. You will find out when the full moon rises." Hon Nguyen was clearly annoyed, her expression darkening. Suddenly, a notification sound startled To Luong. "The contract is complete." He thought to himself, "Finally, it actually worked." An info panel popped up over To Luong's head, showing a high-tier lake moon, a moonlight jade rabbit, and 1,000 glimmer butterflies. As he skimmed through the information sent to him, he found it hard to believe his luck. Silently praising the cheat power of the Book of the Moon, he went ahead and signed contracts with all 1,000 glimmer butterflies at once. To Luong raised both hands, staring at them intensely with a thoughtful expression. "I am still nowhere near my limit," he mused. "I do not even feel a hint of fatigue." He smirked playfully. "If I pull off the most spectacular miracle imaginable, I wonder if the gods will finally show up." Meanwhile, Hon Nguyen was crouching in a corner with her chin in her hands, her eyes never leaving To Luong. Suddenly, a barrage of insults from below made her jump. She could not believe what kind of riffraff was making such a scene. The arrogant voices continued to echo through the academy, successfully drawing everyone's attention. 1-star, 2-star, even 3-star talents are rare. This is simply unbelievable. It turned out those words were coming from the 5-leaf holy maiden, Kukunyet Dai, who just would not stop rambling. 3 stars is the bare minimum to join our sect. Why on earth did the great emperor send us here? Mein Nguyet Shuang, standing beside her, replied flatly. The emperor has his reasons. This academy is insignificant anyway. Kuk Nuyet Dai pulled a bored face and grumbled. Still, This is a total buzzkill. Just then, an invisible chill ran down her neck, making her shiver. She felt as if a powerful gaze was watching her. Her instincts immediately sensed something. She froze, her face turning pale with shock. Kuk Ingiet Dai whispered to herself, "There is definitely something powerful lurking here." Noticing her unusual fear, Dao Nguyen Quan, who was standing nearby, also began to sense it. She added softly, "I can feel it too. That is not an enemy we are capable of handling." Then she quickly warned them, "It must be a powerhouse from the Twin Moon sect. It is best not to look their way." On the other side, Hoan Nguyen was staring blankly into the distance, her face full of boredom. To Luong suddenly remarked, "As expected of the Azure Moon Holy Sect, they have top-tier experts everywhere." He slowly walked over and added, "Are emperors really a dime a dozen these days?" Hoan Nguyen turned to him with a cold stare and gave him a blunt reality check. "You have been reading way too many novels. Actual battles between emperors have been extremely rare lately, okay?" To Luong tilted his head curiously. Seeing her annoyed expression, he asked softly, "Are you still mad at me?" When Hoan Nguyen did not bother to answer, he smiled and tried to make peace. "Come on, let us call a truce." She gave a huff of annoyance and turned away. Watching her walk off, To Luong fell into deep thought for a moment. A second later, a mischievous smirk played on his lips as a rather wicked idea popped into his head. "Well, since it has come to this, do not blame me for using my ultimate trump card." As the thought flashed by, Tu Luong immediately changed his tone. The girl flinched instinctively when she heard him. He enjoyed his little prank and continued to tease her. "You have successfully caught my attention." Those words were enough to make Hoan Nguyen tremble with pure rage. She turned back, her face flushing bright red as she ground her teeth, unable to find the words to strike back. Tu Luong chuckled mischievously, his every word cornering Hoan Nguyen and leaving her with no way to talk her way out of it. "Are you really that terrified that I will tell everyone you spend your time reading those spicy novels?" By now, her fury had reached its absolute breaking point. She couldn't hold it back anymore and screamed in pure frustration, "Of course I am. That would be a fate worse than death." Tu Luong lowered his head slightly, bringing a hand to his mouth as if he were deep in thought, only offering a cold, disinterested hum in response. After finishing his little calculation, he made his demand. "Fine, then come over here," Hoan Nguyen asked, sounding completely flustered. "What for?" Tu Luong smirked, shooting her a sly look as he began to toy with her. "Come here and stand still. I want to get a little hands-on with you. If you even think about refusing, I will make sure everyone in the academy hears about your little secret." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hoan Nguyen was struck dumb with shock. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. He let out a soft, helpless laugh, watching the girl he had just teased struggle to find her composure. Overwhelmed by utter embarrassment, she could only stay silent, biting her lip in a mix of shame and resentment. Sensing the atmosphere was getting a bit too heavy, Tu Luong waved his hand dismissively and spoke up. All right, I was only joking." Just then, her long, silky hair began to flutter beautifully. Caught in a gentle breeze, Hoan Nguyen suddenly lunged forward, pulling Tu Luong into a tight embrace before he could even process what was happening. Tu Luong froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. The two of them collapsed together onto the ground. He gazed down at the girl in a daze, his mind still trying to catch up with reality. Once he realized the situation, his face turned bright red, and he started to stammer. He could only force out a single word, "You." They were now in an incredibly suggestive position, and both were dying of embarrassment. Neither of them dared to make eye contact. Suddenly, Hoan Nguyen timidly leaned in, her face drawing closer to his ear. Her warm breath tickled him, causing Tu Luong's ears to turn crimson. She braced herself against his shoulders and slowly backed away. Every single movement left him more confused than the last. Hoan Nguyen looked visibly annoyed as she grumbled, "You really love taking advantage of people. You are so annoying." Without a second thought, she turned around to leave. "I am going back to the Moon Pavilion," she declared, leaving Tu Luong standing there, completely stunned. Hoan Nguyen leaped away with determination, but she still couldn't hide the shy blush on her face. "Do not even think about coming to find me." With those final words, her form turned into mist and vanished into the sky. Tu Luong stood up helplessly, watching her fade away as he thought to himself, "She sure runs fast." He remained lost in his thoughts about Hoan Nguyen, wondering why she was still lingering around here. Did she really care that much about such a petty threat? He had no idea that a figure had suddenly materialized behind him. Tu Luong still hadn't noticed anything unusual. trapped within the loop of his own private reflections. Honestly, it is not like she was naked or anything. I really do not get why she is so embarrassed. At that moment, the newcomer spoke up with deep respect. Great sect leader, I hope I am not disturbing you? Hearing this, he froze in his tracks, a cold shiver running down his spine. It turned out to be a member of the Twin Moon sect. Specifically, the second-ranked member of the 12 Moons, known as Silver Rabbit. To Luong quickly regained his composure and replied in a cold tone. It is fine, go ahead. He acted calm on the outside, but inside, his heart was racing with Silver Rabbit bowed her head and reported, We managed to heavily wound the Black Moon Holy Mountain, but the problem is, he managed to escape. It was a battle of kings under the full moon. Before she could even finish her sentence, To Luong calmly cut her off. That is not an issue, we just have to wait for the next full moon. She quickly replied, As you command. Silver Rabbit did not linger any longer, and vanished instantly. He stood there silently, looking in the direction she went as a thought crossed his mind. For better or worse, he did inherit the legacy of the Black Moon sect. It is only natural that he would not be defeated so easily. In the next second, To Luong called out in a serious voice, summoning the moon in the lake. Following his call, a pale blue ripple appeared, swirling freely through the air before fading away into the wind. In its place, the star-sinking crescent moon appeared in the form of a blade, hovering right in front of him. To Luong did not waste any time and spoke urgently. Star-sinking crescent moon, let us strike a deal. He quickly laid out his proposal. Lend me your power during the night of the full moon. In exchange, I will give you information regarding your scabbard. As soon as he finished, the blade began to tremble slightly. Crescent Moon's eyes had been tightly shut, but now they coldly snapped open. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the top of the tower. The radiance spread across the sky, bringing with it waves of dense spiritual energy. The 5 Leaves group below quickly noticed the strange commotion. They looked up in confusion, and Nguyen Quan wondered, It is coming from that direction again. Just who could it be? At that exact moment, a hand reached out and firmly gripped the blade before delivering a decisive, powerful swing. At the same time, Crescent Moon manifested her human form, floating gracefully in midair. To Luong looked up and let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Looks like she agreed to the deal. He immediately pulled out the Book of the Moon and gave a confident command. Book of the Moon. Use 30 draws to search for beast information. Specifically, the Supreme Tier Waxing Moonflower. A second later, the pages began to flip rapidly as the search commenced. In the blink of an eye, a system notification flashes across the screen. Access denied. Due to insufficient authority, certain information has been hidden. This leaves him completely speechless and caught off guard. All he can see is a blurry silhouette with some basic stats, showing a supreme-level Moonlight-type entity. Manhwa has unlocked the basic data for the star-sinking moon dance, one of the 7 strings from ancient times. Supplement 1. The 7 strings are the 30 greatest masterpieces ever created, and all 7 are weapon-type beasts. Supplement 2. The 7 strings, in order of their birth, are Fengshu, Tianqi, Zixiao, Chenghua, Nailuo, Yucheng, and Liege. Each one possesses a different core ability, but they all have enough traits to allow the host to evolve to level 1. Supplement 3. Changhua and Yanyu once defeated the Gemini Palace. They were the guardians of the 12 Moon Radiance Palaces 20,000 years ago, but they were eventually wounded and fell into a deep slumber. Yanyu woke up 10,000 years ago, but Changhua remains in a state of deep sleep, currently located in the eastern region within the treasury of Queen Bingwu Tianlin. Suddenly, the system blares a warning, leaving To Luong stunned. The notification reads, The host is currently unqualified to engage in combat with the overlord of the Eastern Territory, Queen Bingwu Tianlin. To even have a basic chance at survival, the host must form a contract with at least 1 Imperial rank beast. He stares at the screen in total shock, his mind racing. What the hell? The overlord of the Eastern Territory? Am I dreaming? How am I supposed to get the scabbard back from someone like her? To Luong quickly sends a message to Yanyu. Chenghua is in the Eastern Territory. After hearing this, she keeps her eyes tightly shut and doesn't offer a single word in response. He continues, But to get it back, we have to face Queen Bingwu Tianlin herself. Yanyue seems to realize the gravity of the situation, and her body involuntarily trembles. Her face suddenly darkens, radiating pure killing intent. Without saying a word, Yanyue coldly turns her back and starts to walk away. Consumed by rage, she clenches her fists tightly. Witnessing this, To Luong can only stand there in silence, his face turning pale from the tension. He realizes that the current strength of the Twin Moon sect is nowhere near enough to challenge Queen Bingwu Tianlin. Images of Chang Yue and Queen Bingwu Tianlin flash through to Luong's mind. The gap in power is just too massive. This opponent is 10,000 times more terrifying than the great Emperor Shang Yue he is supposed to face in 3 years. Looking at Yan Yue's indifferent expression, his thoughts continue to spiral out of control. But for some reason, Yan Yue looks incredibly lonely right now. To Luong's face is tight with stress as he swallows hard. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly regains his composure and finds the courage to speak up. "Hey, listen," To Luong says boldly. 3 years. Those 2 words are all he says, but they are enough to make Yan Yue turn around in curiosity. With a look of absolute determination, he places a hand over his heart. "Give me 3 years, and I will defeat Queen Bingwu Tianlin for you." Yan Yue is stunned into silence, completely frozen by the weight of To Luong's promise. Under her gaze, he suddenly freezes up, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. "Wait, what did I just say?" To Luong asks hesitantly, "If I make a promise like that, would you even believe me?" She remains silent, but then, in the very next second, Yan Yue unexpectedly speaks up. "To Luong, back in the ancient era, we, Seven Strings and the Moon God Butterfly faction were never on good terms. I have always viewed you as an enemy." To Luong's face instantly goes blank, unable to hide his utter confusion. She adds, "But, thank you." In that moment, Yan Yue's eyes slowly open, her gaze soft and slightly hazy, like a morning mist. She gives a gentle smile and says, "Even if it is only for a moment, let me enjoy this short dream." A surge of annoyance rises within him. To Luong clenches his fists, his face darkening as he curses under his breath. "Wait a minute, so you could talk this whole time?" Memories of Yan Yue flash through his head as To Luong reflects on everything. Was all that mindless slashing just to intimidate me? If it weren't for the moon in the lake, I would have been ripped to shreds several times over. To Luong sighs in frustration, deciding to just push it aside. Forget it. Things have already come this far. There is no point in arguing about it now. He starts walking casually, passing by Yan Yue as he leaves her with one final vow. "No matter what happens, I will make sure this dream lasts as long as possible." A sly smirk plays on To Luong's lips as he glances back. "But if it actually comes true, are you going to offer yourself to me as a reward?" She lowers her head slightly and answers with total seriousness. "The era of war between the gods ended a long time ago. If you can truly find my scabbard, then a marriage between us isn't out of the question. However, I cannot do that without my scabbard." Hearing this, To Luong's jaw drops in shock. He can't believe his ears. This girl is surprisingly serious. The scene shifts back to the academy. Yue Dai was absolutely livid, barking out insults like a madwoman. "You little brat, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare." The girl in the black dress stood there with her hands on her hips, looking down her nose at them with total contempt. "Are you deaf? I said get lost and go back to wherever you came from." The kid pointed straight at Yue Dai's face, snapping back with pure attitude. "Besides, Emperor Kang Yue has already declared war on us, so I could honestly just end your lives right here and now." She was seeing red, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Damn it, you!" But before she could finish her outburst, a hand clamped firmly over her mouth from behind. It was Yue Guan. She hissed a warning into her ear. "Shut up. You can tear her limb from limb later, but you cannot insult her." Looking at the kid in front of them, Yue Guan whispered a stern reminder. "This brat is a descendant of the moon-weaving palace of the Jade Sea. Watch your mouth, or you'll bring disaster upon us. Not even Emperor Kang Yue could save us then." She stepped forward to speak, but her tone was cold and heavy with warning. "You're Bai Shengxi, the 7th princess of the Bai Yu Empire. You might possess the sacred moon physique, but if you want to challenge me, you'd better wait another 10 years. Hearing this, Yue Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't wrap her head around how this little brat could fully unleash the power of a sacred moon beast during the day. Facing the Five Leaves group alone, Shengxi didn't flinch. Instead, she made a bold announcement. "Look, aunties, whether you can fight or not is one thing, but this guest house was sponsored by my BUA empire. If I say you can't stay here, then you can't stay. Go sleep in the streets." Every mocking word from the kid's mouth was like a needle to the Four Saints' pride, and they couldn't take it anymore. Their tempers flared instantly. Yue Guan glared at Shengxi, snapping, "Kid, don't push your luck." Shengxi just smirked. That calm, smug look was like a slap in the face to their mounting rage. Without a single word, the girl erupted with inner power, releasing a massive wave of energy that sent them flying back. Just then, as the thick smoke cleared in the wind, a figure slowly emerged. Silver Rabbit's cold warning rang out, making Yue Dai and Yue Guan whip their heads around in a panic. If the 5 leaves dare to lift a finger again before the assembly starts, you'll be disqualified immediately. Silver Rabbit looked at Shengxi and spoke in a deep voice. 7th Princess, let them in. This is the Moon King's wish. Yue Guan looked curious and pressed. Are you one of the 12 moons of the Twin Moon sect? Silver Rabbit ignored the question, simply repeating the order sternly. 7th Princess, let them in. Shengxi's face fell, her eyes filling with a hint of sadness. After a moment of thought, her attitude flipped instantly. She flashed a bright smile and chirped obediently. Yes, Sister Rabbit. In an instant, with the princess's nod, the 5 Leaves group finally entered the Twin Moon sect's guest house. However, their expressions remained heavy. No one said a word. Shengxi trailed behind, asking excitedly, by the way, Sister Rabbit, what's your rank among the 12 moons? Silver Rabbit glanced back and smiled gently. 2nd seat. Why do you ask? Upon hearing that, Shengxi began to plot silently. The 2nd seat is at this level? Then the 10th seat must only be slightly stronger than me. If I can reach the top within 3 years, I'll be qualified to challenge the 4 Moon Generals. Silver Rabbit listened in silence, her eyes fixed on the little girl. Shengxi's face turned bright red as she twiddled her fingers, lost in a wild daydream. If only I'd been born 3 or 4 years earlier, I might have been able to carry on the world's strongest bloodline with the Moon King. Silver Rabbit gave a forced smile, brushing it off. Well, I'll be waiting for the day we fight side by side then. She didn't want to linger and quickly turned to leave. After walking a short distance, Silver Rabbit's expression turned ice cold. She thought to herself, what an arrogant little brat. She smirked, a mysterious glint in her eyes as she continued her train of thought. Still, we'll see the true power of that sacred moon physique at the conference the day after tomorrow. Before the night of the full moon, under the brilliant, silvery moonlight, 2 guards in white cloaks patrolled the academy grounds in silence. As they passed a roadside tree, they had no idea a 6-tailed spirit beast was lurking right behind them. It was none other than the Emperor-level 9 Hells Star Illusion Moon. The 6-tailed fox smirked, her voice dripping with smugness. Their defense is pathetic. They can't sense my presence at all. 6 Tails stared intently at a leaf on the tree and suddenly spoke up. Hey, you from the Yellow Spring Path. Did you come here just to join the fun? A large water droplet on the leaf trembled slightly, and a voice echoed from within it. You'd better tone it down. This is the northern region. For all we know, we're both being watched. It was a clever transformation by another Emperor-level 9 Hells beast from the Yellow Spring Path, Cold Severance. 6 Tails leaned lazily against the tree trunk, firing back dismissively. Stop trying to scare me. Didn't you only take this job from the Black Moon cult because you were curious too? A split second later, she flashed a sinister smile. Cold Severance, tell me, who do you think is going to be the last one standing? I honestly couldn't even imagine what the Moon King's beast would look like. 6 Tails had a look of pure excitement as she continued questioning Severance. Is he really just a 1-star Beastmaster? Can he truly control an Emperor-rank beast? I'm dying to know. Getting nothing but silence in return, she looked up, clearly annoyed. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? At that moment, Severance slowly descended, saying that in his opinion, the most terrifying thing about the Moon King is his 1-star rank. Before she could even respond, 6 Tails was caught off guard by his next question. Do you know the difference between a vessel and an apostle? After thinking for a moment, 6 Tails asked back skeptically. You mean apostles are the representatives of the gods who never lose, while those who are defeated are just vessels? Because the moment they fail once, they're no longer worthy of the gods' attention. As she gave her answer, a cold, sharp gaze flickered in the darkness. A giant hand reached down from above, manipulating a mindless wooden puppet. Severance shook his head in disagreement. Your theory isn't wrong. Apostles are indeed more powerful than vessels, but it's not judged by the final result. The vision that followed was clear proof of Severance's explanation. According to the ancient records of the Yellow Spring Road, the most direct difference between a vessel and an apostle is this. A vessel thinks they've received guidance from the gods in the shadows, like receiving a main quest. He added that most of the gods' representatives in this world are vessels, and only a tiny few are true apostles. They describe it as seeing the gods in their dreams, feeling as if they've become a part of the gods themselves. But do you know what the Moon King said back then? Six Tails was momentarily stunned by the question. The scene shifts to To Luong standing silently on the tower, pensively gazing at the bright moon in the sky. Severance's voice echoed through the air. To this day, whenever I think back to those words, I still get chills. He said that at that moment, To Luong was staring tensely in one direction. Suddenly, from behind the buildings, a blinding light flashed, tearing through the night and shining directly into his face. To Luong's eyes snapped open, his gaze full of alertness. Then, the light intensified, beaming straight at the top of the tower. In the blink of an eye, it lunged forward without mercy. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire sky. As the echoes died down and the thick dust began to settle, a burst of manic laughter suddenly rang out. Spirit Iris appeared from behind the smoke along with her beast. Gasping for breath but looking triumphant, she shouted. That final strike cost me my life force. There's no way he could have blocked it. Spirit Iris glanced over at Black Whale, who was peeking out from behind a tree, and thanked him. Great job, Black Whale. Thanks to you, I was able to get close to the Moon King. He asked worriedly. Lady Spirit Iris, what should we do now? She calmly looked back and replied, Why would we run when I've already defeated the Moon King? Spirit Iris knelt on the ground. She spread her arms wide, lost in her own delusions. From now on, the gods and the moon will be watching over me. Her joy didn't last long. She suddenly widened her eyes in terror, as if she'd just realized something. Near the tower where the dust was still swirling, To Luong stepped out completely unharmed, protected by a flow of water. He whispered a praise. Well done, moon in the lake. Then he gave a commanding shout. Open your eyes. Crescent Moon immediately manifested in her human form, her entire body shielded by the moon in the lake. He shouted, Star-slaying Crescent. Her eyes snapped open, looking coldly towards Spirit Iris. Crescent Moon gripped her blade with fury, dropping into a combat stance. Green sparks of electricity flickered around her. The moment she saw her, Spirit Iris jumped in shock, gritting her teeth and breaking out in a cold sweat. In that split second, she slammed her hand onto the ground. A blood seal was immediately summoned. In an instant, Spirit Iris vanished without a trace. Black Whale screamed out in desperation. Lady Spirit Iris, he thought in disbelief. I can't believe she just abandoned her beast and me to save her own skin. In that life or death moment, the evil-eyed ram grimaced, instantly unleashing its combat skill, Tyrant's Evil Eye. It quickly expanded its defenses, barely managing to hold off Crescent Moon's fierce attack for a moment. To Luong stood tall with an imposing aura, coldly raising his hand. Green spiritual energy gathered instantly. Then, To Luong slowly moved his arm forward, unleashing a massive wave of power with total conviction. The surrounding energy surged everywhere. Under that overwhelming power, Black Whale and the evil-eyed ram were completely wiped out. Back to Spirit Iris, after escaping to a forest, she was panting heavily from exhaustion. I've run hundreds of kilometers. It should be safe here. I never expected To Luong's strike to be that powerful and terrifying. The second she realized it, Ling Qi frantically turned her head, but that massive surge of power was already right in her face. A brilliant green light reflected off her tear-stained face as she let out a terrified scream. Lord, Holy Mountain, please. Her final plea was cut short, as Ling Qi's body vanished into the violent blast of light. Time flew by, and at last, the day of the grand festival had arrived. Xiao Ju stepped forward with a huge grin, waving energetically at her camera. Hey everyone, the sacrificial removal tournament is about to kick off. She beamed, clearly enjoying the live stream as she made the announcement. I am going to take you all along to witness the entire event firsthand. Don't forget to hit that follow button by triple tapping the screen. Xiao Ju stared intently at her phone screen, watching the viewer count skyrocket. She couldn't hide her excitement, thinking to herself that tens of millions of viewers was 100 times more than her usual traffic. But just like most of the crowd, Xiao Ju's main goal was to see the Moon King's beast lineup, which was finally being revealed today. Over at the spectator stands, there wasn't a single person in sight just yet. During a quiet conversation between two girls, one asked, Isn't it a bit early for the tournament to start? The full moon is still a long way off. Mu Rong nodded in agreement. You're right. Without the full moon, they won't be able to unleash their full potential. Ngiet Quan turned around and chimed in. Forget this tournament. Even when it comes to the moon goddess ritual, it doesn't matter if we win or lose. She didn't seem to care about fame or glory, keeping her eyes fixed solely on her original goal. As long as we get to see the Battle of the Emperors today and make it back alive, that's more than enough for me. It wasn't long before the stands were packed with spectators. Nguyen Quan thought to herself solemnly, even though our match is just a warm-up. She glanced at Shengxi, who was smiling calmly as if she didn't have a care in the world, and her thoughts turned cold and calculating. It would be for the best if this little brat gets knocked out right here. Nguyen Quan remained silent, her face tense as she plotted. If she let the girl advance, it might mess up the results of the moon goddess ritual. As the moon began to peek through the darkness, bathing the night in a pale glow, the MC's voice boomed over the speakers. Thank you all for traveling from afar to attend this sacrificial removal tournament. Bi Yi Wu, the caretaker for the overlord of the Twin Moon sect and a member of the Jade Moon Empire's royal family, stood in the center of the arena to lead the event. Allow me to go over the rules once more. One by one, the regulations were announced under Yi Wu's guidance. First, all contestants must be under 20 years old. Second, combat beasts must be summoned before the battle. Summoning during the fight is strictly forbidden. Third, both sides can withdraw unconditionally at any time without losing their eligibility for the moon goddess ritual. Everyone listened with rapt attention. Fourth, any attacks on the audience or the beast tamers are strictly prohibited. After finishing the final rule, Yi Wu announced the opening with a booming voice. Now, let the competition officially begin. Would all challengers please step into the arena? Before the words even finished echoing, Shengxi couldn't wait any longer and rushed up eagerly. Auntie, I'm all ready. Can I get in the ring now? Bai Yi Wu gave her a warm smile and gently patted the little girl's head. Not yet, sweetie. The full moon hasn't shown itself yet. She continued to stroke Shengxi's hair, her voice steady and calm, but her words carried a sense of absolute certainty. You are the one who will help the Moon King defeat the Azure Moon Emperor in the future. Elsewhere, Su Liang was quietly watching the festival unfold from a distance. He thought to himself, the battle has started, but the real threat isn't even in that ring. Using his sharp senses, with just a single glance, Su Liang quickly felt several powerful auras approaching. They had to be Emperor-level beasts. He immediately saw through their plan. They're only here to watch the showdown between me and the Black Moon Sect's Emperor tonight. While he was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps approached, and a familiar voice spoke up. Su Liang, can you feel it? It was Yan Yue. Su Liang took a guess. You mean those emperors? She closed her eyes and tilted her head up, whispering softly, no, what I mean is. Yan Yue paused for a moment before saying in a dead serious tone, the gods are watching you. Back at the tournament, the battle was raging fiercely when a massive explosion rocked the entire area. As the shockwave settled and thick dust rose, a massive muscular beast emerged from the debris, snarling ferociously. A wave of spiritual energy surged out, rippling through the entire arena. At that same moment, the opposing tamer collapsed by the edge of a crater, tears streaming down his face as he wailed in agony. My beast! Right then, the moon sigil on the back of his hand slowly began to vanish. Over on the other side, Yuan Dai woke up, looking groggy, and letting out a long, lazy yawn. That fight between the Libra Guild and the Spirit Moon Clan was way too loud. It totally woke me up, she grumbled. How many high-level beast battles has that been now? Mu Rong replied instantly. That was the 5th match. Yuan Dai stretched her arms, her body still sluggish as she tried to shake off the sleepiness. What a waste of time. It's almost our turn, isn't it? She curled her lips into a sinister smirk. That little royal-blooded brat isn't going to be able to sit still much longer. As soon as the words left her mouth, Nguyen Dai lunged straight onto the arena floor. She beckoned with a cocky wave, her face full of provocation. Dealing with those other little brats from the bitch Nayet Empire shouldn't be a problem, right? Thon Ke gritted her teeth, absolutely fuming at such disrespectful talk. But before charging in for the showdown, the young girl didn't dare act recklessly just yet, so she stepped forward to ask Wai Vu for permission. Wai Vu firmly raised her hand to stop her. Not yet. The time isn't right. Just then, an old man with a white beard appeared out of nowhere and spoke up. Leave this one to me. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. The Chrysanthemum Moon Saintess is only ranked 4th among the New Deep. Wasting this fight on the 7th princess would be a shame. 5 minutes later, witnessing the scene before them, Wai Vu and Thon Ke were speechless with frustration. After making such a grand entrance, that white-bearded old man was now slumped weakly in the middle of the arena, alongside his fallen beasts. Holding all the cards, Nyet Dai stood there with her 2 beasts, the 6-star Moonflower Queen. a Supreme Tier Moonlight type, and the 6-star Moonlit Beauty, another Supreme Tier Moonlight type, stood right in front of him. She let out a scornful smirk, not missing the chance to throw some shade. Hey, is this really the best you can do? With a triumphant grin, she casually tossed out a taunt. This little reward I just won isn't even worth 3 or 4 days of my meditation. Something flashed past Waivu at the speed of light, making her jump in surprise. Waivu turned pale as she realized what happened, and shouted a warning. No, you need to wait a little longer. It turned out Thon K couldn't hold back anymore, and had already leapt down, replying as she went. It is fine. I just need to stall for a bit. Right at that moment, the little girl quickly made her presence known on the stage. Her expression remained arrogant. She only feared that if they delayed any further, the Black Moon Holy Mountain would arrive very soon. Nguyen glanced over at Thon K, her tone clearly mocking. Little brat, do you really want to fight me for real? The young girl chuckled softly and replied calmly. Well, the moon is almost full. If I do not get in the ring now, there will be no time left. Thon K looked at her with pure disdain, not holding back her mockery. How could I miss the chance to shut the mouths of you nobodies from the southern domain? Nguyen froze, her face turning green with rage, unable to find a comeback. You! Just as her anger was about to explode, a hand was gently placed on her shoulder. Nguyen stepped forward coldly and announced just 2 words. Tag out. Nguyen frowned in confusion and asked back blankly, She is just a 3-star brat. Why do you need to step in personally? Her eyes widened in terror as she wondered, could it be because of Nguyen's intense expression and icy gaze? Nguyen immediately grew suspicious. She wanted to accidentally kill that little brat right here to avoid any future trouble. Thinking of this, Nguyen gave a worried reminder. Even if you are the leader of the Ngudiep, this is being way too arrogant. But all she got in response was a haunting silence and a bone-chilling stare from Nguyen that made Nguyen jump, not daring to utter another word. Standing behind her, she could only swallow her anger while glaring at her opponent. On the other hand, Nguyen glared at Thanhe, her intuition sensing something unusual. Is there something wrong with this kid? She told herself firmly. The new deep absolutely cannot be eliminated in the early stages of the Moon God Festival. I have to see for myself. Thon K smiled calmly, her voice full of provocation and threats. A wise choice. Those pathetic words from earlier, I will wipe them out right now. Hearing that, Nguyen lunged forward in a frenzy but was held back, screaming in fury. You damn brat, what did you just say? Shifting her gaze to Nguyen's emotionless face, the little girl actually looked quite amused. If it is you, then maybe I can play around for a little longer. In that instant, 3 beams of light in 3 different colors shot out simultaneously. It was the aura radiating from the beasts that Nguyen commanded. First to appear was a burnt orange sphere, the Moon Spirit Pearl, a Supreme Tier Moonlight type, followed by a humanoid beast, the Fate Moon Witch, also a Supreme Tier Moonlight type. And the final beast was sitting right on Nguyen's head, the 6-leaf Heaven Inverter, a Supreme Tier Plant type. Looking at her opponent, she asked curiously, Are you not going to summon your beast? You are not so scared that you are backing out, are you? Thanhe giggled and gave a naive answer. My beast is constipated. It will probably have to wait a little while. Upon hearing that, Nguyen was stunned, her face stiff with utter shock. Is that even possible? Yet Nguyen remained strangely calm and agreed. No problem. You can delay as long as you want. The entire audience suddenly fell silent. A moment later, Thanhe abruptly pulled out a brown pill. Without a hint of hesitation, the little girl swallowed the pill in front of everyone, still smiling as if it were nothing. After a moment of panic, Nguyen quickly pointed her finger in accusation. Hey, why are you using drugs? But Nguyen calmly explained. No, this is not a performance enhancer. It is for cultivation support, and its effect is not that strong. Mu Deng, standing next to Nguyen also realized that she was stuck at a bottleneck. So, she wants to break through right before the fight? At that very moment, Thon K's eyes suddenly snapped open. Just like that, the little girl broke through to the 4-star realm. Mo Deng rubbed his chin, calculating his next move. If he could just break through to the 4-star realm, he could finally unleash the full power of a supreme beast. But even then, at his current level, taking down the 6-star Dao Nguyen Saintus was still a total pipe dream. Thon K let out a cocky smirk, her voice dripping with confidence. All right, I guess that is good enough for a warm-up. In a flash, two massive surges of blue and gold aura erupted behind her. First to emerge was a mermaid-type soul pet known as Kyunguyet, a moonlight element supreme beast. Then, Thon-K shouted with absolute authority, "Song of the New Moon!" Her second beast appeared, taking the form of a ship. It was strung with silver threads as thin as silk, the Song of the New Moon, another moonlight element, supreme beast. Nguyet Quan stared blankly at the beasts being summoned one by one, then asked with a sneer, "Hey, do you really think this is enough to beat me? Or are you just waiting for someone to jump in and save your skin once you start losing?" Hearing that, Thon-K just stood there for a moment. She looked back at her opponent with a look of pure defiance. Her cheeks puffed out as if she was holding in a massive amount of air. A few seconds later, she could not hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. "You Southern region folks really have no clue about the Saint Moon physique, do you?" Thon-K gripped her forehead and looked up, trying to stop her laughing fit. "Don't you worry, you are about to find out exactly what it can do." She locked eyes with Nguyet Quan, ready to show him the gap between them. Suddenly, Nguyet lunged forward. She vanished from her spot in the blink of an eye, leaving Nguyet Quan completely stunned and frozen in place. In reality, Nguyet was charging straight at Nguyet Quan at the speed of light. Before he knew it, they were face to face. Two crossing strikes were unleashed in an instant, while Nguyet Quan just stood there like a statue, unable to react. In that split second, a violent blue light crashed down, engulfing the entire arena with a pressure so intense it caused the ground to shatter. Nguyen Dai could not believe his eyes and screamed out in terror. What on earth was that? This is the power of a 4-star supreme beast? She clenched her fists in frustration, her eyes burning with rage because the girl had not even used a combat skill yet. Mo Dong remained eerily calm and spoke up to settle her down. "What are you getting worked up for? The fight has only just begun." As the thick dust cloud began to settle, Nguyet Quan was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, she stepped out completely unharmed, thanks to a protective barrier. Seeing that she did not have a scratch on her, Nguyet grit her teeth in sheer frustration. Losing her cool, she charged in again, unleashing a barrage of brutal strikes. The sound echoed through the stands, making everyone cringe in pain. Someone covered their ears and cursed. "Damn it, I'm going to go deaf." Nguyet Quan kept her eyes shut, then slowly opened them, giving Nguyet a murderous glare, as she spoke in a bone-chilling voice. "Are you done playing around yet?" Suddenly, the moon soul bead dropped down between them. It unleashed a direct blast that sent Nguyet flying backward. She slammed onto the floor, the impact so violent that the ground crumbled beneath her from the sheer pressure. Nguyet let out a furious roar. She struggled to get back on her feet, staring down the moon soul bead floating right in front of her. Using her tail, Nguyet quietly lifted a massive rock, and the moment the bead lowered its guard, she whipped her tail and sent it flying. Having dealt with one, she did not even have time to breathe before Duyen Nguyet quickly closed the distance. Nguyet went into a frenzy, letting out a series of ear-piercing growls to intimidate her foe. Duyen Nguyet just gave a cold smile and pointed her finger. A small orb appeared, showing an image of Nguyet inside, and with a gentle tap, the orb shattered into pieces. Duyen Nguyet flicked her finger, guiding a hidden surge of power straight into Nguyet's body. It began eating her up from the inside, leaving her writhing in agony and struggling desperately for life. It did not take long before Nguyet's entire body dissolved into ash, leaving nothing behind but a lonely fishtail. The audience was paralyzed with fear at such a cruel technique. "It is over," and it was brutal. Nguyen Dai reached out, shaking his head in disbelief. He said triumphantly, "That is the power of a 6-star Dao Ngiet Saintess. No matter how strong that Saint Moon physique is, you just cannot overcome the gap between realms." Thon-K looked a bit surprised, but her eyes remained fixed on what was ahead. Her voice rang out like an omen. This match should be over now. At that exact moment, a water orb appeared, reflecting her own image inside. Without a second thought, Duyen Nguyet poked the orb, causing it to shatter instantly. But in a cruel twist of fate, the one who got hurt was Nguyet Quan, the very owner of the beast. Even though she looked fine a second ago, she suddenly coughed up a spray of blood. Suddenly, flames erupted in a massive explosion that Nguyet Quan could not dodge. The shockwave sent her body flying backward as she lost all balance. Nguyen Dai screamed out in horror. "What? How is this possible?" She collapsed to her knees, using one hand to steady herself as blood soaked her clothes. She could not even believe what was happening to her. "What is going on?" Nguyet Quan was trembling violently, glaring forward with pure rage. Somehow, she had managed to make the witch Duyen Guyet's own attack backfire on her. Luke Dia panicked the moment he saw his master get brutally injured. Without a second thought, he quickly showered her with healing petals. He dove down and fanned his wings, using the wind to help the petals fuse into Nguyet Quan's body. It wasn't long before the gashes on her chest were completely healed. Within the barrier Luke Deep had raised, Nguyet Quan's strength slowly returned to normal. Seeing her safe and sound, Nguyen Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the crowd was buzzing with whispers. A beast that could both heal and defend? That definitely wasn't a standard Moonlight type. How could it be this powerful? Staring intensely at Than Ke, Nguyet Quan knew she had to be extremely cautious with her next move. To make matters worse, her Moon Witch's charm skill was temporarily out of commission. I guess I'll have to send the Lunar Spirit Orb out to see what we're dealing with. Her face tightened as she narrowed her eyes, filled with tension. She knew that the Lunar Spirit Orb packed a terrifying punch that definitely wouldn't be easy to stop. The Lunar Spirit Orb ripped through the air like a flaming meteor, bringing with it a wave of total destruction. A fishtail lying among the rubble suddenly twitched, as if life had been breathed back into it, and it began to struggle. Right after that, Kyo Nguyet's body started to stitch itself back together, piece by piece. She was resurrected in a heartbeat, but this time, she returned with a twisted, eerie look. Seeing this, Nguyet Quan couldn't believe her eyes, and screamed in total shock. How is this even possible? Kyo Nguyet lunged forward aggressively, facing the Lunar Spirit Orb head-on. With one lethal slash, she brutally shut down the enemy's attack. Instantly, countless cracks spiderwebbed across the surface of the orb. Nguyet Quan grew even more skeptical as a thought raced through her mind. A beast that had already died coming back to life this fast? It didn't make any sense. Watching Than Ke silently gaze up at the sky, she fell back into a whirlpool of thoughts. Could the Sacred Moon physique really pull off something like this? The little girl simply said calmly, "It's finally starting, isn't it?" Then, Than Ke slowly walked toward Nguyet Quan. Her silky black hair fluttered in the wind, illuminated by the moonlight, giving her an even more majestic aura. This game has to end now. And then, the moment of the full moon they had been waiting for finally arrived. Kyo Nguyet let out a piercing screech. In the blink of an eye, her entire body transformed visibly, as if she were being pumped full of an immense surge of power. Nguyet Quan pointed her finger, her eyes wide with terror. Sure, a full moon boosts the power of Moonlight-type beasts, but this is just ridiculous. Nguyet Quan bit her lip, trying to figure out what was happening. Could the Sacred Moon physique, combined with the full moon, really jump past 3 stars? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from the edge of the arena, shattering the silence of the night. So that's how it is. To Luong gently rubbed his chin, smiling in admiration. A 4-star realm actually taking on a 7-star supreme level? The Sacred Moon physique is definitely something else. From the top of a skyscraper, he watched every move of the battle with intense focus. Curiosity flickered in his voice. But this kid hasn't summoned any beast other than a supreme one. To Luong suddenly realized something. It seems this isn't like the waning moon physique at all. Beasts influenced by the Sacred Moon physique shouldn't be able to fight across different ranks. Back in the tournament area, Kyo Nguyet had grown massive, baring her fangs and growling threateningly. With one decisive whip of her tail, the ground cracked open, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Before Nguyet Quan could react, she instinctively threw her arms up to shield herself. Kyo Nguyet hovered in mid-air, her body glowing brilliantly, radiating a crushing spiritual pressure. She fell back onto the ground, her eyes wide with confusion as she thought, "Why isn't she attacking me? What is she up to?" High above, Kyo Nguyet didn't hesitate to swing her tail with all her might, unleashing a wave of furious, overwhelming power. Moments later, as the spiritual aura began to dissipate, a mysterious figure in a black cloak slowly emerged. Ta Duong stood tall and imposing under the bright moonlight, his voice sharp and commanding. "Does having the Sacred Moon physique make you this arrogant?" The Jade Moon Empire. He curled his lip into a sinister smirk. "But with this pathetic level of skill, you're nowhere near worthy of interfering in this fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Ta Duong raised his arm high. From the heavens, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down at his command, striking Kyo Nguyet directly. A desperate scream of agony rang out, and her body was quickly incinerated into nothing but ash. At the same time, Tuku's phone, which was live streaming the tournament, suddenly went black for no apparent reason. She started screaming at the top of her lungs. "Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. This was such an epic stream. My dreams of becoming famous are ruined. Tu-ku looked around in a daze, only to realize everyone else was in the same boat. Everyone's devices had completely shattered. Suddenly, something caught her eye that made her freeze in surprise. Seeing the massive Moonlight rabbit staring down To Luong in the sky, she couldn't hide her terror. What on earth is that? It charged into battle with fury, its long ears twisting and creating a terrifying pressure. To Luong wasn't about to back down either as he shouted a name. Makneum. In a flash, a violent beam of dark gray light slammed down right in front of the Moonlight rabbit. His battle pet appeared a rabbit species, just like the other. But its entire body was covered in deep, dark black. A crescent moon mark was clearly visible on its chest. It was known as the supreme rank Moonlight-type beast, Moonstorm Jade Pestle Makneum. It stepped forward and whispered a question. Hey there, you look like a Moonlight rabbit yourself. Are you a boy or a girl? Can you even talk? Faced with that barrage of questions, the Moonlight rabbit responded with nothing but an annoyed scowl. Makneum could only let out a helpless sigh, his voice dripping with boredom. It looked like communication was off the table. How lame. Suddenly, the moon crest on the rabbit's chest twisted into messy ink-like scribbles, opening up a small void. Makneum casually reached straight into its ears to pull something out. Suddenly, those long ears swung upward, dragging two heavy spiked maces along with them. Losing its patience, the Moonlight rabbit snapped. It puffed up its fur in a rage, its eyes turning a blood red as it aggressively stomped the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Then, it lunged straight at its opponent, but strangely enough, Makneum was nowhere to be found. All that was left was a spiked mace that delivered a decisive, brutal swing right into the rabbit. High in the sky, a terrifying explosion erupted. To Luong spoke up coldly, his voice haunting as if every word was hiding a dark secret. He muttered that it was getting closer and closer. He fixed his gaze on the building where To Luong was standing, letting out a twisted smile that would make anyone's skin crawl. To Luong's voice drifted through the air, addressing the Moon King. At that moment, the king stood tall and solemn, quietly watching everything unfold below. All around were fluorescent butterflies, glowing brightly in the night sky. Standing there with To Luong were the two girls, Yen Guyet and Hon Guyet. Facing this dire situation, Hon Guyet couldn't help but worry, whispering, "What do we do now?" Yet To Luong remained unnervingly calm. He spoke softly to reassure her, "Don't worry, that's just a Moonlight rabbit with a waning phase constitution. Its regeneration abilities are actually even more insane than the Holy Moon world itself." While they were talking, Hon Guyet was suddenly startled by a massive boom. Even Yen Guyet couldn't ignore it, her face twisting in irritation. Somewhere else, a hand suddenly shot up. It belonged to the Princess of the Lightning Moon, a supreme-level Moonlight class. In her hand, wild currents of lightning and storm energy were gathering, ready to blast through anything at any moment. A second later, Lightning Moon coldly dropped her hand. Surging electricity spread across the sky like a thunder god's net, tearing through the darkness and pouring straight down onto the arena. In the blink of an eye, the bolts brutally swept through every single building inside the academy. The lightning struck the ground with absolute force, crushing boulders into tiny fragments, and leaving behind nothing but a screen of thick, gray smoke. As the debris settled, a sturdy barrier could be seen. It had been raised just in time, successfully protecting the entire arena. The maidens of the Five Leaves were in a total panic, hugging each other tightly, their faces filled with pure shock. Waivu looked up anxiously and felt a brief sense of relief. Thank goodness for the protective shield established by the Emperor of the Twin Moon cult. Suddenly, she remembered something critical and screamed out in terror. But what about Lord Moon King? But something made Waivu freeze mid-sentence. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she couldn't wrap her head around what she was seeing. She gasped, "What the heck is going on?" Despite being hammered by those fierce lightning strikes, the building where To Luong stood remained tall amidst the ruins without even a slight wobble. Perched on Lightning Moon's shoulder, To Luong barked out in frustration, "That's a lie. This is impossible." Seeing To Luong completely unscathed after such a massive onslaught made him even more incredulous. Even an attack at this level couldn't take down the Moon King's sovereign? Despite the cool and collected look everyone saw, To Luong's face was actually pale as a ghost. He thought to himself, "Damn, that scared the life out of me." Glancing at the Ho Trung Nuyet, he couldn't understand how its defense was strong enough to block even the attacks of the sinking star Yen Nuyet. To Luong's health points were practically at critical levels, making him break out in a cold sweat. However, he was still sent flying by a single hit from Princess Lightning Moon. Yen Nguyen took the initiative to step forward, declaring boldly, "To Luong, let me handle this." Before he could even open his mouth, she leaped into the air, spreading her arms wide as spiritual energy swirled all around her. Within seconds, that energy transformed into countless sharp, jagged fragments. Yen Nguyen lightly raised her hands, and the fragments immediately converged as if summoned by an invisible force. Seeing this, a wave of unease washed over To Luong. He cautiously warned her, "Watch out, the counterattack is coming." The fragments lined up and shot forward, glowing brilliantly like a path of moonlight cutting through the night. At that exact moment, the twin weapons in Lightning Moon's hands began to vibrate violently. Sensing something was wrong, she didn't hesitate to let go, allowing the two weapons to fly up into the air on their own. In an instant, they manifested into human forms known as the Dark Moon Twin Strikes, Supreme-level Moonlight systems, also known as Sinking Star Yen Nguyen. The two of them shouted with excitement, "Let us be your opponents." The pink-haired Dark Moon girl smirked, not holding back her taunts. "I heard you're known as the strongest supreme weapon of them all. Just an old antique left over from ancient times." The two of them charged forward heroically while hurling a triumphant insult. "It's just a shame I was born so late. Otherwise, I would have owned that era. You won't be acting arrogant for much longer." Suddenly, a blinding light flashed right in Dark Moon's face, leaving her stunned. Yen Nguyen's overwhelming attack crashes down with terrifying force, instantly seizing the upper hand. It's so fast that both Dark Moons don't even have time to react. Just like that, they're defeated by a single blow from Yen Nguyen. Below them, the two saintesses, Nguyen Dai and Nguyen Quan, scream in absolute horror. Only minutes after the battle began, the first supreme killer has already emerged. A suffocating wave of pain surges as the beast takes a fatal hit. To Luong immediately spits out a mouthful of blood. He clutches his chest, his entire body trembling as his eyes turn blood red with rage, his teeth grinding together. "Damn it!" To Luong suddenly looks up at the sky, watching shards of energy swirl beneath the moonlight. They begin to converge under Yen Nguyen's control, signaling a devastating follow-up attack. To Luong cries out in a panic, "This is bad. Block it, now." He manages to summon his supreme rank Moonlight Beast, the Void Moon Lion, in the nick of time. It forms a protective barrier, just as a massive pillar of Thunder Moon energy erupts from the shards, obliterating the entire space below. The destruction shows no sign of stopping. In an instant, the area surrounding the arena is reduced to nothing but smoldering ruins. Even though they're shielded, Little Ju and the two heirs reflexively cover their faces in terror. Oh my god! Only when things settle down does she dare to peek through her fingers. Outside the arena, the once flourishing city has been turned to ash. Even the Void Moon Lion is no longer intact, its body covered in jagged wounds. Those energy shards begin to gather once more. Surprisingly, they fly back toward Yen Nguyen obediently, merging back into her body. To Luong's eyes widen in realization as he thinks to himself. So her combat skills aren't just limited to swinging that blade. Perhaps her complete form, once the body and the scabbard combine, isn't meant to be a weapon at all. Nguyen Quan stands frozen, murmuring under her breath. To think a single strike could severely injure 3 of the Dark Moon Cult Supremes. No wonder even the Azure Moon Great Emperor couldn't win. A second later, she falls silent, her head dropping low as her expression darkens with gloom. Nearby, the heavily injured Thon Ke is being carried away, yet he can't hide his excitement, chiming in with genuine admiration. As expected of the Supreme, that even the Azure Moon Great Emperor couldn't tame. This is the strongest Moonlight Beastmaster in existence. Yen Nguyen's expression turns stern as she looks over, her voice sharp and warning. To Luong, you'd better not get too comfortable. Even on a full moon night, I can only use that move one more time. He lets out a confident, cocky smirk. Without hesitation, he replies, "You can still use it once? That's more than enough." He then shifts his gaze to Huan Nguyen and gives his orders. "It's your turn to take the stage. Try to stall that team for as long as you can." Hearing this, she pouts and grumbles, "You really know how to ask for the impossible, don't you?" At that moment, a flash butterfly flutters down onto his hand. Soon, an entire swarm of them surrounds To Luong, enveloping him. His voice rings out with absolute authority. It's almost time to prepare for the next battle of the emperors. The scene shifts to To Luong, who is standing on the shoulder of the Thunder Moon Beast, suddenly erupting into a violent coughing fit. He wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice trembling with suppressed bitterness. It's been a long time since I've felt the agony of losing a beast. Memories flood To Luong's mind. The last time he felt this way was during that full moon night 3 years ago. He remembers it vividly. That day, he had knelt before a cold-blooded, white-haired youth, looking like nothing more than a pathetic stray dog. Recalling To Luong's icy face from the past, To Luong wonders to himself, will things be any different this time? After a heavy, exhausted breath, he suddenly breaks into manic laughter. To Luong looks up, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Moon King. Whether or not you are truly the representative of the northern moon god, he screams at the top of his lungs. The point is, you're sick. You're so sick, you've forgotten everything. Do you even remember what you said to me? Faced with those words, To Luong can only stand there stunned, not knowing how to react. His eyes widen in shock as the barrage of questions echoes in his ears. Why did you spare me? What the hell happened after I lost consciousness that day? How did the northern territory shrink by a third after our battle? Why did one of your most important beasts go missing? Could it be that you've been abandoned by the gods? Suddenly, a sharp, stabbing pain hits him. To Luong clutches his head, bracing himself. Damn it, my head hurts. He can't understand any of it. He has absolutely no memory of anything this guy is talking about. He has zero recollection of his past life. After a moment, To Luong regains his composure, telling himself to focus. Regardless, I can't waste energy on this guy right now. Just then, he realizes he almost forgot something vital. Down below, amidst the smoldering ruins, thick plumes of smoke rise into the air, nearly blotting out the sky. To Luong glances over, a sense of curiosity blooming in his mind. Now that I think about it, I still don't know what she'll look like once the moon is finally full. If I could just take on all three at once, that would be perfect. Right now, the mist is slowly swallowing up Lei Yue and Xie Yang. Back to the showdown between the two rabbits in the arena, Mo Ran looked up at the strange clouds in the sky with a dazed expression. The very next second, a plume of smoke suddenly rose up right behind its back. Driven by curiosity, Mo Ran quickly turned around to check. The smoke was billowing thick, letting out some seriously creepy and bizarre sounds. Right after that, the Moonlight rabbit emerged from the hazy smoke. It took one look at Mo Ran and let out a contemptuous laugh, sounding more arrogant than ever. Super speed regeneration, huh? Looks like I finally have something fun to play with. The Moonlight rabbit's eyes glowed a deep red as it charged forward without a moment of hesitation. Mo Ran quickly activated its spiked clubs and openly mocked its opponent, Too Slow. It flashed a wicked grin as the two spiked clubs on its ears began to spin as fast as a propeller. During the clash, while the Moonlight rabbit wasn't paying attention, Mo Ran decisively sliced off one of its opponent's ears. However, that ear regenerated back to its original state in the blink of an eye. Mo Ran grit its teeth in fury, unable to believe such insane regeneration speed. In a blind rage, it launched a barrage of violent attacks, shredding the Moonlight rabbit until it was unrecognizable. Yet, in an instant, the Moonlight rabbit was completely healed, its body without a single scratch. The speed was so terrifying that Mo Ran was left in shock. Did you grow up eating supreme meat or something? By now, both of its ears were exhausted and slumped heavily to the ground. Mo Ran's entire body was drained, gasping for every breath. It thought to itself, you're just a lowly creature. Looking up, a sudden plan formed in its mind. Wait, I just need to send it somewhere it can never escape from. Mo Ran didn't hesitate and acted immediately. Those limp ears from a moment ago suddenly swung upward with fierce determination. The Moonlight rabbit looked up at the ears in confusion. Mo Ran slammed them down with massive pressure, causing the ground to explode into deep cracks. At the same time, it ruthlessly crushed its opponent, without a hint of mercy. Even the barrier surrounding the arena couldn't withstand the force. It shook violently under the extreme pressure of the impact. The audience gasped in shock. The ground is sinking. Only Mo Ran remained, its ears still pinned deep into the hole as plumes of black smoke continuously rose up. Thinking it had claimed total victory, it slowly pulled its ears back and wore a smug smile. That brat must have been turned into a meat pie by now, nailed thousands of meters underground with no way out. Su Liang was still watching the battle from afar and let out a soft sigh. I didn't expect this rabbit's power to be so terrifying. In this desperate situation, he could only think of one final plan. If that's the case, I'll have to set up the star-sinking crescent to deal with it. Before he could even finish the thought, the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble. Su Liang was stunned for a moment. Over at the arena, Mo Ran was also thrown off balance by the earthquake and cried out, "What? Something was gripping the edge of the pit tightly, as if it was gearing up to climb out. The Moonlight Rabbit appeared in a brand new mutant form, taking advantage of the full moon to leap high into the air. Mo-Ran seemed frozen in place, instantly realizing the truth. How did it evolve into a mid-tier Jade Tail Rabbit? The Moonlight Rabbit's current berserk appearance made things even more confusing for it. Was this guy really just a low-level Moonlight Rabbit before? Su Liang hurriedly flipped through the Moonlight Tome to examine the mutation. Jade Tail Rabbit, mid-tier waning moon physique, Moonlight Element, full moon state, 3rd stage. Combat skills include super speed regeneration, physical enhancement, skin hardening, jump boost, and Jade Star. Note: the waning moon physique has the ability to specialize during a full moon, with its power evolving over time while active under the moonlight. The evolution cycle can be greatly shortened when emotions are fluctuating. He stared in awe as he read, thinking to himself, it actually evolved. So it turns out the waning moon physique keeps getting stronger as time passes? At this point, Mo-Ran refused to accept it, its face hardening as it grit its teeth. This can never happen. You think just because you changed your look, you're suddenly on my level? Mo-Ran was driven mad with rage. It let out a roar and lunged at the Moonlight Rabbit with a frenzy of attacks. Do you really think you can cross the supreme boundary? You arrogant brat. Despite facing a barrage of devastating blows, the Moonlight Rabbit didn't feel a thing. A voice suddenly whispered in Mo-Ran's ear. As long as the moon is full, it's possible, right? Every month is so long. I only need one night. Isn't that enough? Hearing this, it froze for a moment, its face full of confusion as it wondered, what? Meanwhile, the Moonlight Rabbit was quietly raising its ears. Mo-Ran, losing its mind, lunged forward aggressively to fight back. But suddenly, it stopped dead in its tracks, eyes wide with shock. In that split second, the ears on its head had vanished, leaving Mo-Ran completely stunned. With blood splattered across its face, it looked on in terror as the Moonlight Rabbit's ear was aimed right at it. It stared in disbelief and asked, you? Just what on earth are you? Before Mo-Ran could even process what was happening, the Moonlight Rabbit ruthlessly delivered a crushing, fatal blow. Sunset gripped his cloak tightly, his voice trembling with rage as he hissed, damn it! Even Mo-Ran was stunned when a figure suddenly materialized, sensing the overwhelming presence immediately. Hon Nugiet had appeared right in front of Sunset. Languiet froze in shock for a moment. She cast a chilling gaze downward, her body radiating an aura of pure ice. Sunset's jaw dropped in utter disbelief as he thought to himself, is this a monster that can take human form? Suddenly, the pieces clicked in his mind. So that's how it is. You're the one who took down the Storm Tyrant, the blood of an emperor. Sunset stayed on high alert, staring down Hon Nguyet. Beside him stood the supreme-level Moonlight Element Princess, Lei Nguyet. She held the supreme-level Moonlight Element Night Sky, and the supreme-level Moonlight Element Moonlight Remnant. Sunset spat out with pure disdain. But even you can't beat me all by yourself. You can see my companions. Before he could even finish his sentence, Hon Nguyet cut him off with an arrogant tone. Save your breath. It's useless. She didn't even spare them a glance, saying with cold pride, I don't want to waste my time with these 3 pieces of trash. Bring out your strongest. Her sheer arrogance pushed Night Sky over the edge. It roared, how dare you speak so recklessly? The book flipped through its pages automatically, revealing strange symbols as it shouted, as long as it's a supreme I've defeated, I can use their combat skills as my own. Night Sky's next words sent a shockwave through the crowd in the stands. In other words, you're fighting 10 supremes at once. It continued to rant. Once I've crushed you, I'll see if you're even worthy of replacing one of them. But Hon Nguyet responded with nothing but a look of pure contempt and a sharp, shut up. She closed her eyes, focusing her spiritual energy before speaking. If that's the case, let me open your eyes a little. Hon Nguyet raised both hands high, and a surge of terrifying power erupted. Her voice echoed through the air, a technique that can only be unleashed under a full moon. Sunset and Lei Nguyet reflexively shielded their faces. Both were visibly shaken. Lei Nguyet was so stunned she couldn't even form a coherent sentence. There stood Hon Nguyet, holding the weapons Vu Tuong and Van Ko, with a majestic stance. Lei Nguyet instantly recognized them as Emperor-level weapons. Hon Nguyet exhaled slowly, steadying the internal energy circulating through her body. She lightly twirled the blade in her hand like a breeze passing Lei Nguyet, then raised it for a strike. She delivered a decisive blow, nearly wiping out both Sunset and Lei Nguyet in a single move. The observer couldn't hide her shock, crying out. It ended in a flash. The Emperor-level Van Ko on the ground was now covered in thousands of cracks. Fear finally took hold of Night Sky and Lei Inguyet. The purple fragments of the Moonlight remnant began to fade until they completely vanished. Hon Inguyet looked genuinely surprised as she spoke. A self-sacrifice type skill used to redirect damage, huh? Night Sky refused to back down, yelling, "Don't get cocky." A butterfly pattern appeared and began to glow intensely. Hon Inguyet's eyes widened as she tried to process the situation. Just as those beams of light lunged at her, thanks to her lightning-fast reflexes, Hon Inguyet gracefully dodged the incoming attack. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared behind her. Even though she dodged it, the edge of her skirt was sliced clean through. Hon Inguyet looked down at her torn dress, her face darkening with annoyance. Then, with a thunderous explosion, she appeared behind Night Sky, her voice dripping with mockery. In the end, the combat skills you've collected only amount to this. Is that why they were defeated by someone like you? Night Sky couldn't believe its ears, gasping. What? Hon Inguyet raised her sword high, her voice ringing out. Why would I ever rely on the power of those weaker than me? With one clean slash, Night Sky was split in two. Sunset clutched his cloak, muttering under his breath. In an instant, and I'm the only one left alive. I lost. Hon Inguyet hovered in midair, her voice commanding and full of spirit. If you had just done as I said from the start, you wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. He secretly pulled out a spiritual talisman, yet his voice sounded like he was bowing in submission. You're right. I didn't know my own place, thinking I could actually defeat the Moon King. Sunset swung the talisman and shouted, Moon God Palace, let us sign the transfer papers now. Six Tails sat on a cloud, watching the whole thing secretly. She let out a long yawn and sighed. How boring. It's already over. Lan Don seemed to realize something, saying, that child, she might become the next Queen of Ice. Six Tails didn't buy it, joking, are you kidding me? How could a Queen of Ice at that level ever be touched by a mere Supreme? Suddenly, Six Tails jolted as a massive surge of energy erupted. A pillar of light slammed into the earth, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. In an instant, the city was nothing but a pile of ruins. To Luong floated in the air, catching sight of Hon Inguyet. He couldn't help but ask, this presence, is this the power of an emperor? Not a chance, Hon Inguyet countered. Leaning on her sword to force herself up, she raised her voice. But I can give you a name. Her gaze turned razor sharp as she added, that person has already set foot across the threshold of an emperor. A blinding flash of blue light erupted. From within that radiant sphere, a single foot stepped out. It was a girl with messy blue hair and a lazy, half-asleep look. Seeing her, Inguyet Quan gasped in shock. What on earth? Luke Vi, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't stop yelling, that's a total foul. Isn't she the supreme one of the Moon Goddess Temple? How did the Black Moon Holy Mountain manage to summon her? Right then, a system panel popped up in front of To Luong. New beast unlocked. The number of entries in his encyclopedia increased instantly. The system summary flashed. Possesses an extremely high concentration of imperial blood. The Moon Goddess Temple treats her like their ultimate treasure. Even the current saintess can't easily form a contract with her. Her combat power is almost at the emperor level, and the world knows her as the strongest supreme one. This blue-haired girl is none other than the 9 revolving jade scale, a Moonlight type supreme. Thon He, lying on a stretcher, couldn't help but curse. The Moon Goddess Temple dares to butt in like this. How shameless. Fine. Everyone from the Dual Moon sect, let's take them all down together. But Waivu quickly stepped in to stop them. No, if the Black Moon Holy Mountain has already sealed a contract with her, then there's no issue. From this moment on, she belongs to the Black Moon Holy Mountain. Jade Scale let out a long yawn and glanced towards something in the distance. Suddenly, her entire face went pale. Ta Duong, perched on Lo Inguyet's shoulder, asked curiously, what's up? Jade Scale finally spoke. The moonlight in this place is wrong. She began to explain that the distribution of the glittering butterflies here was also incredibly bizarre. No matter how powerful the moonlight was, it shouldn't be able to attract more than half of the glittering butterflies from the entire northern region. Hearing that, Ta Duong quickly realized something was off. Jade Scale spoke up, sounding totally bored. Whatever. What happens next is out of my hands anyway. She looked at Hon Inguyet and said, let's deal with the opponent in front of us first. Hon Inguyet gripped her sword tight, her eyes radiating pure killing intent. On the other side, Jade Scale flashed a playful grin and said, Van Ko, so that's the deal. She started gathering an immense amount of power. Sharp claws extended from her fingertips, and bolts of lightning began striking the ground around her, out of thin air. Huan Ningyiet took a firm stance to steady herself and threw the first strike. The two massive powers collided head-on. Blinding flashes of light erupted non-stop, looking like a flickering neon sign. Seeing this, Ningyiet cried out, "They're too fast. I can't even see them." Nguyen Quan chimed in. The Moon King's beast is actually holding its own against the 9 revolving jade scale, who's basically an emperor. To Luong watched nervously, thinking, since the day I met her, this is the first time I've seen her go all out. He kept his eyes glued to the fight, pondering, this is the first time I've ever seen a high-level battle on this kind of scale. Thoughts raced through his mind. As a human, I don't think I can even interfere anymore. After blocking that last hit, Huan Nguyen was panting heavily. But Jade Scale didn't seem to have weakened one bit. She summoned a massive wave of energy that formed into a blue orb 100 times her size, illuminating the entire region. Huan Nguyen was stunned by the sheer scale of that power. Her silhouette was swallowed whole by Jade Scale's blue radiance. That spiritual energy seemed to rip the very sky apart. Miraculously, Huan Nguyen managed to break free, though her clothes were torn to shreds. She gritted her teeth hard as To Luong looked on in terror. He thought, she can actually still stand after that? He was speechless. Even the Moonlight Rabbit had been injured. The power was simply terrifying. But if I remember right, the waning moon constitution fluctuates with her mood and time. She's only going to get stronger. The Moonlight Rabbit crouched low to the ground to build momentum. Then, it lunged forward, sending rocks and trees flying in every direction. Jade Scale and Huan Nguyen clashed again. Suddenly, Jade Scale noticed something extremely strange. Out of nowhere, the Moonlight Rabbit pounced on her. Jade Scale shrieked in panic. "Hey, wait! Why are you ganking me?" It used its ears to toss her high into the air before slamming her straight into the dirt. A massive boom echoed as a cloud of dust billowed up. Looking down from the sky, Huan Nguyen's eyes glowed as she crossed her blades in an X shape to focus her spiritual energy. She held her sword high, spiritual energy swirling and intertwining around the blade, ready to swing it down. For a moment, her eyes were cold with killing intent before she slammed a devastating strike into the ground. Another massive explosion rocked the area. Ta Duong yelled urgently, "This is bad! Princess Snow Moon, help her, quick!" Loi Nguyen raised her hand, forming a surge of power. She chanted her spell. Static lightning, heavenly waning moon. Purple lightning rained from the sky as dark clouds began to swirl and gather. Suddenly, it was like she realized something. Loi Nguyen glanced behind her. Yen Nguyen was slowly walking toward them. Her eyes were hollow, yet they carried a deadly, murderous aura. Loi Nguyen gritted her teeth, thinking, Stellar Yen Nguyen, when did she get here? She unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, thinking to herself that she had to protect the holy mountain first. Meanwhile, Yen Nguyen kept walking calmly as if nothing was happening. A thunderous boom echoed through the air as Huan Nguyen slammed onto the ground, with the Moonlight Rabbit right by her side. Jade Kirin roared in pure rage. "You dare sneak attack me, you lowly insects." She had now completely reverted to her original, monstrous form. Jade Kirin screamed in fury, "Feel this terror." She let out a crazed howl. Infinite jade wind, countless crescent moon blades erupted from her body and surged forward. 3 massive streaks of power tore through the air, causing the very ground to shatter and crack. As the glowing green crescent blade struck her, Huan Nguyen instantly dissolved into mist. In her ethereal form, she spiraled through the air, effortlessly dodging every wave of power. However, the Moonlight Rabbit was not so lucky. Huan Nguyen landed back on the ground and let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, that was way too close. My mist form speed can barely keep up with how fast those moon blades are forming. I almost got torn into pieces just now. She muttered under her breath. I guess I will just have to hide behind this rabbit for a while. Memories flooded her mind, reminding her that no matter how badly it got hurt, the rabbit could always regenerate. Huan Nguyen crouched behind the Moonlight Rabbit, calculating her next move. She knew this could go on forever and thought, if only I could stall her for just 1 minute. Suddenly, she spotted something. Sharp arrows began raining down from the front. Seeing this, Jade Kirin gasped in shock. What? Jade Kirin cursed under her breath. Damn it, is that the star-sinking Yen Nguyen? She gritted her teeth in frustration. What a massive pain. She was so close to finishing this. Huan Nguyen seized the opportunity, thinking, this is it, the perfect chance. Let us end this right now. She closed her eyes and swung her sword, raising both hands to concentrate her internal energy. To Luong watched from the side and thought, "What kind of embarrassing pose is that?" A surge of power began to manifest, swirling into waves of spiritual energy. Even Jade Kirin looked completely bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. The Moonlight Rabbit stood its ground, while behind it, a towering tornado, made of pure spiritual essence, spiraled into the sky. Jade Kirin shouted, "Who the hell are you?" She barked like an officer, "Identify yourself." Huan Nguyen, hovering high in the air, replied, "Cloud-stepping moon chaser." She raised her voice. "If you can actually survive this strike, I might consider letting you become one of my subordinates." Jade Kirin let out a mocking, hateful laugh and hissed, "I am your master." Jade Kirin then pressed her palms together and chanted loudly, "Jade Wind Annihilation." Nguyen Quan stared in horror at the massive black void forming above them. He cried out, "That is the ultimate combat skill of the 9 transformation Jade Kirin." Her voice echoed in Huan Nguyen's ears. "Anything that touches that black hole will be completely obliterated." Yet, Huan Nguyen did not flinch for a second as she closed her eyes to cast her spell. Suddenly, she transformed into a massive white flower deer, twice the size of that black hole. Its hooves glided gracefully through the air. Then, it used its powerful antlers to ram straight into Jade Kirin's void. A bone-shaking explosion rang out as thick dust and smoke billowed into the sky. Everyone in the spectator stands fell into a suffocating silence. To Luong burst into laughter and mocked, "She was not even a challenge. What a pathetic excuse for a supreme battle." Huan Nguyen, To Luong, Yen Nguyen, and the Moonlight Rabbit all stood together as one. To Luong looked up at the sky and remarked, "That is enough. I am sure the gods will be very pleased when they see this." He added with a cryptic smile, "Now, the real dinner can finally begin." Nguyen Dai looked around and cried out in fear, "Why can I not see anything all of a sudden?" Nguyen Quan quickly tried to calm him. "Get a grip. The night has just suddenly turned pitch black." The bright moon began to fade into darkness as heavy, black clouds rolled in. To Luong closed his eyes to steady his racing heart. He thought to himself, "Honestly, my heart has been pounding throughout this entire supreme battle." To Luong whispered in his mind, "But now that we are about to face an emperor, I suddenly do not feel nervous at all." Huan Nguyen looked at To Luong worriedly and asked, "Well, are you sure about this?" He gave her a mysterious smile and spoke with absolute confidence. "I do not feel like losing is even a possibility." Huan Nguyen asked him skeptically, "Are you for real?" To Luong replied with a gentle smile, "Yes, you sound just as arrogant as the Moon King used to." Slowly, memories of the past began to surface in his mind. The words spoken by the Black Moon Holy Mountain earlier had triggered several memories that should not have existed. No, instead of calling them memories, they felt more like vivid hallucinations. For instance, visions of his past self growing up in the northern region's moon god palace, the face of his mother, and images of himself as a young boy. To verify the truth behind these flashes, he had once kept a notebook written in English. However, one day, every single word was wiped clean. Perhaps because of some higher power, there was never any body snatching involved. His past self and his current self were one and the same. Since birth, To Luong had carried the memories of his previous life into this world, but he was forced to have them erased 3 years ago. It was only 2 months ago that he finally managed to recover a portion of them. Snapping out of his thoughts, To Luong's expression turned dead serious as he realized the truth. If that is the case, then that entity must be far beyond my current reach. He looked up at the full moon as it emerged from the shadows, silently calculating his next move. It's exactly like the Black Moon Holy Mountain said. 3 years ago, I truly did forget one incredibly important beast, and that very mistake is why I'm now forced to serve as an apostle for the gods. The massive leg slowly lifted, its ancient eye peering down at the tiny crater it had just crushed into the earth. That monstrosity is the evil moon tyrant horn, an emperor-class moonlight beast. Its cold gaze swept across the area where everyone was desperately hiding. Cracks began to spiderweb across the defensive barrier. To Luong narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. The shield won't hold much longer. I just hope this thing doesn't start a massacre of innocent people. The beast looked down and whispered to itself, wondering what era it had woken up in. The Black Moon's power had faded significantly. The spirit of darkness turned to the sun god perched on its brow and asked. The sun god quickly replied, Lord Darkness, I've sacrificed 20 years of my own lifespan just to summon you back into this world. Also, you can take down a certain apostle of the gods. Hearing the words apostle of the gods, the beast's interest was piqued. It glanced at the path of destruction it had carved and whispered, "Fine then. I can no longer feel the will of even half our followers in the Northern Territory. Is the Black Moon cult finally coming to an end?" Its eyes scanned the ruins as it made a decision. If this is the end, then let's go out with one hell of a final battle. The scene shifts to Luong in the distance. He looks on with a stone-cold expression, unfazed by the titan before him. In his hand, he held a vial of winter cherry blossom essence. Huan Nuget's eyes went wide when she realized exactly what he was holding. Without a word, To Luong popped the cap and poured the precious liquid straight onto the ground. Huan Nguyen and Nguyen stood there, jaws dropping. She screamed at him, "Hey, that's a priceless essence from a high-level emperor. You're just throwing it away? What the hell are you doing?" To Luong just gave a calm smirk. "I figured this would make it a lot easier for them to find their way here." Huan Nguyen just stared at him, completely dumbfounded. "What?" Suddenly, she felt something and whipped her head around. In the stands, the crowd gasped, shouting, "What is that?" From across the horizon, golden lights began to pierce through the air. As the lights drew closer, their form became clear. It was his flash butterflies. To Luong closed his eyes, his voice echoing through the sky. Ah, the master of the moon grimoire. Back at the base, everyone could hear the conversation between him and the Moon Crown's apostle. To Luong was issuing a massive call to arms, summoning every single flash butterfly in the entire Northern Territory. Even the beast looked on in shock. What? Thousands upon thousands of flash butterflies swarmed in, forming a massive, glowing cloud. Huan Nguyen watched in a daze as the butterflies circled her. Suddenly, his voice cut through the air. "I'm taking all of you with me." To Luong's eyes sharpened. "Contract. Start." Flashback to a few days ago. This was the message To Luong had sent out through his butterflies to their entire species. Back then, people were cheering with excitement. Every flash butterfly in the breeding farms took flight at once. It was the same in the cities. Why is my flash butterfly suddenly breaking its contract? To Luong thought to himself, to avoid suspicion, I had them hide all across the north. He looked up at the sky, now thick with his butterfly army. He was satisfied with how the plan was unfolding. He'd waited until the Battle of the Emperors began to call them all back. The moon grimoire opened on its own. Thon Ke, sitting in Yiwu's lap, asked curiously, "Is it almost time?" The Moon King gasped. "Wait, what? Look at the Moon King's beasts. Why are they suddenly abandoning him and leaving?" Up in the sky stood To Luong, surrounded by a sea of butterflies, while his own beasts lined up behind him. Huan Nguyen was terrified by the sight. The Moon Crown's voice rang out in a scolding tone. "You idiot, they aren't just leaving, they're retreating." She looked up at To Luong, whispering under her breath, because, very soon, as he floated amidst the swarm, the Moon Crown confirmed, "This place is about to become a battlefield for emperors." To Luong suddenly looked up and challenged, "Hey, moon god of this era, are you watching?" He stared at the full moon and murmured, "I wonder if this opening act for the Moon God Festival is enough to satisfy your appetite." Wiping away his gloom, he let out a sharp grin. "If you're finally awake, then sit back and enjoy the miracle." The dark spirit's heart sank as it cursed. Damn it, they aren't a real threat, but this many of them is going to be a massive pain in the ass. It closed its eyes, calculating its options. Even if it wanted to crush him in one blow, it just wasn't possible. The dark spirit glared at To Luong, hovering in the air, and realized it couldn't afford to ruin the god's entertainment. Meanwhile, To Luong just wore a satisfied smirk. Almost there. The system notifications flooded his vision, formed a contract with Flash Butterfly, number 130,037,486. The Book of the Moon is flipping frantically through its pages when it suddenly halts at the Emperor rank category. To Luong tries to turn the next page but finds it impossible. His expression darkens as he struggles, realizing this might be the most difficult page to uncover in the history of the book. Memories of the book's contents flood his mind. He'd always believed it could summon literal gods, but his thoughts are now a tangled mess. It hits him all at once. The hidden intel from the 7 mysteries was a warning. The Book of the Moon is nothing more than a plaything for the gods. A surge of defiance rises within him. He refuses to accept it, believing his original power should far outshine anything the book can offer. Suddenly, a glimmer butterfly flutters toward him. At that exact moment, thunder shatters the sky, and To Luong's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. The Book of the Moon finally turns to a new page, and a massive pillar of light erupts with To Luong at its center, piercing the heavens. Luke V loses her balance, falling to the ground in shock. She stammers, "This pressure, how can it terrify even our emperor like this?" Just then, a voice rings out from behind her. No wonder the southern territory is in such an uproar. So, this is why. Luke V spins around to see the silhouette of Thuong Niet, who wears a playful smirk. "Moon King, whether you truly represent the North Realm or not, you can still accompany me to the end of the Moon God Emperor's path." Thuong Niet turns away, whispering to herself. There's no need to watch any further. Luke Vi stares at her retreating figure, stunned. It takes a moment before she can even speak. Holy crap, when did Empress Thuong Niet get behind us? Scared the life out of me, Luke Vi screams in frustration. What a total hag. Meanwhile, high above, a swarm of glimmer butterflies begins to gather. They align themselves, transforming into a pair of colossal wings. Everyone watching from below can only stare in absolute awe. Yi Wu and those around her fall to their knees, unable to contain themselves. Tears stream down her face as her voice trembles. My lifelong dream was to witness a miracle like this. Even Ta Duong is paralyzed with fear, his voice shaking as he stammers. Well, can we take it down? The spirit of darkness gazes silently at the sky before letting out a long, heavy sigh. Ta Duong feels something is wrong and looks at the spirit in terror. Hey, at that moment, tears begin to leak from the corners of the spirit of darkness's eyes. It breaks into a manic laugh, cursing, "You little brat, you actually want me to fight that thing?" Its voice is brittle and shaking. It may have been short, but our mission for the Dark Moon sect is over. The spirit of darkness closes its eyes, accepting its fate with a sudden, firm resolve. This is the end. Now, get down there. Ta Duong is blasted away as the spirit's voice echoes. Just sit back and watch the final act. This era doesn't belong to us anymore. Ta Duong is caught by Loin Nguyet, his eyes wide with horror. The spirit of darkness glares upward, questioning, "An apostle of the gods? In all my years, I've never heard of such a thing." It looks toward To Luong, its voice laced with pure disbelief. Since when did divine apostles reach a level of power like this? Up high, To Luong stands tall, looking down on the world. Looming behind him is a gargantuan figure from the 12 palaces of moon radiance, the guardian of the second palace, the Golden Butterfly Palace, the 8-winged moon radiance sovereign. Ta Duong murmurs weakly, "So that's it. This isn't just some battle between emperors." The 8 wings twitch slightly, and the entity radiates a blinding, divine aura. The light is so intense it blinds everyone at the base. Many find the power unbearable and collapse into unconsciousness. Loin Guyet's side isn't doing any better. She's being crushed by the sheer weight of the power. Huan Guyet, Uyen Guyet, and the Moon Rabbit are no exception. Luke Vi screams, trying to shield herself. What kind of insane power is this? This pressure alone is enough to shake the entire continent. How can something like this even exist? She's sent flying by the shockwave, wailing. Not even the Central Territory has anything like this. The spirit of darkness watches the scene in silence. It forces itself to speak, its voice strained. It's a true honor. I have no regrets in this life. It watches the light closing in and whispers, "After I'm gone, I hope to become a part of the moonlight." The light shows no mercy, sweeping right through it. As the words leave its mouth, the spirit's body begins to fade into nothingness. With its final breath, the spirit of darkness gasps out its last words, "May it last forever." Its eyes go still, fully embracing its end. Finally, the light washes over the spirit of darkness completely, and it vanishes from this world. A peaceful night falls. From behind the thick, dark clouds, a crescent moon quietly emerges. Amidst the ruins of the battlefield, Huan Nguyet and Uyen Nguyet lie motionless on the ground, each at the bottom of a massive crater. To Luong floats silently in the air, a small figure against the vast sky. He bows his head slightly, letting out a heavy sigh. Here we go again. Painful memories rush back to him, memories of a time when he had absolutely nothing left. 3 years ago, he stood amidst a similar ruin, where everything he knew had been wiped out. He's genuinely taken aback by the way everyone is looking at him with such worship. Everything that just happened feels like one long, terrifying nightmare to him. To Luong looks down at his hands, feeling the Emperor's power surging through his veins with incredible force. A brand new chapter of his life in the Moon God Empire has officially begun. Back then, the world just started calling me the Moon King for no reason at all. Coming back to reality, To Luong stared at his palms in confusion, but this time, his memory was perfectly intact. He muttered to himself that whatever happened back then definitely didn't have anything to do with the 8-winged moon sovereign. He rushed back to the base, but the sight of the total wreckage made him gasp. Just as he thought, the protective shield had been smashed to pieces. He stood there calmly, scanning the bodies lying motionless on the ground. Luckily, it looked like there were no casualties inside. The Jade Sea Moonbow must have blocked the worst of it. To Luong slowly approached Nguyen Quang, thinking to himself that she probably had no idea his memory was still gone. That is why she found it so strange that he was always stressing over the war between the kings. It looked like he was about to lean down in pity. Instead, To Luong just walked right past her with a cold, indifferent look. He was already busy calculating his next move. He told himself that if he ever wanted to find his true self, he had to get those missing memories back no matter what. His gaze landed on To Luong, who was sprawled on the ground, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. To Luong whispered, "This guy." He suddenly remembered that burning through 2 years of your life force was a forbidden technique of the Black Moon cult. It was an ancient method. To Luong's face turned serious as he thought, win or lose, there is no way you are surviving today. What is the point of fighting like this? Right then, To Luong started to wake up, his voice cutting through the silence. I guess the gods really are not watching over me. To Luong shot back immediately. Was fighting me really worth throwing your whole life away? Did you actually think the Moon God Festival reward could save you? The sudden question caught To Luong off guard, leaving him silent. Then, To Luong let out a mocking smirk. For the great Moon King, that is a pretty pathetic question. His weak voice drifted through the air. As a member of the Moonlight system, is it so wrong to want to surpass the strongest person in my own element? To Luong stayed on the ground, but his words were still full of defiance. If I could just beat you once, I would gladly give up my life. He struggled to roll over and face the sky. Too bad the gap between us is just too huge. Even the gods probably think this whole thing is a joke. To Luong threw out one last big question. Why do we even need to please the gods anyway? To Luong narrowed his eyes, trying to find a decent answer. At the very least, I had a blast today. That is enough for me. Is it not? To Luong repeated it back, sounding skeptical. Is that so? You actually enjoyed it? So I finally managed to give you a bit of a headache, huh? To Luong looked to the side and gave a small nod. Yeah, I was totally trapped in a brutal struggle. After saying that, he closed his eyes as a sign of mercy. Since things had already come to this, there was no reason to keep insulting the guy. To Luong let out a dry laugh and whispered a thanks. At least I got to hear one satisfying lie before the end. Moon King, listen carefully to what I am about to say. It might have something to do with why you lost your memories. To Luong's eyes widened instantly at that. He pressed his lips together, hanging on every single word. To Luong struggled to speak. Even though the one I faced back then was likely the 8-winged moon sovereign, he recalled the image of the sovereign and continued. For some reason, even when that scene plays out, this weird feeling in my gut just will not go away. That incident wiped out 1/3 of the northern region, but nobody ever mentions where all those people went. Could they have just vanished into thin air? To Luong stood there, stunned. Tiny specks of light began to swirl around To Luong. He hesitated for a second. Moon King, what happened back then definitely was not that simple. To Luong's body began to slowly dissolve. He did not forget to leave one last warning before passing on. You better watch your back. With those final words, To Luong completely vanished into the air, leaving nothing but a faint glow in front of To Luong. He stood there in total silence, processing everything he had just heard. A deep sense of unease started to settle in his chest. To Luong looked up, his voice tight with frustration, with the death of the last member. The Black Moon cult is finally gone, but I do not feel happy about this at all. He clenched his hands into tight fists. To Luong tried to rationalize it. The reason I lost my memory has nothing to do with the Black Moon cult. He reached out his hand as if trying to catch the glowing sparks reflecting his face, his mind racing. But that entity that made 1/3 of the North vanish. I am still nowhere near powerful enough to face it. Once again, To Luong tightened his grip, his entire body trembling with intensity. A moment later, he finally forced himself to relax. Standing alone in the vast, dark emptiness, he let out a long sigh and ran a hand through his hair. Why does everything feel so heavy right now? At least the nightmare is finally over. Lucius let out a weary sigh. Regardless of what the future holds, he could finally relax, even if it was just for a short while. To Luong gently tossed his cloak aside and collapsed onto the ground, looking like a man who desperately needed to sleep off a very long day. A few hours later, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Looks like everything is finally settled, huh? Luke Vi scratched his head with a grimace and started complaining. Man, just the lingering pressure from that monster kept us passed out for hours. Landon, who was standing nearby, chimed in. Well, it was the 8-winged Moon Lord, after all. She turned her head, her brow furrowed in thought. All those spectators must have cleared out by now, right? Suddenly, Luke Vi's eyes widened, and his face went pale with pure terror. Landon followed his gaze and froze. Her jaw dropped, and she broke into a cold sweat at the sight of a magnificent white deer. Kiep Nguyen stood there with its eyes closed, radiating an aura of cold, majestic beauty. Am-Phi suddenly leapt in from a distance to join them. She raised both hands, her eyes crinkling into a mischievous smile as she asked, So? What do you think? The cloud mist sea? Am-Phi looked at Kiep Nguyen while scanning the area. Was the opening ceremony I organized for the Moon God Festival impressive enough for you? She gestured wildly, excitedly rambling on. The fragments of the lunar shard are finally coming together, but the Seven Strings and the White Deer clans haven't made a move yet. What should we do? Just then, a cold voice cut her off. Current Moon God, stand down. Stop interfering with the Moon God Festival. Kiep Nguyen opened its eyes and spoke with heavy emphasis. I will not allow you to cause any more chaos in the northern region. Am-Phi froze at those words, staring intently at the deer. Suddenly, her attitude flipped 180 degrees. The fear was gone, replaced by a beaming, flowery smile. Wow, so scary. Am-Phi began playfully skipping around Kiep Nguyen. You've got it all wrong, though. I didn't step in on my own. Her eyes sparkled as she rubbed her chin, a sly look creeping onto her face. On the contrary, some little brat stole the Book of Moons and managed to win the Battle of Emperors all by himself. After saying that, she acted cute and winked. That definitely deserves a little reward, don't you think? Am-Phi didn't even wait for Kiep Nguyen to answer. She just kept babbling as she walked away. And hey, you don't need to stress out about not having a candidate anymore. After walking a good distance, she turned back, pulled down her eyelid, and stuck her tongue out mockingly. See ya, great pure white Kiep Nguyen. Kiep Nguyen said nothing, simply watching with a cold gaze as Am-Phi vanished in an instant. Kiep Nguyen remained as silent as ever. It narrowed its eyes slightly, a flicker of subtle helplessness crossing its gaze. A moment later, its gaze shifted downward. The one who had caught Kiep Nguyen's attention was none other than Hoan Nguyen. Hoan Nguyen was lying motionless on the cold ground, his body limp. It's okay. To Luong, with his handsome features, looked as though he was deep in a dream. The peaceful expression on his face made it seem almost criminal to wake him. The corners of the deer's mouth twitched into a mysterious half-smile. After a long silence, Kiep Nguyen turned and walked away. Its silhouette slowly faded into the white mist. Half an hour later, Luke Vi was still drenched in a cold sweat, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She bit her lip hard and swallowed nervously, her face a mask of pure panic. Luke Vi didn't dare move, unable to believe they were still in one piece. Are we actually still alive? She suddenly realized the weight of the situation. That was the Lord of the Cloud Mist Sea, the deity of the White Deer clan, and the creator of the Seven Strings Pure, White Kiep Nguyen, and the other one was the current Moon. Pure White Kiep Nguyen hasn't shown its face for 20,000 years. It didn't even show up for the Moon God festivals of the previous eras. Luke Vi whispered timidly, noting that based on their conversation, those two gods were clearly still enemies. Lan Don, standing beside her, was just as shaken. She stammered, "Those gods, they didn't even care that we existed." She quickly thought of a plan and said, "Let's just act like nothing happened. We must never breathe a word of this to anyone." Luke Vi could only nod vigorously, agreeing instantly. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy streaked past them. The two of them jumped out of their skins, their hair literally standing on end from the shock. They both whipped their heads around. Luke Vi screamed at the top of her lungs, "Who is it this time?" Wei Vu and Kung Yuet appeared before them instantly. They stared the two down and demanded, "Did a deity truly descend here just now?" Luke Vi grimaced, wondering how a human could possibly sense that. Lan Don was also baffled. When did they even get here? She hadn't sensed their presence at all. Kung Yuet, standing on the palm of Wei Vu's hand, looked up and confirmed, "They're gone now. There's no need to worry." Luke Vi, losing her patience, pointed a finger directly at them and shouted, "Enough with the mystery, stop acting so high and mighty and tell us who you really are." The woman closed her eyes and introduced herself calmly. "To the two esteemed emperors of the 9 hells, I am Bitch Wai Vu, the beast manager of the Twin Moon cult." Lu Wei and Lung Duan look pretty ticked off, but they have no choice but to listen. "Since we couldn't welcome you two to the northern region properly, I apologize on behalf of the Blue Moon Empire." Yi Wu gently lifts Gong Yue and says with a smile, "Besides, it seems the great lady in my hands has something she wants to say to you all." In her bird form, she just stays quiet, her emerald eyes wide and fixed on them as if she is deep in thought. The two men shiver under that icy gaze, their faces turning pale as they stand there, completely helpless. Suddenly, Lu Wei drops to her knees as if she has just encountered a supreme being. She is panicking, her face ghost white, as she thinks to herself, just one look, and could she be that person? Right then, Gong Yue spreads her wings and flies out of Yi Wu's hands. In the blink of an eye, her entire body erupts in light midair, glowing so brightly it is blinding, leaving Lu Wei in total shock. Her emerald hair instantly fans out, fluttering in the wind as Gong Yue's voice rings out. She does not even bother with a greeting. That guy is still as annoying as ever. Standing before them in those brilliant green robes is none other than Gong Yue of the Azure Sea, the 7th of the 12 palaces of moon radiance, the guardian of Sagittarius, and the supreme leader of the Twin Moon sect. She gives a cold warning. "You have violated my laws by entering the northern region without permission. For 1 whole year, you will not be allowed to leave, and you are forbidden from sending out any information." Gong Yue's intimidating tone echoes, leaving the two of them with nothing to do but bow their heads and tremble. "If you disobey, the Starry Moon sect and the path of the underworld will face total destruction." She closes her eyes, hesitating for a moment. "Furthermore, while I cannot interfere with the original outcome of the Moon God Festival, you have broken the first rule of the Moon God Palace." She takes a stance as if holding a bow, pointing 2 fingers at them like a threatening arrow. "I can still carry out a warning punishment." High in the sky, the Sagittarius constellation appears, its stars connecting across the heavens. Gong Yue's posture right now is the exact image of the legendary archer guarding Sagittarius. Before long, 4 pitch-black whirlpools appear in the sky, spinning violently as if signaling a disaster is taking shape. Her silhouette glides through those vortexes, graceful yet decisive. She stops before a massive cannon towering in the sky. Gong Yue coldly pulls her fingers down, her eyes sharp as daggers as she stares straight ahead. Immediately, light begins to gather at the tip of the cannon, every bit of spiritual energy converging into a single point. In an instant, a blast of pure white spiritual energy shoots out, spiraling through the air with an overwhelming pressure as it charges forward. That energy streaks away at the speed of light, tearing through several towering mountains in its path. Up ahead is the Moon God Palace. Sure enough, that terrifying surge of energy slams directly into the place. It triggers an explosion that shakes the very foundations of the earth, causing the mountain range to shatter into countless pieces. A moment later, the impact zone has been turned into a massive, gaping crater, with thick black smoke billowing out. Zhao Yue and the 2 envoys stand frozen amidst the ruins, unable to hide the absolute terror in their eyes. The overlord of the Moon God Palace, dressed in her magnificent robes, walks forward with a scowl. The raging energy continues to pour down as if it wants to crush everything. She can only bow her head and plead. "Guardian of Moon Radiance, the Moon God Palace meant no provocation. Please, let your anger subside." The overlord turns her head in a rage and screams, "Who authorized the 9 turns Jade Forest to go into battle? Step forward and face me right now." At that moment, a pair of feet slowly step forward. Tu Fi clasps her hands together, her face looking dejected and sorrowful. She stands before the overlord as if she is taking all the blame. Seeing this, the overlord gives the order. From this moment on, Tu Fi is stripped of her rank among the 10-pillar consorts and must leave the Moon God Palace within 3 days. She can only bow her head and whisper a single word. "Yes." Tu Fi walks away alone into the thick darkness of the night. Under the pale light of the crescent moon reflecting her lonely silhouette, she suddenly stops and leans against a wall. Tu Fi pulls out a photograph, her eyes lingering on the image, with a look full of unspoken sorrow. She tightly grips the photo of her and a white-haired person, her heart filled with a lingering sense of regret. Why does everyone say the Moon God Palace branch in the northern region does not exist? My sister clearly said she was going there to take over as the branch leader. Tu Fi whispers tiredly, her voice a mix of resentment and desperation. What exactly happened 3 years ago? Can you give me an answer now? She looks up at that crescent moon and calls out softly. Yue Fang Su Liang, my grandson. The scene shifts back to Su Liang, who is still lost in his dream. Slowly, Su Liang opens his eyes, and he is stunned by the scenery around him. Su Liang sits up abruptly, wondering where on earth he is. He looks around for a while, but still has no clue where he has ended up. Su Liang squints into the distance and sees a tiny, blurry, dark shadow. It is none other than Yin Fi, with her sparkling eyes and long, drooping ears. He stared at it blankly for a long moment before uttering a single word. Then, as if suddenly snapping back to reality, To Luong screamed at the top of his lungs. A moonlight rabbit. He bent down, looking completely incredulous as he whispered, "Why the hell is a moonlight rabbit in a place like this?" To Luong couldn't help himself. He reached out his palm, intending to give it a little touch. Before he could even lay a finger on it, Phi hugged its own body and started flailing wildly. "Pervert, what do you think you're doing?" That reaction sent him into a total panic. He was so flustered he broke out in a cold sweat, stumbling over his words and groaning internally. "What?" Tu Luong regained his composure and frowned, asking bluntly, "Hold on. You can talk?" He watched its smug gestures with a suspicious gaze. Tu Luong knew that finding a high-tier beast that could speak the human tongue was incredibly rare, but for a low-tier one, it was absolutely impossible. He stood up and pointed his finger right at its face. "Stop the act. Who or what are you exactly? And where the hell is this place?" Phi looked like it expected a compliment, but after Tu Luong's barrage of questions, it just let out a long sigh. How rude. "And here I am." He leaned back, his voice echoing with surprise as he repeated, "A gift?" It tilted its head and smirked in confirmation. The reward for the lunar goddess rite, of course. Phi playfully circled around him, listing off things like the remaining pages of the Book of the Moon, supreme beasts, hybrid beauties, or even eternal life. Once it finished, it looked at Tu Luong with mischievous eyes and whispered softly, "Tu Luong, what is it that you truly desire?" Without even waiting for an answer, Phi kept rambling on its own. "Oh, I forgot. You already went and snatched my Book of the Moon away from me, didn't you?" Stunned, a realization hit him. "Your Book of the Moon? Then that means you're?" Tu Luong scanned the creature from head to toe. It finally clicked. This was the current moon goddess, the tearful moon, Phi, the winner of the previous lunar goddess rite. Tu Luong bit his lip, thinking to himself, so this is the guide in my dreams. But he wasn't the one supposed to replace the current moon goddess. Phi looked up, cutting straight to the point. "All right. Enough games. Host of the Golden Butterfly Bow, I'll be blunt with you." It didn't hesitate to make its move. "Join my side and secure victory in this lunar goddess rite." Tu Luong was hit with one shock after another. He protested, "What are you talking about? I'm an apostle of Nguyen Dieu. We're literally enemies." Phi let out a soft, mocking chuckle. "Oh, my sweet boy, do you still not understand?" Its skin began to shift and warp, slowly transforming into the shape of a human. Phi beckoned him. "Bring that golden butterfly bow to my side." Now standing there in the form of Thuong Nguyet, it spoke. "Don't you want to defeat Emperor Tu Luong was completely blindsided by this new appearance. He turned his head away, trying to act indifferent, but Phi wasn't giving up. "Whether it's Emperor Thuong Nguyet or something even more powerful, I can help you crush them with ease." It leaned in close, giving Tu Luong a provocative nudge on the shoulder. "Those weak little friends of yours, they can't exactly help you with that, can they?" Phi lowered its face, its voice turning cold and sharp. "That moonlight rabbit of yours? It's nothing but a defect, a byproduct of bloodlines I've diluted over generations." As it finished speaking, it conjured a mysterious pink orb. Phi gently lifted his chin, pressing its palm against his cheek with a hauntingly seductive tone. "Just abandon them. I can give you the power to trample over everything. And I can even grant you a perfect bloodline with the most beautiful beast in the entire world." At that moment, Tu Luong's eyes widened, as if he were seeing something completely unexpected. It turns out, he was remembering the people currently traveling by his side. Tu Luong immediately swung his arm, brushing Phi off him. He answered bluntly, "I refuse." It let out a surprised sound, looking shocked. "Why? I can satisfy your every desire." Phi smoothed back its hair, offering one more argument. That little brat from the useless rabbit palace in the Nuyet-Du faction was just like you back then. But in the end, he followed his heart and joined me. It reached out a hand toward To Luong, sounding almost nurturing. Your existence is far more important to me, so go ahead, act out, throw a tantrum. I don't mind. To Luong quickly snatched Amphi's wrist and snapped back. No. You're dead wrong. To Luong's voice grew even more resolute. The moon goddess might be able to grant any wish, but she doesn't get to decide the final winner of the lunar goddess right. His brows furrowed as he hit the nail right on the head. You're trying to win me over now because you're terrified that I, an apostle of Nuyet-Du, will end up sitting on that final throne, aren't you? He let out a barrage of words that made Amphi's expression sour and turn dark. You have no right to judge my companions. One day, I'll bring those very weaklings you're talking about. To Luong's voice dropped to a low, menacing growl. To defeat every single apostle under your command and seize the final throne of the lunar goddess right. He shouted with a venomous curse. Until Nuyet-Du stands victorious, you can just sit there and rot in agony, despair, and torture. Hearing this, it couldn't help but glare, absolutely livid from the insults. But Amphi didn't lift a finger, it only let out a sharp, mocking laugh. The next second, it looked up at the sky and burst into a crazed, manic laughter. Yinfei used his spiritual energy to shift back into his original form. Breaking free from Su Liang's grip, he spoke up, "Fine then, apostle of Yue Yao." Standing before him in the form of an adorable rabbit, he issued a challenge. "Since you are so confident, I shall wait patiently for you." Yinfei's eyes glowed intensely as he emphasized, "It just so happens that the Crescent Rabbit Mansion is about to be reborn. My perfectly evolved descendants will soon reappear in this world." In an instant, a dark, swirling vortex surrounded the two of them. As he slowly sank into the circle, Yinfei threw down the gauntlet. "The invincible October eclipse is waiting for you." Before vanishing completely, he made sure to leave one last parting shot. From this moment on, Moon King Su Liang and the current moon god are officially rivals. Hearing Yinfei's words, Su Liang looked up, unable to hide his shock. Out of nowhere, 3 streaks of white light shot past him. Su Liang closed his eyes and suddenly fell backward. He gradually faded away from that place, his eyes tightly shut, as if his mind were weighed down by heavy thoughts. A single sentence echoed in his mind. He would fight until his very last breath. Cut to 10 days after the Battle of the Emperors, where everyone is working together to rebuild their homes. A survivor cleaning up the battlefield stood on a cold cliff overlooking the construction when a voice suddenly whispered in his ear. "Well, what do you think?" Ada whispered as he stood beside her. "Do you feel anything?" Alan replied, her entire body trembling. "It is terrifying. Even after 10 days, the aura of those 2 overlords has not completely dissipated." He looked up at the sky, setting a goal for himself. "We need to finish this before the Moon God Festival reaches its climax. We should wrap up the investigation and evacuate as soon as possible." Ada analyzed the situation. Half of the 10 lunar pillars guarded by the Moon God Palace have already fallen to the enemy. The Crescent Rabbit Mansion, the leader of the 10 lunar eclipses, is about to descend. From now on, it will be the era of monsters. He turned to her and asked, "Based on your calculations, what is the probability that the current Moon King, Su Liang, will win?" Alan went silent for a few seconds as if doing mental math, then she whispered, 0.08%. Ada was stunned and shouted, "What? How can it be that high?" Alin said nothing and simply opened her book to check the records. It listed the Western region, Gemini, Bai Yuhang at 0.018%, and the Southern region, the Great Emperor of the Shimmering Moon at 0.03%, the Central region, the Holy Maiden of the Shining Moon at 0.001%, and the Northern region, Moon King Su Liang at 0.08%. He took back his doubt, replacing it with absolute trust. "If that is your prediction, then it must be right." Ada looked back on the past. 3 years ago, a full moon hung in the sky for 30 days and nights. Since then, our gods have fallen into a deep slumber. Even though the odds are slim, the culprit must be among the group of Moonlight apostles. Su Liang once confirmed that those numbers represent the probability of defeating a god. Back in reality, he felt a sense of unease. No matter who it is, once they are found, our church from the other side will hunt them to the ends of the earth. The phrase "hunt them down" echoed ominously, like a dark omen of the tragedy. The scene shifts to a simple tent, set up amidst the cooling ashes of the battlefield. 2 guards stood watch outside. Inside, To Luong lay on a soft bed, his eyes tightly closed as if he were still lost in a dream. Not long after, he slowly fluttered his eyes open. The first thing To Luong saw was Huan Yue and her impressive curves. It turned out the soft pillow he was resting on was actually her lap. Huan Yue was a bit surprised to see To Luong wake up. Before he could even process where he was, she started nagging him. "If you are awake, then get up already. Stop being lazy. You have been out for days." To Luong just stared blankly, his eyes fixed on her beauty. Without saying a word, he closed his eyes again, leaving Huan Yue looking completely bewildered. To Luong silently called out to the Lunar book, and the beast information panel immediately popped up. Updated. Broadwing Moon Monarch, Moonlight type, Emperor class, currently sealed. Because the host's cultivation level is too low, this can only be unlocked by reaching the 7-star realm or by integrating the explosive energy of 100 billion low-level Glimmer Butterfly. Unlocking conditions can be triggered temporarily. Low-level Moonlight Glimmer Butterflies, 137,422,834,056 units, currently sealed. Due to the low cultivation level, the host cannot summon them all. On a full moon night, 100,000 can be summoned at once. At other times, the limit is 10,000. Jade-tailed rabbit, mid-level Moonlight type, crescent physique, moon in the lake, high-level Moonlight type. He frowned, thinking to himself. He had worried that if they turned on him, the Lunar book would be confiscated, but it seemed the other party did not have that power. Huan Yue thought To Luong had fallen back asleep and gave his forehead a sharp flick. "Hey, did you hear me?" To Luong took the hit until a big bump formed on his forehead, forcing him to open his eyes. He rolled over and rubbed his face against Huan Yue's lap, acting like a spoiled child. She was honestly at a loss for words at To Luong's childish behavior. He buried his face in Huan Nungiet's lap, lazily asking, "How many days have I been out?" Just then, Yen Nungiet walked in with her arms crossed, chiming in. To Luong quickly sat bolt upright, faking a few coughs to try and hide his utter embarrassment. Faced with the awkward stare-down between the two women, To Luong felt his head spinning as he thought to himself, "I totally forgot Yen Nungiet was here too." He flailed his arms around to mask his shame, trying his best to act cool, as he asked, "Wait, what's the situation now? What's going on?" Ho Nguyen, sitting beside him, explained that the school was being rebuilt and the northern domain was relatively peaceful for now. But in the central domain, Yen Nguyen cut in, "The 7 stars of the radiant moon have appeared. They're launching a relentless assault on the 10 lunar pillars. At this rate, the moon goddess palace can only hold out for another 15 days at most." To Luong listened intently as she continued. "Once all 10 lunar pillars are shattered, the legendary protector of the Jade Rabbit Palace will be resurrected." She closed her eyes, speaking in riddles. When that time comes, the true nature of the moon goddess right will finally be revealed. He leaned forward, his expression turning serious. "Who exactly is this protector of the Jade Rabbit Palace?" Yen Nguyen sighed gloomily. She was the one who led the 7 stars to hunt down the final winner. During the moon goddess rite of the previous era, she pointed out bluntly. Formerly the 8th guardian of the 12 moon radiance palaces, she now leads the 10 lunar eclipses of the Great Yin. Her name is Fa Tu Bak Ngok Khan. Yen Nungiet's next words left To Luong completely stunned, and the true master of Fa Tu Bak No Khan is none other than the Moon King of the previous era. It felt like a bolt of lightning hitting him. To Luong's eyes widened as a certain person flashed through his mind. He recalled the scene of countless bodies strewn across the floor and a lone throne at the top of the stairs, wondering to himself, wasn't the final winner of the previous moon goddess rite supposed to be the strongest being in the Moonlight system? To Luong was immediately skeptical. Why would such a powerful existence betray the Moon Radiance faction to become the strongest force in the Great Yin sect? He frowned, lost in thought. Wait, if she won the last moon goddess rite, why do they say she's being resurrected? To Luong asked firmly. Why was she sealed away in the first place? Yen Nungiet blushed slightly and gave a vague answer. I don't know. I have no idea what happened after I fell into that deep sleep. He looked at her expression and realized something was up. Why was she reacting so intensely? It was like she was hiding something. Meanwhile, Hon Nguyen puffed out her cheeks, staring at To Luong without blinking. She thought to herself, feeling wronged. Why did they both go quiet? Did something happen between them while I wasn't around? In her imagination, the two of them were walking hand in hand, looking incredibly happy together. Hon Nguyen's head throbbed as she thought, Do they already have a little secret of their own? Subconsciously, she clenched her fists tight. A moment later, a painful scream echoed from inside the tent, scaring a flock of birds into flight. To Luong struggled to walk out, a clear footprint still visible on his back. He hugged a tree, asking pitifully, "What did I even do wrong this time?" He glanced back, holding a grudge. She really didn't hold back. "I'm definitely going to teach her a lesson later." He didn't notice the person being escorted away up ahead. Once he composed himself, To Luong finally took note of the scene. He looked at the woman tied up with red cords, her body covered in ink stains, and realized it was the 9-turned jade scale. With scratches all over her face, she shot a glance at To Luong, grinding her teeth in pure rage. He stood in silence, watching as 2 guards kept pushing jade scale forward, constantly shouting at her to move faster. To Luong turned his head back, his eyes filled with a touch of melancholy as he thought. Since it was only a temporary contract, I guess she didn't die along with the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Wai Vu approached to greet him, with Kung Yiyet perched on her shoulder. "Cult leader, we're about to head back to the Azure Moon Empire." Seeing his silence, she continued, "What are your plans now?" Wai Vu's question made To Luong pause. "Plans, huh?" He looked back at that fierce battle. Before, all he cared about was surviving the war between the emperors. He hadn't thought about the future yet, but suddenly, the arrogant image of the Yin Empress flashed in his mind. He seemed to have found his answer. If I've already declared war on the current moon goddess, then my next goal is crystal clear. Tu Luong formulated a new plan. First, he had to strengthen his team, defeat everyone in his path, and reach the final stage of the moon goddess rite. His eyes turned incredibly sharp as he got lost in his vision. Only then could he finally stand before that arrogant goddess. He wanted to drag her off her throne, but a voice suddenly snapped him back to reality. "Cult leader." Wai Vu tilted her head, calling out respectfully again. "Cult leader," Tu Luong suddenly suggested. "How about I catch a ride with you guys?" This caught her off guard, making her blurt out, "Huh?" He quickly made up an excuse and laughed. "I've just never been to the Azure Moon Empire for a vacation before." Wai Vu stood there dazed for a moment, her pupils dilated. She had no choice but to awkwardly raise her hands and agree. "Yes, sir." Tu Luong heard her and turned away, rubbing his chin as he pondered. The Bichnayet Empire's location seems very close to the ruins from 3 years ago. He asked himself, if he went back there, could he finally find the truth about his past? Wai Vu stood behind him, staring at Tu Luong's back, feeling like something was definitely off. The Grand Master seemed different than before. She remembered his strict face from the past and compared it to the cold, terrifying apostle who used to follow the footsteps of the gods. Then she thought of his radiant smile from just a moment ago, which made Wai Vu's face turn bright red. She whispered to herself, "The way he is now." The scene shifts to the North Region border, where a massive bird is soaring through the high sky. Wai Vu gently placed her hands over her stomach and gave a respectful bow. "I'm sorry for making you all come this far to meet us." She brushed her hair back and spoke skillfully. "Even though the Grand Master doesn't really need our protection." The woman wearing the bird mask nodded and said, "I understand. Our responsibility is to make sure the Grand Master doesn't get bored during this journey." The silver rabbit agreed and added, "All right, from now on, we must stay alert at all times." The 3 of them stood on the bird's back, looking out into the far distance together. Tu Luong's eyes widened at the sight before him. He blurted out, "You can even use a magical beast like this?" Tu Luong saw the hot spring and couldn't hide his surprise. "Besides restaurants and inns, you can even build a hot spring on here?" At that moment, Yen Guyet was leaning back in a red chair. She closed her eyes, soaking in the atmosphere. Down in the hot spring, Trung Nguyen was submerged in the water, looking completely relaxed. He quietly walked inside while Honan Guyet was playing around. She splashed water toward the white rabbit, making it raise a white flag in surrender. The rabbit turned around, saw him, and said happily, "You're finally here." But Tu Luong was still thinking. Should he build something on the back of the cloud-treading moon chaser later on? This left Hoan Yuyet a bit confused. She shouted urgently, "What are you just standing there for? Hurry up, take off your clothes and get in here." He looked blank for a second and gasped. "Huh?" Tu Luong suddenly realized. "Wait a minute, even though you guys are magical beasts, you're all female." He closed his eyes and walked straight ahead, wondering how he could possibly enjoy a hot spring like this. Besides, there aren't supposed to be any secrets between a master and his beasts anyway. Tu Luong slowly took off his coat. He dropped all his clothes on the ground and quickly jumped into the hot spring. Tu Luong soaked in the water and let out a sigh of relief. This feels amazing. Honenguyen saw how happy he was, but since he was staying far away from her, she came up. Honenguyen slowly approached him, making him ask in surprise, "What are you doing?" She gently touched To Luong's cheek with shimmering eyes and a seductive tone. "I read in a novel once that it's supposed to be embarrassing for a man and woman to bathe together, right?" Honenguyen rubbed his cheeks and complained, "How come your face isn't red and your heart isn't racing at all?" To Luong was stunned, thinking to himself, "This stupid deer." He narrowed his eyes and explained, "Don't you run around naked every day in your beast form? Is there really a difference between being on land and being in the water?" Honenguyen rubbed her chin and argued, "That's not right. You must be faking it." She moved from one side to the other to investigate. "I have to check this carefully." Honenguyen was determined to find a way. "I have to make sure he never gets the chance to threaten me by calling me a woman again." She successfully grabbed my attention. I definitely can't miss this chance to uncover his secrets. She slowly lifted her front leg out of the water. In an instant, it transformed into a slender hand, reaching out to Luong. Honenguyen had suddenly turned into an incredibly beautiful young woman. She reflexively lunged into his arms, forcing To Luong to catch her. His face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he couldn't help but feel incredibly awkward. Wait a second. Honenguyen's seductive curves were now pressed right against To Luong's six-pack abs. He was so embarrassed that his whole body felt like it was on fire. His head was spinning as he wondered, what on earth is happening? Meanwhile, she rested her cheek against To Luong's chest and whispered in confusion, "Why was I forced into human form? The full moon is still a long way off." Suddenly, Honenguyen's eyes went wide with shock. "Huh?" Honenguyen looked down at her own chest and asked innocently, "What are these things?" She looked up at him, but To Luong quickly turned his head away to avoid her gaze. Honenguyen just kept staring at him without even blinking. She suddenly stood up, making To Luong even more embarrassed. Honenguyen took the opportunity to press herself against him, smiling as she interrogated him. "Hurry up and tell me, what is this?" While To Luong's face was beet red as he looked away, Honenguyen was having the time of her life teasing him. "Isn't this the thing I saw in that novel?" Her hands playfully touched him all over. "Turns out the legendary Moon King is just like this. He's no different from an ordinary person." To Luong's face was as red as a tomato as he grumbled, "Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the legendary Moon King? I was originally just a normal person." Honenguyen asked suspiciously, "Hey, I clearly have you cornered, so what's with that attitude?" Seeing that he didn't answer, she proactively leaned in even closer and continued to question him. "Shouldn't your reaction be a bit bigger?" To Luong couldn't take it anymore, so he quickly reached out, grabbed Honenguyen, and shouted, "Hey, stop messing around." She struggled uncomfortably and forcefully slapped his hand away. Then, whether it was intentional or not, that hand slipped right onto her soft chest. Honenguyen's eyes widened in shock, and her entire body went stiff. To Luong stood there dazed for 3 seconds, feeling the weight of those large buns in his hand getting heavier and heavier. Honenguyen's attitude began to shift from confusion to sheer panic, her entire face turning bright red. She stammered, unable to find her words. To Luong also stared at the beast girl in front of him in shock, and seeing her reaction, he gritted his teeth. He then wrapped his arms around Honenguyen, pulling her into a hug, and whispered, "Don't be so rowdy. Don't you know the charm of the Three Beauties tribe best?" At this moment, Honenguyen looked worried, with a hint of fear in her eyes. To Luong suddenly lowered his voice, emphasizing every word. "After doing whatever you wanted like that, did you think you could just walk away so easily?" Honenguyen didn't say a word. She suddenly opened her mouth wide, and just when you'd think she was going to scream, she didn't. Instead, she used all her strength to sink her teeth. This move made him scream so loud it felt like the house was going to shatter. Honenguyen, who was lying down relaxing, was jolted awake by that ear-piercing shout. While wondering what on earth happened, she saw To Luong trudging out with a look of total disappointment. Seeing Honenguyen staring at the bite marks on his neck, he quickly made an excuse, saying it was just a mosquito bite. After saying that, To Luong turned around and walked straight out, leaving the older sister standing there completely confused. Honenguyen just stared blankly and muttered that he was such a schemer. Stepping out of the bathroom, To Luong crossed his arms and thought to himself, "Honestly, I really want to sign a contract with her right now so she understands the true relationship between a master and a beast. But with my current 1-star rank and having already signed a contract with a supreme tier beast, I can't summon her anymore." He touched the bite mark on his neck and sighed about their intimate encounter today. The scene then shifts to the northern region of the Blue Moon Empire, a place filled with modern skyscrapers. To Luong's crane landed on the rooftop of a building. The luxury and glamour of this place left him in total awe. The Blue Moon Empire is truly prosperous. Meanwhile, Silver Rabbit and White Crane were only focused on To Luong's collar. Why is the Grand Master always pulling at his collar? Waivu spoke up to answer his curiosity. Actually, the Blue Moon Empire has only developed this much in recent years. It's all thanks to the imperial decree of Lord Sagittarius, who once said that technology 10,000 years ago was hundreds of times more advanced than it is now. Hearing this, he turned back to listen closely to the story. Waivu continued. However, because of an all-out war between two overlords, all electronic devices in the world were destroyed, and technology was set back tens of thousands of years. To Luong was startled and asked in surprise, "Every electronic device in the entire world?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, it also caused the deaths of billions of people." Of course, both overlords were severely punished afterward. Standing to the side, Yen Guyet thought to herself in annoyance, "This idiot doesn't even know who the two overlords are, and yet he said he'd help me regain my Tao vessel. The Ice Queen is making an exception to join the Moon Goddess Festival this time, probably because she hasn't been able to fully defeat the Flying Rabbit Palace. She must have been suppressing her rage for tens of thousands of years." Thinking of this, she let out a worried sigh. "To Luong, you'd better not get involved, or you'll end up dead before you know it." At this point, he spoke loudly to everyone. "All right, let's go for a walk on our own from here. You guys just need to drop us off." Immediately after, a strong gust of wind kicked up, and Wan Guyet appeared in her beast form for To Luong to ride. The powerful wind and dust blinded the girls nearby, and by the time the smoke cleared, he was nowhere to be found. Silver Rabbit looked up and asked, "Come to think of it, do you guys still remember what the Moon King originally looked like?" White Crane then asked, "Are you talking about the day the abyss appeared?" Waivu added, "How could we possibly forget?" Silver Rabbit shook her head in disappointment and said, "I never imagined the Grand Master would be taking his beast pet out for a casual stroll." White Crane agreed. "I thought he didn't even have the most basic human emotions." However, Waivu had a very strong reaction when she heard them talking like that. "All right, that's enough." Her voice was filled with emotion as she recalled that day. "Actually, the ones who fear and respect the Moon King the most aren't outsiders, it's us. We are the disciples who witnessed the miracle with our own eyes." Her mind was now filled only with the grand and majestic image of To Luong. Our story moves to a desolate, snow-covered mountain range, perpetually hidden by thick clouds, a place known as the Northern Heavenly Abyss. Deep within this region lies a massive rift with a truly bizarre shape. Staring into the dark depths, To Luong mutters, "So this is why they call it the Twin Moon Sect." He turns to his two subordinates, standing nearby, and commands, "I need to head inside for a bit. Do not let a single soul follow me." They immediately bow, taking his orders. Meanwhile, from a distance, two members of the cleanup crew are watching To Luong's every move. One of them whispers curiously, "Why would the Moon King suddenly return to the Moon God Palace territory like this?" The other person replies skeptically, "Princess Van's odds were supposed to be the highest, but it looks like something went wrong." She adds, "I can vaguely sense a divine aura coming from him. His danger level is even higher than the princess's." Hearing that, Adat doesn't overthink it and boldly declares, "Tell you what, I will go in and check it out. You stay here to make sure we do not get wiped out." Aline gasps in shock. "What?" Adat does not offer any more explanations, only a grim warning, "If I die, you must run immediately. Raise the Moon King's threat probability to 100% and send a dream message to the others. Tell them to gather everyone at the Northern Abyss to take down the Moon King." Meanwhile, To Luong and Hoen Nguyet are trekking down a narrow trail sandwiched between two towering cliffs inside the Heavenly Abyss. He glances around, feeling uneasy, wondering why it feels so suffocating even though it is clearly the middle of the day. Seeing To Luong silently scanning the area with such caution, Hoen Nguyet calls out from behind, "What is wrong? Are we lost?" He closes his eyes and says in a low voice, "No, I just have a bad feeling. There is something really strange about this place." With that, To Luong falls silent and keeps walking. His mind is racing with thoughts about what is coming next. The Twin Moon Sect headquarters and the Jade Moon Empire are both close by. If something really goes sideways here, the Jade Sea Moon Palace will definitely notice. The two of them continue deeper into the abyss, as To Luong stays lost in his complicated thoughts. Even though he cannot remember anything right now, he figures that following the old path might lead him back to where his memories began. He believes he might find some kind of clue here. Seeing To Luong so deep in thought, Hoan Nungyet can only sigh quietly and follow. In the gloomy atmosphere of the abyss, neither of them notices that someone is actually stalking them from the shadows. It turns out to be Aline. After following To Luong for a while, she calculates the distance and snaps her fingers. Suddenly, a bizarre object appears in the air near the mouth of the rift, looking like a massive pitch-black dome. It drops into the ravine at an incredible speed. Down in the deep mountain pass, To Luong stares thoughtfully at the ground. It seems the Twin Moon sect has preserved this place perfectly. There is not even a single footprint. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. Because To Luong stops dead in his tracks without any warning, Hoan Nungyet is not paying attention and bumps right into him. She blinks in confusion and asks, "What happened?" At this moment, To Luong cannot focus on anything except what is right in front of him. He gasps, "How is this possible?" The thing that has To Luong frozen in place is a purple notebook lying right there on the ground. Just a few steps away, To Luong wonders why his diary is here of all places. His mind flashes back to the moment he first arrived in this world. Back then, he still looked like a modern person. Wait, did he carry it with him the whole time, keeping it intact? And then, after he lost his memory and became confused, did he just toss it here before leaving and forget all about it? Without hesitating for another second, To Luong lunges straight for the notebook. Even though she has no clue what is going on, Hoan Nungyet stays glued to his side. Suddenly, a hand snatches the diary away. A woman wearing a stunning red dress appears out of nowhere. She holds the book up and cheers excitedly. "I found it." The lady quickly flips it open, saying, "This must be a guide from the gods." But a second later, she freezes up completely because she cannot understand a single word in it. The diary is filled with messy English handwriting and some totally random doodles. She thinks to herself, "Is the guidance of the gods really this complicated?" As for To Luong and Hoan Nungyet, both are stunned to see this lady in red show up. Sensing the danger, Hoan Nungyet immediately leaps forward and shouts, "Who the hell are you?" To Luong is still tense and calculating. Even though he cannot tell what her cultivation level is, he feels a massive sense of danger. He shouts for Star Slasher, and in a flash, the powerful beast appears before him. The lady in red just stares silently at the green blade and the purple horn. Without another word, Star Slasher charges forward emotionlessly. She leaps high into the air and strikes down with immense force, unleashing a golden shockwave that sends dust and debris flying everywhere. To Luong watches closely, his eyes piercing through the dust. What is going on? That power seemed totally normal. The lady in red is still standing in the exact same spot, completely unharmed. She acts innocent and asks, "What are you guys even doing? You seriously want to pick a fight with me in broad daylight?" The trio on this side all have grim expressions, clearly frustrated by facing such a powerhouse. He thought to himself, "She's right, this is a problem almost every Moonlight Beastmaster tries to avoid." He looked up at the scorching sun rays filtering through the cracks above. To Luong wondered, "If I have to fight during the day, what should I do?" Just then, Hong Wai spoke up, "Moon King, we don't have a reason to go to war with you just yet. So, we'll be taking our leave now." Seeing this, Hoan Nungyet lost her cool and lunged forward. "You think you can just leave? Drop what's in your hand first." To Luong also shouted, "Wait." In an instant, he flinched, unable to believe what he was sensing. This aura, it completely surpasses the supreme level. This person is an emperor. To Luong stood there frozen, watching the figure in red fly away as his mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. The Book of Moonlight didn't react. She's not of the moonlight element. How on earth did she hide the Azure Sea crescent bow in a place like this? Who the hell is she? Suddenly, Hong Wai turned back and asked, "Don't tell me you know what's written here." As she spoke, her expression slowly twisted into something dark and terrifying. "Do you know what happened to this place?" The bone-chilling cold radiating from her left, To Luong stunned and speechless. Hong Wai let out a gleeful shout. "I've changed my mind. I want to scour your memories." She thrust her hand forward, releasing countless pitch-black tentacles that lunged toward where To Luong was standing. Hoan Nungyet reacted instantly, leaping out to shield To Luong. She conjured a blast of purple light to push back the encroaching darkness. Those black tentacles suddenly hardened, becoming razor-sharp. They tore right through Hoan Nungyet, leaving her in agonizing pain and unable to fight back. To Luong roared. Deep Star Crescent Blade. The physical form of the crescent blade manifested in his hand instantly, just in time to block her massive hand. When those two immense powers collided, it sent a violent shockwave through the air. To Luong was sent flying to the side, coughing uncontrollably. Having just narrowly escaped death, he thought to himself, if it weren't for the unwavering trait of the Deep Star Crescent Blade, I'd be dead right now. Looking at the chaotic scene and Hoan Nguyen lying motionless on the ground, he was consumed by worry. How is this possible? That was just a random strike from the enemy. As he struggled to get back on his feet, To Luong thought, is this the price for facing an emperor level in broad daylight? Hong Wai said calmly, just give up. Moon King, the miracles of the moonlight element only bloom during a full moon. She pulled her hand back, her voice dripping with arrogance. In your current state, you're simply no match for me. This woman in red was actually the leader of the Equinox cult, Thu Hoa Ko. She walked over slowly and said, don't bother counting on luck. The Sagittarius Temple won't have a clue what's happening down here. Hoa Ko boastfully added, this is a blessing bestowed upon us by the gods of the Equinox. Even the Holy Land can't peek in here. Her words made To Luong's blood boil. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath to regain his composure. Then, he shot back at her. You're right. To Luong wiped a streak of blood from his face, speaking with a slow, provocative tone. But that's no reason for you to treat my stupid childhood doodles like they're some legendary masterpieces. It's honestly kind of embarrassing. At first, Hoako looked visibly annoyed and couldn't find a comeback. But then, she flashed a smug grin and said, it won't matter once I've read your memories. However, Hoako still had a lingering doubt and asked, so, you've been here before? Now that you've returned to your old stomping grounds, don't tell me the legendary Moon King has actually lost part of his memory? Hearing this, To Luong felt a jolt of anxiety. His body went stiff and his eyes wavered, leaving him speechless. Noticing his reaction, Hoako was momentarily stunned. Then, her voice started to tremble, and tears began to well up in her eyes involuntarily. So that's it. It was you. Hoako covered her face and sobbed hysterically. I witnessed that existence with my own eyes, and yet you only lost a part of your memory. This means you've... Seeing her suddenly burst into tears, Tu Luong was completely baffled. But he stayed silent and kept his guard up. After a moment of crying, Hoako screamed in a fit of rage. From this moment on, the Equinox cult will wage war against the Twin Moon sect until one of us is dead. She pointed directly at Tu Luong's face and shouted, and I, the seventh dream, Thu Hoako, will kill you right here and now. After declaring war, she let out a piercing scream. Her power exploded outward, shredding her clothes to pieces and revealing her stunning, provocative silhouette. Furthermore, an ancient red maple tree materialized right behind Hoako. This scene made Tu Luong think, it looks like I've finally found the reason why I lost my memories, even if the situation seems a bit hopeless right now. Hoako didn't waste any more words. She pointed her finger, commanding something to launch toward him. The red maple tree obeyed her order, unleashing a surge of energy that formed a massive, high-speed vortex. Faced with this devastating attack, Tu Luong could only grip his starlight crescent blade tightly, waiting for the impact. But just a split second before the vortex could reach him, Hoa Nguyen lunged forward to shield him. She unleashed a massive burst of energy to block that crimson leaf tornado. The impact was massive, and the ground beneath them was completely torn up. Tu Luong was tossed aside, while Hoa Nguyen struggled to make a soft landing. Through the thick haze of dust, he could vaguely see her silhouette still standing firm. As the smoke finally cleared, it became obvious that Hoa Nguyen was covered in scratches. Her clothes were shredded, and she could barely stay on her feet. Suddenly, Hoa Nguyen collapsed right in front of Tu Luong and lost consciousness. He watched as the purple gem on her forehead hit the ground and shattered into pieces. Tu Luong reached out and grabbed the starlight crescent blade. His grip on the blade tightened until his hands started to tremble, and his voice dropped to a low, menacing growl. Fueled by rage, Tu Luong swung his blade with all his might, unleashing countless waves of powerful blue moonbeams. Despite his counterattack, Lady Hua but not a single one of his slashes actually hit her. Lady Hua narrowed her eyes and thought to herself, was that just an illusion I saw earlier? She glanced over at the unconscious Hoa Nguyen and wondered, this guy seems to have passed out before I even landed a fatal blow. Lady Hua coldly flicked her finger to strike again. Tu Luong took the hit head-on and let out a scream of pure agony. However, even that blow couldn't kill him. Despite coughing up blood, he stubbornly refused to go down, his hand still death-gripping that blade. To Luong thought in frustration, just because it's daytime, the power gap is way too massive. A top-tier Moonlight master was facing off against a standard emperor, but he just didn't have the strength to fight back. Lady Hua mocked him loudly. "Stop struggling, Moon King. You'll never be able to defeat me. To be honest, I can't easily kill an apostle like you." Then, she started trying to sweet-talk him. "Even if the grudge from 3 years ago is real, I'll back off for now and wait for your revenge in the future." Lady Hua gave a twisted smile and continued, "So, just be a good boy and let me see your memories. You want to know what happened back then too, don't you?" To Luong didn't even bother to answer as he struggled to stand upright. He glared at her with icy eyes while leveling his massive blade right at her. Lady Hua said with pure contempt, "Fine then, negotiations have failed." She then started walking toward him, step by step, but in the blink of an eye, Tu Luong realized she was already right in front of him, barely an arm's length away. Suddenly, a giant mouth gaped open on Lady Hua's chest, and a pitch-black tentacle shot out. The thing lashed out in a relentless frenzy, forcing him to scramble just to stay alive. Just when it seemed she had the upper hand, Lady Hua suddenly realized something was wrong. Tu Luong let out a faint, triumphant smirk. "It worked. Thanks to her constant yapping, I actually had time to figure out a way to protect myself." You see, while participating in the Beast Food Challenge, the Moon Lake Beast had hoarded a massive amount of monster food. By consuming that food, the Moon Lake's shield energy could regenerate at a rate of 5% every single second. Refusing to back down, Lady Hua took to the air, her attacks becoming even more vicious. The collision was so intense that the ground beneath them shattered once again. Tu Luong held his ground, his mind racing for a way out. But just defending is pointless. I have to find a way to take her down fast. Lady Hua seemed to be losing her mind. This is impossible. More of those hideous mouths started appearing all over her body. This descent into madness only made Lady Hua's fighting style even more savage. Tu Luong fought back desperately, but his brief moment of confidence was quickly replaced by pure anxiety. Damn it, her attacks are too fast and too violent. My hands are starting to cramp up. Spotting a tiny opening in his defense, a tentacle lunged forward, trying to snatch the Starlight Crescent blade right out of his hands. But the blade reacted on its own, flying up and smashing the tentacle back. "The blade is moving by itself?" Tu Luong gasped in surprise. A spectral hand reached out, grabbing the hilt alongside him. It was Yen Guyet, the soul of the blade. Seeing him standing there dazed, she snapped, "Don't you still have someone to save? Just focus on the fight." The battle raged on. Even though he was slammed into the rock walls over and over, his will didn't waver for a second. His sheer stubbornness was driving Lady Hua absolutely insane. This time, she didn't just use 1 or 2 mouths, she used every single mouth on her body to launch an all-out assault. The sheer force of the blast sent him flying backward. Tu Luong struggled amidst the swarm of tentacles, thinking, her attack speed just doubled. Lady Hua cackled triumphantly. "What's the matter? Can't keep up?" At the end of the day, you're just a pathetic human. Nothing but a puppet of the Golden Butterfly Palace. An overlord would never choose to die here with you, so just give up already. Right then, the Yenningyet blade suddenly began to pulse with a mysterious, ethereal light. This sight leaves her speechless, her face completely blank as if she can't believe her own eyes. Tu Luong regains his fighting spirit, confidently swinging his glowing blade for a powerful strike. A massive wave of moonlight surges upward, soaring out of the ravine and shining with a brilliant radiance. At that same moment, deep inside the canyon, the ancient red maple tree is sliced clean through, leaving Hoako standing there in utter shock. Soon after, those black tentacles vanish, and every single mouth on her body begins coughing up blood simultaneously. Uyen Nguyet says sadly, "This time, the last bit of energy remaining in the scabbard has been completely drained." She turns away, refusing to even look at him, and asks coldly, "Tu Luong, how much longer are you going to let her keep talking? Aren't you the Moon King? Don't we still have to defeat the Ice King and the Flying Rabbit Palace? But at this level, it's just not possible. You're really disappointing me." Her words leave Tu Luong completely speechless. He thinks to himself, she's right. What the hell am I doing? She's just a run-of-the-mill sovereign. Despite being heavily wounded, Hoa Ko is still talking big. "Damn you! Do you really think you can defeat me during the day?" Then she starts screaming insults like it's a rehearsed performance. "Moon King, I've always hated you, Moonlight types the most. always acting so high and mighty, never looking anyone else in the eye. After the Moonlight era collapsed, didn't all those arrogant overlords either die or go into hiding? It's pathetic. However, To Luong's expression remains completely indifferent. Seeing this, she keeps ranting, "Wake up, kid. The era where Moonlight ruled everything ended a long time ago." Even though her words are incredibly harsh, To Luong remains unfazed and doesn't seem to care at all. It's as if he's preoccupied with an entirely different problem. Realizing she's being totally ignored, Hoako screams in a rage, "Hey, you!" But the only response is silence from her opponent. She's absolutely livid, her whole body trembling as she gnashes her teeth. This is infuriating. Hoako lunges her tentacles forward once more, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Just die, Moon King." Only then does he finally speak up. "Maybe you're right, but this is exactly why I'm standing here." To Luong speaks softly, emphasizing every single word. "I will stand upon the throne and reappear under the moon, so that bottom feeders like you will never dare to show your faces again." These words leave Hoako feeling a bit dazed and confused. Suddenly, he shouts at the top of his lungs, "This is why I was born in this era." His shout echoes through the heavens, and unexpectedly, a pillar of light tears through the clouds, shining down into the deep ravine. That brilliant light envelops To Luong, fueling him with power. At the same time, it causes Hoako's tentacles to shrink back in fear. She wonders, what on earth is this? But he doesn't bother answering, staying silent as he slowly absorbs the power of the light. Quickly, To Luong pulls out the Book of the Moon and begins his calculations. "Thanks to the 700 pulls I've saved up, I've finally figured out a way to defeat a sovereign." He raises his hand high and shouts commandingly, 700 consecutive pulls. The Book of the Moon flies up and fans out in an impressive display. The system in To Luong's head announces, "New beasts have been unlocked." The number of illuminated illustrations has increased. Original color profound wheel, supreme grade, moonlight element, celestial music manner. Supreme grade moonlight element, ice sleep, frozen moonstone, supreme grade moonlight element, waning moon. 700 purple cards now surround him. Looking at the data, To Luong muses. Even though there's no sovereign, there are some incredibly rare ancient species here. Then, a confident smile plays on his lips. To Luong shouts out firmly, "Forfeit all contracts, convert everything into bonus points." As soon as he speaks, all those purple cards are torn into tiny fragments. They then merge together and pour into To Luong's body. His entire being erupts in a mesmerizing, blazing flame. To Luong watches his body's reaction and feels a surge of joy. "If I absorb all this energy, I could probably break through directly to the 6-star realm." However, he still feels it's not enough. Relying only on the 5-star realm won't be enough to take down a sovereign. An idea suddenly flashes through To Luong's mind. He spreads his arms wide, looks up at the sky, and shouts, "Golden Butterfly Palace, I don't want any of these. Take them all back." This statement causes the magical light to react unexpectedly. To Luong stands still, watching as the fragments slowly fade away. He thinks to himself triumphantly, with this much energy, the Golden Butterfly Palace should be able to. However, another surprise hits him as the system returns a shocking result. Silverwing Moon Sovereign, unlocking progress 0.001%. To Luong is stunned, his body freezing up as his inner self starts screaming. How is that possible? Only 0.001% unlocked. This thing's appetite is insane. He looks at his trembling hands in a panic. All the energy is gone, and now I just look like a total clown. Meanwhile, Hoako has taken a combat stance, ready to fight. Suddenly, something appears that makes her eyes widen in sheer amazement. A stream of light pours down from the sky toward where To Luong is standing. Even he is quite surprised by this turn of events. It turns out the Golden Butterfly Palace wasn't the one absorbing all that energy. It was those 100 billion shimmering butterflies from before. So that brilliant light was actually created by them. Even space and time are starting to shift. Hwaji screams in a panic, "What's going on? Why did it suddenly get so dark? Wait, I look up and see a massive moon hanging in the sky. What? A moon? Is it rising?" She looks over at To Luong in total shock, realizing he actually forced the celestial phenomena to change. This guy is definitely no mere apostle. Right now, his face wears the smug smile of a winner. "I warned you once before. If you had just been a good girl and given back my diary, things wouldn't have ended like this." With that, a beam of light pierces right through Hwaji's heart. Then, that light explodes violently, splitting the massive ancient tree in half once again. One by one, the tentacles on Huaji's body begin to dissolve. Her body starts to fade away, along with the red leaves. Right before turning into dust, she smirks and whispers, "Moon King, I'm the one who won." As she finishes her sentence, Huaji vanishes into the void, leaving nothing behind but red leaves fluttering to the ground. To Luong stands there, watching the red mist slowly dissipate as it drifts out of the canyon. He lets out a long sigh, looking pretty annoyed. "You've already turned to dust. So how exactly did you win?" Feeling like the danger has passed, To Luong relaxes and plops down, groaning, "Man, I'm freaking exhausted." He just sprawls out on the ground and closes his eyes to enjoy the peace. "I'm just gonna lay here for a bit before doing anything else." Suddenly, a voice rings out from nowhere, snapping To Luong out of his rest. "That's right, we did win." From behind a cliff, a girl in a flowing black dress slowly steps out. This is Jumeng, the sister of Seven Dreams Huaji. Jumeng walks over to a single red leaf, resting in a pool of blood and mutters, "Sister, Seven, you were absolutely right about everything. Good thing you had me hide in the shadows first, because if we had both shown up at the same time, we definitely would have both been wiped out by you." Because of that, even though she watched her own sister's soul get torn apart, she couldn't show herself, no matter how much she wanted to. Her sad expression suddenly shifts into a smug, triumphant grin. "But now, it looks like there's no reason for us to lose anymore." Jumeng confidently struts toward To Luong without a hint of fear, her voice dripping with contempt. "Even if you've surpassed the apostle realm, it's all over now." She declares with total certainty that the invincible Moon King will draw his last breath right here. Hearing Jumeng's trash talk, To Luong is obviously pissed, but the truth is, he's completely drained and running on empty. Just as she's about to move in closer, Huan Nguyen's voice suddenly rings out, "What? What's happening? How did the moon get there?" Jumeng turns around curiously as Huan Nguyen groggily wakes up, her mind filled with 1,000 questions. Did I really sleep until nighttime? While she's still dazed, she suddenly locks eyes with a stranger staring intently at her. She notices Jumeng standing right over To Luong, who's lying half dead on the ground, and it's clear the woman has some very bad intentions. Huan Nguyen immediately jumps into a defensive stance, worried. She realizes this woman isn't human, she's definitely another monarch. Jumeng stares at Huan Nguyen with judgmental eyes, then lets out a long sigh of disappointment and says dismissively, "After watching that battle, I can tell this dear girl poses zero threat." She shifts her gaze to the sunken star crescent blade and scoffs at it too. This blade just used up every last drop of its power. It's completely useless now. Then, she starts mumbling to herself, calculating her next move. The only thing to worry about now is the overlord of the Archer Palace. Normally, it would take 5 minutes to bring it down. Actually, no. This overlord doesn't play by the rules. I need to eliminate the risk within 1 minute. But, in reality, 10 seconds is all I need. With those words, she raises her hand and snaps her fingers. Out of nowhere, a massive, pitch-black umbrella appears, completely blocking out the bright moonlight. Suddenly, a few drops of water land on Huan Nguyen's cheek. She looks up, totally confused, and asks herself, "Wait, is it raining?" Sure enough, rain starts pouring down on Huan Nguyen and To Luong. The woman boldly announces, "I am Jumeng of the Netherworld cult. Supreme Dark Knight. From this moment on, the era of moon brilliance ends by my hand." As it turns out, this rain is coming straight from that giant umbrella. But this isn't any ordinary rain. The droplets are scalding hot, corroding everything they touch. The sunken star crescent blade lies on the ground, soaked in the rain. Huan Nguyen starts to feel a stinging burn wherever the water hits her skin. To Luong is suffering just as much. He grits his teeth against the pain, though these wounds are becoming unbearable. Filled with a sense of helplessness, he thinks, "Damn it, I don't have enough strength left to fight back." Suddenly, a ribbon of white clouds sweeps in and wraps around To Luong. In the blink of an eye, he's teleported right out of sight, escaping Jumeng's grasp. She immediately recognizes it as the mist realm of the White Deer clan. Huan Nguyen's entire body starts radiating powerful energy as she glares at Jumeng with pure, murderous intent. She stays silent for a moment, then decides to drop a few words before making her move. "You've made 2 big mistakes." Huan Nguyen's words leave Jumeng stunned. She clearly has no idea what mistakes she could have possibly made. Ho Nguyen said, "First, you just said my threat level was 0, and that actually pissed me off a bit. Second, you really shouldn't stand in front of the White Deer clan at night." As she spoke, She reached for the purple jade hairpiece she always wore, but her heart sank when she realized it was gone. Looking at her empty hand, Honengayet sighed to herself, "It is completely shattered. Whatever, I will let it go. This beauty never runs out of treasures." Honengayet's eyes glowed with a pinkish purple light. She pressed her hands against her chest, and from between those massive peaks, she pulled out two divine swords. This is a special pair of twin blades named Fog Statue and Cloud Maiden. However, this did not scare Kumong one bit. She laughed mockingly, big words for a little girl. Kumong spread her hands and screamed, "You are just a sovereign, yet you dare talk so big?" The acid rain suddenly turned into black droplets, looking like sludge from a polluted sewer. At her command, they changed direction, all swarming straight for Honengayet. But her body vanished like a wisp of smoke in the blink of an eye. This caught Kumong completely off guard. She is gone. Before she could even process how her opponent disappeared, her arm was sliced into 3 pieces. Panic started to set in for Kumong. How is this possible? Just moments ago, she could not even touch a single hair on Seventh Sister. This unanswered question sent Kumong spiraling into a deeper panic. I cannot even see her movements anymore. Even now, Kumong could not believe what was happening to her. Her aura is clearly at the sovereign level, so what the hell is going wrong? Clutching her twin swords, Honengayet stared her down with a cold expression, making Kumong sweat. What is going on? How can a sovereign possibly overpower an emperor? Tension hung heavy in the air between them as Kumong clutched her severed arm, trying to rationalize it. Maybe she is just bluffing. Somehow, her arm started growing back. She quickly thrust both hands forward, stretching her muscles for the next round. This left Honengayet frozen, staring ahead in shock. She stood rooted to the spot, gripping her swords tight. Seeing this, Kumong gave a provocative smirk and confidently unleashed her skill, Dark Evil Night. Honengayet slowly raised her blades, her body trembling as she tried to keep it together. Just as she was about to strike, she was shocked to find something holding her back. Kumong gloated. "Well, looks like you are powerless this time, aren't you?" Honengayet was floating in front of a colorful circular barrier, surrounded by black, thorn-like chains clinging to her. They say the mist realm of the White Deer clan is unbreakable, and only an emperor can fully phase through it. A second later, Honengayet was gone. All that was left was the chaotic barrier and those black thorns, accompanied by Kumong's mocking voice. "If I were facing an emperor, I wouldn't stand a chance, but a mere sovereign like you cannot pull that off." The black mass slowly crawled over and swallowed everything before dissolving into plumes of dark purple energy. Watching her opponent get wiped out right before her eyes, Kumong was ecstatic. She laughed gleefully. "You were just an ant, yet you dared to be so arrogant." She stroked her chin with a haughty look. "How rude of me. I shouldn't be proud of beating a mere sovereign. It is nothing special." She turned away, looking smug. The mist realm is shattered. This time, the Moon Queen will have nowhere to hide. Suddenly, something scared Kumong so badly she turned pale. It was Honengayet, in the flesh, standing right behind her, with a stern look. She spoke in a low, cold voice. 10 seconds have passed, and you still haven't kept your promise. I'm starting to get a bit bored." Honengayet stepped forward gracefully, her feet firmly on the ground. Honengayet closed her eyes, feeling the energy. At this moment, she was radiating an overwhelming divine aura. Honengayet opened her eyes and said coldly, "You know, even though my mother is gone, she would still be furious if the keepsake she left me got destroyed. And when she gets angry, the consequences are severe." Kumong's face went dark, sweat dripping down her face. She is phasing through the entire mist realm, she thought in terror. Honengayet slowly approached her, continuing coldly. "That's right. You might not get it, but the White Deer clan perceives the concept of death differently than other creatures." As she walked, she fixed her hair to look her best. "Sorry. Since I won't be back for a while, I unconsciously wanted to say a few more words. So, let's end it like this." Kumong's eyes widened in shock. All that was left in front of her was thin air mixed with the faint scent of Honengayet. She looked up, blaming herself. "Seventh Sister, I miscalculated. I should have alerted the others immediately." But then, Kumong thought, no, maybe this isn't so bad. She stood there, helpless, as pink silk threads wrapped tightly around her body. Alone in the darkness, she realized, "At least this way, I won't drag anyone else down with me." She gave one last, satisfied smile. So, this is finally the complete form of the World Fog Walk. Kumong's entire body has been torn into 1,000 tiny fragments. Even her favorite black ribbon couldn't stay in one piece. The remains of her body are just drifting away with the wind, vanishing into the smoke and dust right before our eyes. Now, all that's left is the star-sinking Yen Guyet, lying silently on the cold ground. After waking up, Yen Guyet just stays quiet. She can't stop thinking about that perfected world fog walk. Lost in thought, she realizes there is no telling when she will ever be able to return. Under the pitch-black night sky, a circular pink glow swirls between the two canyon walls. Yen Guyet turns her head in shock, only to see To Luong lying unconscious, floating right in the middle of that hovering pink light. Just as To Luong is about to hit the dirt, Yen Guyet moves fast and catches him. She pulls him into her arms, holding him tight while her mind starts racing. She thinks to herself, I finally get why Bok Lok disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Looking up at the sky, Yen Guyet falls back into deep thought. The 12 moon houses still hold their thrones, but tonight, the full moon looks incredibly gloomy. A moment later, To Luong finally opens his eyes. Yen Guyet watches him silently as he sits on a rock with his head down, clutching that diary in his hands. To Luong flips through the pages, one by one, as if he is reliving every single memory. His hands are shaking as he touches the old paper. Suddenly, To Luong grits his teeth and rips the pages out, fueled by a surge of pure, uncontrollable rage. Yen Guyet is stunned. She can't understand why he would do something like that, especially after he literally bled to get that diary back. To Luong just sits there, exhausted, staring at the ground without saying a word. Then, out of nowhere, he stands up, fixes his collar, and speaks softly to Yen Guyet. Let's go, she asks him nervously. Are you sure you're okay? To Luong just gives her a cold, emotionless look and says, it doesn't matter. I'll remember everything sooner or later anyway. There's no point in looking back. He starts walking toward the trail ahead. After crushing those two emperors, I've started to remember a few things. The power of the Netherworld sect. It probably has something to do with making people forget. To Luong knows exactly what he's doing and has a plan. He thinks, so, if I just wipe out the entire Netherworld sect, I'll get my memories back, right? Yen Guyet stays quiet, immediately reading his mind. He's furious. The fact that she's gone has only fueled his hatred for them. Meanwhile, up on the cliffside, Wai Vu and her group have been waiting for a long time. When they see Yen Guyet and To Luong finally show up, they shout, Lord Sect Leader. Silver Rabbit and White Crane rush toward To Luong, looking worried sick. Lord Sect Leader, please, tell us what happened down there. He doesn't answer her. Instead, he throws a question back at her. The Sagittarius House. You survived the last Lunar God Festival by running away from the fight, didn't you? Everyone is frozen in shock after hearing that. Wai Vu's face goes dark with fear. She has no idea how to answer. To Luong just stares her down with cold, piercing eyes. I don't know what you're planning, but I really hope we don't end up as enemies the next time we meet. Silver Rabbit and White Crane gasp in horror. Wai Vu's eyes well up with tears as she watches To Luong turn around and walk away in a fit of rage. He thinks to himself that, as the moon changes, the deep darkness is beginning to fall. There's no way the Blue Sea Crescent Moon didn't notice what was happening, yet they never came to help. Silver Rabbit and White Crane can't help but wonder. Why would this Moon King give such a direct warning to the leader of the Twin Moon sect? What the hell actually happened? The moon bow on Wai Vu's shoulder sighs softly. Watching To Luong's silhouette fade into the distance, a silent promise echoes. There won't be a next time. Everyone from the Sagittarius house is completely helpless, standing there in total silence. Silver Rabbit has a chilling thought. The current Moon King is even more terrifying than he was 3 years ago. Or maybe, he's finally found his true self. To Luong keeps a straight face as he walks forward, calculating his next move. Even though his memory isn't fully back yet, he remembers the things that matter. He recalls the map of the current world. This place isn't just made of the 5 earthly realms, there are also mysterious, hidden holy lands. Even with the beautiful moonlight tonight, To Luong is deep in thought. The territory inside those holy lands seems to be countless times larger than this entire planet. A flash of a woman's silhouette crosses his mind, making him wonder. What's even more mind-blowing is the overlords. Beings with enough power to literally obliterate stars are somehow living right alongside regular humans. These overlords rule over mortals and mess with the real world constantly. Why haven't they been taken out yet? Being drowned in all these questions is giving To Luong a massive headache. He shakes it off to clear his head and tries to focus on something positive. Forget it. There's something way more important than all that. Thinking about the cycle of creation, To Luong starts doing the math. The ages of the 12 moon houses vary wildly. Before the final lunar god festival even began, only 6 of the 12 moon houses were left. The Taurus, Virgo, and Sagittarius houses, along with Gemini, Aquarius, and Peacock. Not to mention that Taurus killed Aquarius, one of the 7 miracles, and then went on the run. Before the lunar god festival, only 4 houses remained. To Luong looks up at the moon, lost in his own world. It seems like the return of the golden butterfly house to this world has brought nothing but bad omens. High in the jagged mountains that pierce the heavens at the edge of the North Realm. This place is known as the Mist Sea. Nguyen walks alone across a path of white clouds, her fists clenched tight as she marches forward with unwavering determination. Suddenly, Nguyen stops in her tracks and looks up at the mysterious, shimmering sky above. Right in front of her is a massive staircase leading to a mystical portal, a hidden gateway floating deep within the clouds. 3 girls are waiting there at the edge of the barrier. First is Van Ko, an emperor tier of the Moonlight element. She bows her head respectfully and speaks. Van Ko greets the great ancestress. Next is Lin Kong Kuyet, also an emperor tier of the Moonlight element. She bows deeply and says, Lin Kong Kuyet greets the great ancestress. Only the last one looks relaxed and cheerful, with a bright smile on her face. Princess Van greets the great ancestress. Nguyen slowly walks toward the gate while her 2 subordinates stand aside in total reverence. Princess Van follows closely behind, her face beaming as she starts chatting away without a break. Great ancestress, have you finally awakened your bloodline memories? According to our deal, we need to sign a contract now. We want to represent the White Deer clan in this year's Moon Goddess Festival and crush everyone holding the 7 mysteries. Nguyen doesn't say a word, remaining silent for a long moment. Princess Van just keeps rambling on. Emperor Thuong Nguyen, the Western Gemini, and the Moon King are all our enemies. But with the White Deer bloodline and your power, this will be a piece of cake. But Hoan Nguyen stays cold as ice, refusing to utter a single word. She realizes that if she doesn't give this girl some kind of answer, she'll never shut up. Hoan Nguyen finally snaps back with just one word. Get lost. This sudden shutdown leaves Princess Van totally embarrassed and completely speechless. Even Van Ko and Lin are stunned by the blunt response. The smile disappears from Princess Van's face as she asks suspiciously, Are you that angry? Did something bad happen back in the real world? She lets out a long sigh and follows her inside. Whatever, we still have plenty of time. She's Princess Van, a hybrid of human and Beastmaster. With a cultivation level nearly at 9 stars, the princess tries to comfort herself, thinking she'll just have to win her over slowly. Elsewhere, under a crescent moon at the gates of the Moon God Palace, the Moonlight faction has ruled the Middle Realm for thousands of years. Nguyen sits proudly on the highest throne. For some reason, all the core members of the main branch are incredibly beautiful women. There are countless rumors about this place. They say that if a male is ever born here, even a half-blood, they are immediately exiled to the South and West realms. There's an area filled with towering pillars, some wrapped in heavy chains. Even though Kung Fi Tho once seized the throne of the Moon God Emperor, she was sealed by the Moon God Palace under the 10 sonic pillars, suppressed by the saints and the pillar guardians of every generation. Those chained pillars absorb golden lightning strikes from the heavens. But now, in the area surrounding the 6th pillar of the 10 sonic pillars, the lightning strikes are becoming more frequent, slamming directly into the center column. 2 sisters from the palace watch in terror. Someone sound the alarm. One of the heavy chains on the pillar suddenly snaps. Moments later, the light dragon emerges. It coils around the pillar and lets out a deafening roar. It's known as the Radiant Moon Light Dragon, an emperor-tier beast and one of the 7 stars that orbit the moon. Looking down at the fragile girls leaning on each other below, the dragon grumbles in a deep, judgmental voice. Why is it just a bunch of weak ants? This is honestly pathetic. It tilts its head back and speaks with pure disappointment. As the years go by, is this really all that's left of the goddess's descendants? Below, the girls try to stay brave. Lady Lukfi is coming. Just hold on. In the middle of the chaos, Chunwiet whispers to herself, Master, is this really going to be okay? If the 10 sonic pillars keep breaking, the 10 moon eclipses will all be unleashed upon this world. Isn't it just a matter of time before Kung Fi Tho's seal is completely shattered? The light dragon looks incredibly somber now. A mysterious voice echoes through the air, telling Chu Nuyet, "Don't worry, I'll step in." She hears this and asks skeptically, "Really?" Chu Nuyet has her doubts because of her childhood memories. "You're not going to make me go buy adult comics for you again like when I was 6, are you? If it had happened just once, it wouldn't be so bad, but she's been tricked by him over and over again." Chu Nuyet asks with zero trust left, "Or are you going to trick me into giving you a bath every single day again?" Ignoring her look of utter contempt, the dragon replies in a condescending tone, "I'm serious this time." Chu Nuyet lets out a sigh. "Fine, I'll trust you one last time. I'm heading out." She turns her back to leave. "Master, by the way, all my cultivation resources just vanished into thin air. Where did they go?" The light dragon replies, "Oh, I just ate them as a snack." She walks away, leaving everyone else behind with the roaring light dragon. The clear blue sky and layers of white clouds blend together into a beautiful scene. Soaring through the sky is a sea halberd whale, a sovereign tier Moonlight beast, and the transport ship belonging to the Three Kings Spring Holy Land. Its interior, a beautiful woman stands with her daughter, taking in the scenic view. Suddenly, a glittering butterfly flutters right in front of them. The innocent little girl starts chasing after the golden creature. "Mom, look, the butterfly is so pretty." The butterfly continues to fly forward before landing right on a person's white sleeve. That person is none other than To Luong. He's wearing a hood, looking like he's terrified that someone might recognize him. Golden butterflies swarm around him. Nearby, a few girls steal glances at To Luong as he sits in a corner of the ship. They start whispering, "What's the deal with him? White hair and glittering butterflies. Is he cosplaying the Moon King?" Ever since the news of the 8-winged Moon Lord's appearance spread, the number of Moon King fanboys has skyrocketed. The real one should be stationed in the North Realm, so why would he be going to the Middle Realm? He must be some kind of superfan. Despite the swarm of butterflies and the gossip, To Luong just keeps his head down in silence. He gives a bitter smile, thinking, why don't they consider the possibility that I actually am the Moon King? Suddenly, a voice rings in his ear. Have you made up your mind? There is still a chance to turn back. It turns out that Yen Nguyet is hiding right beside him. If word gets out that you're traveling to the Middle Realm alone, I'm afraid every Moonlight faction out there will show their true colors and come after you. To Luong sighs. It's not that I don't trust Sagittarius. I know she has her own agenda, but in the end, she won't hurt me. It's just that staying in the North Realm has become pointless. As he speaks, he thinks back to a few days ago when he received a reply from one of the 4 Moon generals. The letter said they found a way to rapidly break through his current cultivation level and told him to meet them in the Middle Realm. To Luong thinks of a mysterious hooded figure whose shadow on the floor momentarily takes the shape of a black rabbit. If my restored memories are correct, that person used to be a subordinate of Aquarius. He swore a blood oath against the lunar camp, so he's completely trustworthy. After saying that, he falls into silent thought. To keep my identity from being exposed, I have to use a mask to hide my eyes. I'll have to use the glittering butterfly's vision to scout the way. To Luong scans the ship. Compared to the limited scope of human sight, the butterfly's vision is much more convenient and easier to use. He can see everything from the inside out, from the kitchen to the pool. Looking at the peaceful blue sky, To Luong mutters to himself, my most urgent mission right now is to join forces with the 4 Moon generals and gain enough power for the 8-winged Moon Lord to reappear. He thinks of Hoang Guiet's slender figure. His cloud-treading moon chaser is gone, and it might not return for several years. Then To Luong worries about Yen Ingiet, as the power remaining in the star-sinking Yen Guyet scabbard has also run dry. He analyzes his inventory and realizes that all the gacha spins he saved up in the Book of the Moon are gone. To Luong's face darkens as he forces a laugh, wondering, if I run into another Emperor-level enemy right now, am I going to have to write my will on the spot? Just then, the high-kit ship suddenly starts smoking. It seems like it has lost its direction. The passengers sense the instability and start panicking. What's going on? Are we landing already? That's weird. It's supposed to take twice as long to get from the North Realm to the Middle Realm. Panicking, a pink-haired woman asks in a trembling voice, did we accidentally wander into the Abyss Demon Pillar battlefield? Someone nearby tries to reassure her, calm down. Even if the 7 stars of the moon and the Moon Goddess Temple go to war, they wouldn't dare block a sanctuary's airship. But it isn't long before a powerful beam of golden light hits the High-Kitch directly, causing it to tilt violently to one side. The High-Kitch must be badly damaged, It opens its mouth and lets out a roar of pure agony. Everyone on the ship is knocked off their feet. The ship is tilting so far that some people are even tossed overboard. In a corner where no one is paying attention, To Luong scrambles to his feet, his eyes wide with horror. Talk about bad timing, that terrifying pressure. A dark sphere pulsing with killing intent is heading straight for the high kick. An emperor level? To Luong can't believe his eyes. I couldn't really be this unlucky, can I? Some people start getting angry, pointing their fingers at the dark orb. Who dares attack a sanctuary airship? Are you from the moon goddess temple? You Moonlight brat, how dare you attack water-type beast tamers? The Three Springs King won't let you get away with this. A voice quickly echoes from the sphere. There's no need to panic. I'm not from the moon goddess temple or the 7 stars of the moon. I am one of the 9 dreams from the other shore cult. From now on, everyone leaving the North Realm must pass my inspection. Don't worry, I'll wipe your memories. Just think of it as a short nightmare. As the tourists collapse onto the floor, To Luong is suddenly enveloped in a blue light. He watched the scene with a sharp, calculating gaze. Both Thu Hoa Ko and Vo Thuong Minda had been wiped out in the heat of battle. The target is definitely in the northern region. To find the truth, I won't hesitate for a second, Su Liang muttered, his head hanging low in deep thought. The butterflies seemed to catch his drift, fluttering away into the distance. As Su Liang slowly slipped into unconsciousness, he thought, it's time to see what secrets are hidden in those memories. How did they actually die? And what really happened 3 years ago? He collapsed onto the cold floor, his eyelids growing heavy as the world went dark. In the midst of Su Liang's confusion, he wondered, had someone else lost their memories too? Suddenly, an ancient house surrounded by a haunting forest of red spider lilies appeared before. Honestly, the Equinox cult is a name that the world forgot ages ago. But tens of thousands of years ago, this sect was an absolute powerhouse that ruled over everything. They even had a guardian god known as the Equinox. But in the end, the glory was gone, and all that remained was a single hand reaching out from a gruesome pile of blood. After accidentally meddling in a moon goddess sacrifice, the Equinox god was brutally attacked and left on the brink of death by a terrifying entity. He couldn't stay in the physical realm anymore, so he fell into a deep slumber within the spirit world, hidden away in a place where no one would ever look. His followers were hunted down and banished from the 5 realms and the 3 sacred lands. They fled to a remote island, slowly fading into the shadows of history. Tens of thousands of years passed, until one day, a descendant accidentally stumbled upon that ancient, forgotten power.